Yifan was somewhat speechless. Just now, he had felt the fluctuations of warmth on his own palm as well. Yifan roughly understood. It must have been the ripples of his sacred flame that had given Hua Shuyan a taste of its benefits. This girl, was she trying to latch on to him? Best to get back to business first. Heh, beauty, you said I could make any request, right? Well, I do have one. Yifan paused briefly before continuing. For the Hua family's business expansion projects in Shangjing, hand them over to the Ling family. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Hua Shuyan and Hua Taikong were momentarily startled. They had assumed Yifan would make some major demand, perhaps asking for emperor-level elixirs, supreme cultivation manuals, or something else of great importance. Yet his request turned out to be a minor one. The Hua family's business expansion in Shangjing, though sizable with a market valuation in the hundreds of billions, was still a trivial matter compared to what they had imagined Yifan might ask for. Was he really going to use this favor on something so small? Handsome, what's your relation to the Ling family? Hua Shuyan raised an eyebrow, eyeing Yifan with curiosity. Think carefully. This opportunity only comes once. Yifan smiled faintly. Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fan Yi, the boyfriend of the Ling family's second young mistress. What? You're Fan Yi? The same Fan Yi who teamed up with Fang Chengshan to attack Prince Jin's secretary? This? Before Hua Shuyan could respond, Hua Taikong, standing beside her, exclaimed in shock. The Fang family had already been working closely with Prince Jin. How could Fang Chengshan have conspired with Fan Yi to assault one of Prince Jin's people? Hua Taikong found this impossible to believe, yet the outcome was undeniable. Fang Chengshan was dead, leaving the truth buried. Whatever Secretary Zhang claimed was now gospel, and the only other person who knew the truth was Fan Yi. At Hua Taikong's words, Yifan frowned slightly. Him working with Fang Chengshan to attack Secretary Zhang? Then Fang Chengshan and Shin Qingmeng were killed in retaliation, while he escaped unscathed. What kind of fiction was this? But after a brief moment of thought, Yifan realized. This must be false information spread by Zhang Yu on purpose. A classic scheme to pit others against one another. Even if it wouldn't immediately sever the Fang family's alliance with Prince Jin, it would at least sow discord between them. Moreover, with the Fang family's future leader dead in Shangjing, they would surely seek retribution, inevitably causing Prince Jin some headaches. This Secretary Zhang was quite the strategist. In that case, why not play along with Zhang Yu's narrative? After all, truth and lies were now indistinguishable. The actual facts no longer mattered. That's right, Yifan replied with a slight bow toward Hua Taikong. Forgive my impropriety, but the truth is irrelevant. What matters is that Fang Chengshan is dead. Isn't that beneficial for everyone? Without giving Hua Taikong a chance to press further, Yifan shut down any follow-up questions. If the man himself said the truth didn't matter, what was the point of digging deeper? That would just be asking for embarrassment. Hua Taikong's words were stifled before they could leave his mouth, leaving him inwardly fuming, as if claws were raking at his heart. Damn it! How the hell did you pull this off? Not only did you escape right under Prince Jin's secretary's nose, but you also managed to kill Fang Chengshan? According to the latest intel, every single one of Fang Chengshan's men was wiped out. That included 4 Emperor-level experts, not to mention the 10 Emperor-level fighters Secretary Zhang had brought along. If Fang Chengshan had truly conspired with Fan Yi, and all of Fang Chengshan's men were slaughtered, how did Fan Yi escape unscathed? But if they hadn't been working together, did that mean Fan Yi had faced Fang Chengshan and Secretary Zhang's forces alone? And yet, he only killed Fang Chengshan's men while sparing Secretary Zhang and his 10 Emperor-level fighters? What did that imply? Had Fan Yi somehow subdued Secretary Zhang and his forces? Otherwise, why would Prince Jin's secretary claim Fang Chengshan had betrayed them? If that were the case, that would be terrifying. Just what kind of methods did Fan Yi possess? This was an impossibility, yet it had undeniably happened. While Hua Taikong was still reeling in shock and frustration, Hua Shuyan, on the other hand, was feeling far from pleased. She cast a resentful glance toward the nearby car before speaking to Yifan. So, Ling Yifei is sitting in that car. She had thought this handsome man was unattached. If she made a move, perhaps something romantic could blossom. But now it turned out he was Fan Yi, the very man who had stirred up major trouble for the Ling family. According to previous reports, the Hong family of Gang City had conspired with Ling Bo, the Ling family's second uncle, to force Ling Yifei into marriage. But then Ling Bo was killed, and the Hong family was suppressed by the Martial Enforcement Division. This Fan Yi was clearly no ordinary man. Was the Ling family just that lucky? No sooner had their brother-in-law Yifan been blown to death than the younger sister found herself another fiancé, one whose strength was nearly on par with Yifan's? Exactly. What, is my request too much for you, Miss Hua? Yifan stared intently at Hua Shuyan, a faint trace of mischief in his eyes. Ling Yanqiu had sought an alliance with a martial family solely to deter Prince Jin from targeting the Ling family. But now that Yifan had Zhang Yu under control, even without a martial family's backing, the Ling family would remain safe for the time being. Besides, Yifan had further plans for Shangjing. He intended to systematically eliminate Prince Jin's core forces in the city while leveraging the Tiankue base's bounty system to issue missions targeting Prince Jin's allied families. By then, Prince Jin would be too preoccupied to spare any attention for the Ling family. Of course not. Such a small request is easily granted. Though inwardly disappointed, Hua Shuyan was far from foolish. Regardless of whether Yifan had saved her life, a martial expert of Fan Ye's caliber was someone the Hua family would eagerly recruit, not reject. Moreover, among the families the Hua family had shortlisted for their Shangjing projects, the Ling family was already one of the top 2 candidates. The other, the Wu family, had been found to have close ties with Prince Jin, as well as the Fang and Gong families. Hua Shuyan had already been leaning toward the Ling family. Now she was more than happy to grant this favor. However, I do have a small request of my own. Could Fan Yi attend tonight's business banquet? Just you? No girlfriend? Hua Shuyan gazed at Yifan with hopeful anticipation. The mysterious warmth radiating from Yifan was far too important to her. Just that brief contact earlier had allowed her to absorb a trace of it, elevating her cultivation by an entire minor realm. If she could absorb more, might she even break through to the Emperor level? Tonight, she needed a male companion. If she could get Fan Yi to accompany her, perhaps after a few drinks, something even more beneficial might happen? Although Fan Yi already had a girlfriend, which was a bit regrettable. As the young lady of an ancient martial arts family, Hua Shuyan wasn't particularly bound by the moral norms of the mundane world. After all, her own father had several wives. Thinking this way, Hua Shuyan quickly made peace with it. So what if he had a girlfriend? As long as she could capture Fan Ye's heart, that was all that mattered. Moreover, if she really became Fan Ye's girlfriend, the entire Hua family would benefit as well. From what she could observe so far, Fan Ye's strength was at least at the peak of the martial emperor realm, possibly even the martial saint realm. And with that mysterious warm energy flowing through him, it seemed his cultivation had no limits. Young Master Fan, as the head of the Hua family, I sincerely invite you to attend tonight's event. If there are any issues with the Ling family, this old man can personally explain the situation to them. Hua Taikong, noticing Hua Shuyan's demeanor, immediately understood. This girl had likely fallen for Fan Yi. For the Hua family, this was hardly a bad thing. Of course, Hua Taikong was happy to encourage it. No need for that. I'll definitely attend tonight. As for the collaboration with the Ling family, it's settled then. Rest assured, your assistance won't go unrewarded. Fan Yi replied with a faint smirk, patting Hua Shuyan's back as he spoke. The moment his hand touched her, a surge of ancient, boundless energy from the divine fragment flowed into Hua Shuyan's body, instantly shattering a bottleneck that had hindered her for years. The barrier at Martial Venerable 8 grade was obliterated in an instant. With just that single touch, Hua Shuyan's strength soared to the peak of Martial Venerable 9 grade. And the vast energy Fan Yi had channeled into her hadn't been fully exhausted. It continued circulating through her meridians. Hua Shuyan had a feeling. If she harnessed the remaining energy, she could even break through to the martial emperor realm. This was beyond thrilling. Absolutely worth anticipating. If just a single infusion of martial energy from Fan Yi could propel her to the martial emperor realm, then Fan Yi himself was most likely a martial saint. But according to publicly available records in the mundane world, the only known martial saints were a handful of ancient recluses. Since when had such a young martial saint emerged? This revelation only strengthened Hua Shuiyan's resolve. She had to seize this opportunity and make Fan Yi hers, no matter what. Thank you, young master Fan. Grateful. Hua Shuiyan looked up at Fan Yi and impulsively moved to kiss him. Fan Yi, startled, dodged her lips and glanced nervously toward the car. He wasn't afraid of Ling Yifei. Though she got jealous, he could still handle her. The real issue was her sister Ling Yanqiu, his actual lawful wife. If Ling Yifei reported this to her, his life would become very complicated. Humph, you blockhead. Am I really that terrifying? Hua Shuiyan stomped her foot in frustration at Fan Ye's reaction. Beside her, Hua Taikong shook his head helplessly. Despite his youth, Fan Yi acted with the cunning of a veteran. Winning him over wouldn't be easy. I'll take my leave. See you tonight. Fan Yi waved to Hua Shuiyan and Hua Taikong before slipping into the car to drive back to the Ling residence. Since he was accompanying Ling Yanqiu to the evening's business banquet anyway, his promise to Hua Shuiyan was merely a side commitment. What he didn't realize was that Hua Shuiyan had ulterior motives for inviting him. Standing by the roadside, Hua Shuiyan and Hua Taikong watched Fan Yi climb back into his car and speed off, their gazes filled with admiration. Uncle, am I really that unattractive? Hua Shuiyan muttered, inspecting herself. So many men in the martial world chase after me, yet Fan Yi acts like I'm some kind of monster. She had the looks, the figure, and an illustrious family background. Why did Fan Yi recoil as if she were a beast? Hua Taikong sighed. It's not your charm that's lacking, child. Young Master Fan is no ordinary man. Judging by his abilities, he likely hails from one of those hidden ancient clans. His caution is only natural. Halfway through his sentence, Hu Taikong suddenly sensed Hua Shuiyan's martial aura fluctuation. His eyes widened in shock. Child, your strength. You broke through to martial venerable 9 grade? Just now, you were still at 8 grade. The Hua family had spent years pouring resources and connections into helping her overcome this bottleneck. Yet Fan Yi had achieved it in seconds? It was young Master Fan. When he patted my back, he channeled an incredibly refined ancient energy into me. I broke through instantly, Hua Shuiyan explained. And I've only used less than 1/10 of it. If I tap into the rest, I could reach the martial emperor realm. Hearing this, Hua Taikong sucked in a sharp breath. Absolutely martial saint-level strength. Good heavens, the world truly never runs short of prodigies. He turned to Hua Shuiyan eagerly. Child, Uncle supports you wholeheartedly. You must find a way tonight. Wait here. I'll call some old friends to advise you. He immediately dialed several numbers. Fong, come over. I need a favor. Yao. Could you help me with something? Don't call me old rascal. I've been busy. Hua Shuiyan's face darkened at the coquettish voices on the other end. This respectable uncle secretly had this many lady friends in the capital? As for what kind of advice he had in mind, she could guess. Despite the awkwardness, she wasn't about to let this chance slip away. Meanwhile, inside the moving car, just a few hundred meters down the road, Ling Yifei, who had been quietly cultivating in the back seat, suddenly spoke. Humph, was that girl's waist soft? Her tone dripped with resentment, her jealousy practically oozing out. Fan Yi coughed awkwardly. It was necessary. You saw the situation yourself. She was about to get hit by a car. I had to save her. Humph. Fine, the rescue made sense. But afterward, why were you still holding her? Even when she threw herself at you, you should have refused. I'm your girlfriend. Ling Yifei, fully emerged from cultivation mode, leaned forward and pinched Fan Ye's waist. Watching that scene earlier had infuriated her. If she hadn't been mid-meditation, she would have stormed out to claw Hua Shuyan's face off. Wronged again. Ife, do you even know who that girl is? She's the Hua family's heiress. The same ancient martial arts clan collaborating with the Ling family tonight. For the sake of securing this deal, I had to endure this indignity. Believe me, I suffered more than you. Fan Yi lied without batting an eye, effortlessly portraying himself as the victim, sacrificing his dignity for the Ling family. Ha! Ling Yifei's hand, which had been pinching the soft flesh at Yi Fan's waist, froze mid-motion. That was the young lady from the ancient martial Hua family? The one our Ling group is collaborating with. Though Ling Yifei wasn't deeply involved in the Ling family's internal affairs, she was still somewhat aware of the situation. The reason older sister chose to cooperate with the Hua family was undoubtedly to seek their protection. Since brother-in-law Yi Fan had been killed in the explosion, and the Ling family had staunchly supported him, they would inevitably face retaliation from Prince Jin. The person Fan Yi just saved was actually the Hua family's young mistress? Could it really be such a coincidence? Slowly, Ling Yifei's grip loosened. If that was really the Hua family's young lady, offending her wouldn't bode well. Yifei understood that while Fan Yi currently displayed formidable strength and had close ties with the Martial Enforcement Bureau and the Prime Minister's office, after Yi Fan's death, the Ling family would be facing the full might of Prince Jin's faction alone. Fan Ye's power alone could only do so much. Gaining the support of a top ancient martial family would be the best-case scenario. Yeah, I was just discussing collaboration with her earlier. What a shame! Yi Fan deliberately sighed, pretending to be regretful, causing Ling Yifei's heart to skip a beat. Then, how did it go? Did she agree to work with us? Yifei clutched Yi Fan's arm tightly. Fan Yi, you must find a way to convince her. Please. Seeing Ling Yifei's naive, sweet expression, Yi Fan felt a little helpless. This girl, she's the Ling family's second daughter, isn't she? Why is she acting like such an airhead? Can't she think critically? Still, Yi Fan put on an exaggeratedly reluctant expression. She might agree, but her condition is a bit unreasonable. Maybe we should forget it. I'll think of another way. A sly smirk flashed across his face. He already had a plan forming. Even if he wasn't particularly interested in Hua Shuyan, what if she pursued him? If anything unexpected happened, at least he'd have already set the groundwork for explanations. Ah, what condition? Tell me, let's figure it out together. Ling Yifei's heart was practically in her throat. Even though Fan Yi had eliminated Ling Bo and temporarily settled the Hua family's threats, the bigger dangers remained. The Shangjing Wu family's pressure, Prince Jin's deadly vendetta, and the mysterious forces backing him were far more terrifying. They absolutely needed the Hua family's protection. Yifei, are you sure you want to know? Yi Fan hesitated, eyeing Ling Yifei with feigned reluctance before continuing. I already told her I have a girlfriend, but Hua Shuyan. She's still after me because of my looks. Damn it. Do I really look like that kind of man to her? Yi Fan sounded indignant, while Ling Yifei blinked in confusion. Of course, Hua Shuyan had clearly been captivated by Fan Ye's handsome face. A good man was always in high demand, but for a brief moment, Ling Yifei's instincts tingled. Something felt off. Assuming Hua Shuyan was smitten, logically, Fan Yi wouldn't exactly be at a disadvantage, right? Yet back at the Ling family, Fan Yi hadn't exactly resisted her sister's advances. So why was he so adamant against Hua Shuyan? Was he really that loyal to her alone? The suspicion flickered away as quickly as it appeared. Instead, a wave of blissful warmth washed over Ling Yifei. Fan Yi really was devoted to her. She was so lucky. Tears welled up in her eyes. She could cry. This was too touching. If that was the case, Fan Yi was making a huge sacrifice for them. But they desperately needed the Hua family's support. What else could they do? Maybe Fan Yi just had to endure it. After all, she and her sister could always find ways to compensate him. Fan Yi, you're too good to me. I'm so moved. Ling Yifei threw her arms around his neck, eyes shimmering with tears. But after brother-in-law Yi Fan's death, We really need the Hua family's backing. Could you just bear with it? I won't mind. I glanced at her earlier. Hua Shuyan is quite pretty anyway. Ling Yifei stammered awkwardly, though she pushed on. I know you're suffering, but I promise, my sister and I will repay you. Okay? After the Hua family agrees to collaborate, I'll convince my sister to keep you company at night, the same way we did today in my room. Together. She struggled to explain, cheeks burning with embarrassment yet urgency. Afraid Yifan wouldn't get what she meant. Yifan nearly burst out laughing at her flustered expression. But inwardly he was thrilled. Both of them? Now that was tempting. Still, he kept a stern face. Yifei, what kind of man do you take me for? I respect your sister. I only love you. Do you really think I'd lust after her? Ling Yifei, however, remained oblivious to the contradictions. Hugging him tighter, she pleaded, Fan Yi, I know you aren't like that, but I don't know how else to thank you. Don't men love that kind of thing? A three's, you totally understand, don't you? So shameless. Humph. Despite her lovesick naivety, Ling Yifei wasn't stupid. Even as Yifan tried to hide it, the corners of his lips twitched upward. Impossible to suppress. Realizing things had gone far enough, Yifan sighed and relented. We'll talk about it tonight. I'll try. But whether your sister agrees or not, that's up to her, right? At first, Ling Yifei didn't grasp his meaning. A few seconds later, it hit her. This jerk, pretending to have no interest in her sister while obviously craving it deep down. Humph, cheeky. Yet, for some reason, Ling Yifei found herself drawn to him, as if an invisible force pulled her toward his embrace. Even if Yifan was a little wicked, she adored him. After a playful trip back, when they arrived at the Ling residence, Ling Yanqiu had just returned from the northwest, her eyes red and swollen from crying. The moment she saw Yifan and Ling Yifei step out of the car, she hesitated briefly, then suddenly rushed forward and threw her arms around Yifan's neck, sobbing uncontrollably, as if her whole world had collapsed. Oh! The sight left Ling Yifei utterly stunned, her outstretched hand freezing midair. What the heck? Since when did her sister act this bold? Openly hugging her sister's boyfriend. Back in the bedroom earlier, Sis had already pulled Fan Ye's pants down. Even though she kept saying no, she still borrowed Fan Yi in the evening to accompany her to a business banquet. Those in the know are aware that Fan Yi is Ling Yifei's boyfriend, but outsiders would definitely mistake him for Sis's boyfriend instead. This wicked Sis, is she just like Fan Yi? Her mouth says no, but her body acts differently. Now she's dropping the act entirely and getting handsy without restraint. Humph! Ling Yifei's mood instantly soured. She kicked at a stray pebble on the ground, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Deep down, there was a part of her that genuinely hoped Sis and Fan Yi would grow intimately close. Yet at the same time, she felt conflicted. Sigh. Yifan, feeling the warmth in his arms and the familiar fragrance, was momentarily dazed. What in the world was happening? That nostalgic scent. He'd last smelled it at the Yi family's funeral. Yet now, after so long, his second sister-in-law was back in his arms again. Had his cover been blown? Fan Yi looked down at the beauty nestled against him, recalling his own fake death ploy. While figures like Guoli and Yamada Keiko were in on the secret, others, these unsuspecting girls, were left in the dark, which felt somewhat cruel. But for the sake of the larger plan, Yifan had no choice. After all, the Soul Palace had already infiltrated the mortal world, propping up countless puppet factions. If he didn't pull off this grand deception and secretly weaken the Jin Prince's forces, Yifan worried that when the decisive battle in Shangjing arrived in 2 weeks, even his sizable army might not hold the upper hand. You're horrible. Absolutely horrible. Why would you do this? Ling Yanqiu clung to Yifan's neck, voice honeyed with petulance as she lightly pummeled his chest with her fists. She looked every bit the aggrieved young wife throwing a tantrum at her husband. Beside them, Ling Yifei watched, stunned. Her usually dignified sister was even more of a seductress when acting spoiled than she was. It's all right. Everything's fine now, sis. I'm Fan Yi. Did you mistake me for someone else? Yifan gently patted Ling Yanxiu's back in reassurance. As he spoke, an ancient aura surged from his palm into her body, soothing her turbulent emotions. Humph! Though Yifan had reintroduced himself as Fan Yi, Ling Yanxiu showed no signs of letting up. Instead, she pinched his waist sharply. You awful man! I know you're Fan Yi. That's exactly why I'm pinching you. This time, she put real force into it, undoubtedly fueled by some personal resentment. Earlier that afternoon, she traveled to the northwest to meet Guili, Elder Pang, Minister Yu, and others, gathering exhaustive details about Yifan's supposed death in the explosion. Though Guili, Yamada Keiko, and the Dia/Xiaoya sisters had put on a convincing act, Ling Yanxiu, as the head of the Ling family, had noticed subtle inconsistencies in their expressions. Weren't they supposed to be grieving Yifan's death? Yet neither Yamada Keiko nor the twins seemed particularly heartbroken. More suspiciously, after Yifan's death, Guili, Wang Fugue, Elder Pang, and Minister Yu had begun entertaining recruitment offers from the Jin Prince's 8 great families. They were actively negotiating terms, ready to defect as long as the price was right. After piecing things together, Ling Yanxiu realized the truth. Though Guili never spelled it out, she wasn't stupid. Yifan was clearly alive, but where had he gone? Knowing him, she deduced his recent maneuvers across Yunqing, Huadu, and Guangxing all served one purpose: avenging the Yi family and overthrowing the Jin Prince. With the final confrontation in Shangjing imminent, his most likely destination was obvious. Yifan dies in an explosion, and suddenly, Fan Yi appears in the Ling household? Too coincidental. Once everything clicked, Ling Yanxiu had stationed herself at the entrance, waiting for Fan Ye's return. This infuriating man already had 7 sister-in-laws. Wasn't that enough? Now he'd gone and ensnared her baby sister too. Worst of all, he'd kept her in the dark, leaving her to weep until her eyes swelled. Humph, as Sis Ishua said. This scoundrel really was irredeemable. Sigh. With all 7 sisters wrapped around his finger, who knew how badly he'd torment them in the future. Perhaps only eldest sis Yu Linglong could keep him in check. Little did Ling Yanxiu know, Yu Linglong, upon returning from Panglai Gorge, had already fallen wholly under Yifan's spell. His charm was simply inescapable. Feigning annoyance, Ling Yanxiu tugged at Ling Yifei beside her. Yifei, about what you mentioned this morning, I agree. Since Yifan's dead, I refuse to spend my life as a widow. Let's both stay with Fan Yi. She stomped her foot for emphasis. If that heartless Yifan were still alive, I'd give him the finest green hat imaginable. Yifan nearly choked on air. What kind of twisted logic was this? His second sister-in-law plotting to sleep with Fan Yi just to cuckold Yifan? Absolutely ridiculous. Sigh, the ancients were right. Never underestimate the vindictiveness of a woman scorned. He clearly struck a nerve this time. Huh? Sis you? Ling Yifei was utterly bewildered. Her sister's staunch devotion to Yifan had done a complete about-face. Since when was she willing to share Fan Yi? Moreover, the flirtatious bickering between Sis and Fan Yi made them seem like long-lost lovers. So familiar, so intimate. For a moment, Ling Yifei almost felt like she was the third wheel. Just what was going on? Her brain was overheating from effort, yet nothing made sense. You made a fair point, Ling Yanxiu continued smoothly. With Yifan gone, our Ling family needs support. Besides, she shot Yifan another pointed glance. Good fertilizer shouldn't flow to outsiders' fields, right? Might as well keep things in the family. Internally, she grumbled, Humph, you dreadful man, winning over both of us sisters in the end, making us suffer like this. Serves you right for toying with Yifei's heart. Glancing at Ling Yifei, she sighed. Poor girl, still clueless and drowning in confusion. Never mind, Yifei. I'll explain everything later when there's time. For now, I really must go. She seized Yi Fan's arm, shoving him toward the driver's seat. The business banquet won't wait. You're driving. Something told Yi Fan. This isn't ending well. Yi Fan could easily trick and manipulate Ling Yifei, but when it came to his second sister-in-law, Ling Yanxiu, he didn't dare to be so bold. For one, Ling Yanxiu's mind was undoubtedly more mature than Ling Yifei's, and after her trip to the northwest, she had clearly uncovered something. Moreover, at the Yi family funeral, Ling Yanxiu had publicly declared before the crowd that she would marry Yi Fan, making her his rightful wife. She had done the Yi family a tremendous kindness, shouldering so much for them. Especially before Yi Fan's rise to power, she had willingly stood by a fool, ensuring the continuation of the Yi family line. This mountain of debt was one Yi Fan didn't even know how to repay. Because of this, Yi Fan naturally held a deep respect for Ling Yanxiu. All right, sis. Yi Fan obediently got into the car, started the engine, and drove toward the business banquet. Humph, you ungrateful brat. Still calling me sis? Ling Yanxiu grumbled resentfully once they had left the Ling family estate. Yi Fan, just how long do you plan to keep lying to me? She grabbed his ear, her eyes brimming with a mix of grievance, affection, playful reproach, and relief. Turns out, Yi Fan really wasn't dead. This was wonderful. The oath she and her 6 sisters had sworn back then hadn't been in vain. There had indeed been an explosion in the northwest, and based on Ling Yanxiu's investigations, the situation had been extremely dangerous, with countless elite warriors lying in ambush. Yet despite that, Yi Fan had managed to deceive everyone, slipping quietly into Shangjing under a new identity. This also proved one thing. Yi Fan's methods and strength far surpassed Prince Jin's. Even if Prince Jin had powerful backers, he was likely no match for Yi Fan now. The revenge for the Yi family massacre would soon be complete. Once Prince Jin was dead, the entire Great Xia Empire would be safe for the Yi family. Wouldn't it? Ack, wife, be gentle. Are you trying to kill your own husband? Yi Fan didn't resist, letting her pinch his ear as he grinned apologetically. My dear, I didn't mean to hide this from you all intentionally, but if I hadn't feigned death and made the act convincing, Prince Jin would have seen through it. Have mercy. Okay? I'll make it up to you later. How about that? Calling her wife over and over made Ling Yanxiu's cheeks flush pink, her heart melting. But despite that, she huffed, Humph, so you admit it now? Who's your wife? I don't want to be your wife. She released his ear. As the head of the mighty Ling family in Shangjing, Ling Yanxiu fully understood Yi Fan's reasoning. From Yun City to Huadu, then to Guang City, the Sea of Death, and the Miaojiang poison sect, Yi Fan had meticulously maneuvered, using the Tiankue base and various other forces to dismantle much of Prince Jin's power. Their final confrontation was imminent. Given the stakes, Yi Fan's deception made perfect sense. However, it was still unfair to his loved ones. Screech. Yi Fan pulled the car over abruptly, wrapping his arms around her. Hey, of course you're my wife. At the Yi family funeral, you and the other 6 swore to marry me. Don't you dare take it back now. Ishue is already pregnant with my child. You're next. His devilish smirk sent a ripple of warmth through Ling Yanxiu. These sisters-in-law who had pledged themselves to him, they were truly extraordinary. Humph. Let me go, you scoundrel. Is this how you sweet-talk other girls too? Confess. How many have you tricked? Ling Yanxiu glared at him accusingly. How many? Well, Yi Fan inwardly chuckled. Honestly, he'd lost count. Girls like Qiu Wan and Ren Shuiying in Huadu, Princess Arya from the Sea of Death, Daya and Xiaoya from the Poison Sect, Yamada Keiko, Imperial Consort Ji Ningxuan in Shangjing, Princess Consort Chu Lanwei. Those were just the outsiders. Then there were Ling Yifei from the Ling family. Who knew if there'd be more? Ahem. Best not to dwell on that. MMPH. Before Ling Yanxiu could press further, Yi Fan leaned down and sealed her lips with a kiss, cutting off any further complaints. At first, Ling Yanxiu instinctively resisted, pushing at his chest. But as the kiss deepened, her fists loosened, arms winding around his neck instead, clinging to him as if she wanted to melt into his embrace. Ah! Your hand. Where are you touching? What started as a simple kiss quickly escalated as Yifan's hands grew restless. Before she realized it, certain areas had been breached, drawing a breathy protest as she sagged weakly against him. Heh, back at the Ling estate you got a good look at my bare rear. Isn't this just returning the favor? The confined space of the car filled with an ambiguous tension. Despite her embarrassment, Ling Yanxiu reminded herself, she was his wife. Wasn't this just normal between them? Fine, go ahead. Touch all you want. I'm yours sooner or later anyway. Drowning in her warmth, Yifan teetered on the edge of surrender. If not for the upcoming banquet, he wouldn't have minded some vehicular amusement right then and there. But more pressingly, his sharp senses detected an approaching traffic officer, likely coming to shoo them away. Yifan didn't care about shamelessness, but Ling Yanxiu, renowned businesswoman and esteemed scholar, would surely mind. Reluctantly, he pulled back, withdrawing his wandering hands. Huh? Why'd you stop? Ling Yanxiu blinked dazedly, still caught in the haze of passion, confused by the sudden withdrawal. Yifan hurriedly adjusted her disheveled collar. Quick, fix your clothes. There's an officer coming. Wah? Panicked, Ling Yanxiu fumbled to button her blouse and smooth her mussed hair. She had barely straightened up when the officer knocked on the window. Sir, ma'am, no parking here. Move along, or I'll have to issue a ticket. Peering inside, the officer seemed to grasp the situation instantly. Actually, I know a spot, People's Park. Turn left, about 2 kilometers. It's secluded, scenic, perfect for activities. You should check it out. Yifan and Ling Yanxiu exchanged a bewildered glance. Seriously? This guy was wild. Just drive already. This is so embarrassing. Humiliated beyond words, Ling Yanxiu pinched Yifan's waist, urging him to leave immediately. It's all your fault. You're so bad. So awful. Only after the car was several hundred meters away, and the traffic police were out of sight did Ling Yanxiu start pounding on Yifan's chest with her fists. Thank goodness no one else saw that. How could I ever show my face in public again? If reporters had caught it, tomorrow's headlines would have been entirely about her. What made it worse was that, officially, Yifan was still Ling Yifei's boyfriend. If this got out, it would stir up another scandal. What Ling Yanxiu hadn't expected was that borrowing Fan Ye's identity to accompany her to today's business banquet would open a door to further complications. What are you afraid of? Things might get even worse. Yifan smirked mischievously, amused by how cute this sister-in-law of his could be when she was acting spoiled. Seeing that she was about to hit him again, he quickly stopped her. All right, enough fooling around. We'll be arriving soon. You should freshen up and redo your makeup. And remember, don't slip up later. I'm Fan Yi for now. This act must go on. Neither Yifan nor Ling Yanxiu noticed that after their car left, the traffic officer, who had been about to issue a parking ticket on the roadside, smirked as he removed his helmet and uniform jacket casually. As expected, this young Master Yi isn't so easy to kill. Heh, no wonder the elders of the Myriad Dao sect are so obsessed with him. His methods are indeed extraordinary. Though his current strength is only at the 8th tier martial saint, he's already capable of absorbing spiritual energy with his own power, limitless potential. Most importantly, since he's an enemy of the Soul Palace, that makes him a friend of mine, Yen Ruyu. I'll keep observing for now. In the next moment, a surge of energy pulsed from Yen Ruyu's hand, instantly crushing the motorcycle, helmet, and uniform into dust before his figure vanished from the spot. His strength far surpassed Yifan's. He was at least at the peak of Foundation establishment. Yet another powerhouse from the immortal realms had set their sights on Yifan. Jean Prince's manor, Shangjing. Due to Jean Prince's frail condition, he was still confined to the underground chamber, relying solely on Zhang Yu to relay external information. After meticulously arranging everything, Zhang Yu finally came to report to the prince, detailing everything that had transpired. What did you say? Fang Changshan, in alliance with the Shin family and that Fan Yi, attacked you? Jean Prince bolted up from his seat in shock. How is this possible? Has the Fang family lost their minds? What could they gain from assaulting my men? He paced around the room before turning back to Zhang Yu. Are you absolutely certain Fang Changshan and Shin Qingmeng attacked you? The Shin family was subordinate to Jin Prince, with Shin Qingmeng being married to one of the 9 grand elders, Tang Zheng. They were supposed to be completely loyal. As for the Fang family, they had collaborated with Jin Prince for years. Their goal was to escape the constraints of the ancient martial alliance and expand their influence in the secular world. Though previously, Jin Prince had been in the weaker position during negotiations with the Fang family. Given that secular authority still somewhat relied on ancient martial clans. Even then, the Fang family had never overstepped. So why such a drastic change now? And who was this Fan Yi, really? Yes, Your Highness. Look, here's footage of the attack. Zhang Yu even handed over surveillance clips, carefully edited to make it seem as though Fang Qingshan's men had aggressively targeted Zhang Yu and his 10 elite assassins. Rumors say the Shin family resented Your Highness discarding Elder Tang as a pawn. As for the Fang family, they apparently feared someone backing Fan Yi. That's why they didn't dare touch the Ling family. Zhang Yu fanned the flames further, mixing truth with lies and shifting the unexplainable discrepancies onto Fan Yi. How despicable. Because the Fang family fears Fan Ye's backers, they turn on my men? A betrayal like this deserves death. Jin Prince hurled the tablet onto the table in rage. Have you uncovered Fan Ye's origins? How does a nobody risen from some minor Jiangnan family possess such strength? Zhang Yu hesitated before speaking cautiously. Your Highness, I've heard whispers that Fan Yi may be a descendant of a hidden clan, abandoned in the secular world. His power is at least at the peak of martial emperor tier. With him now entangled with the Ling family, this complicates things. Even though Yi Fan was blown to pieces, if Fan Yi continues stirring chaos in Shangjing, he might disrupt our future plans. He continued fueling the fire. Jin Prince had indeed breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Yi Fan had been blown up. With Yi Fan dead, Jin Prince's greatest adversary in Daxia was gone. The dragon army would be leaderless, Ho Tianji in the Vermilion Sparrow domain would lose his strongest ally, and with no head for the Martial Enforcement Division or Tiankue base, mopping up would be far easier. But now, this Fan Yi was wreaking havoc. Even the mighty Hua family had fallen to him. It infuriated Jin Prince. A hidden clan? In the past, I might have feared them, but not anymore. A ruthless gleam flashed in Jin Prince's eyes. Ever since offering his soul to the Soul Palace, his strength had soared to the peak of martial saint tier. And with the backing of the Blazing Sun envoy and alliances with the superfamilies of the ancient martial world, why fear a few hidden clans? Moreover, in Shangjing, Jin Prince still had old monsters from several superfamilies he could mobilize, all martial saint realm experts. If mere martial emperor level fighters couldn't kill Fan Yi, those martial saint tier monsters surely could. Fan Yi could not be allowed to rise and challenge his authority. In the future, only one man must rule Daxia. Jin Prince Zhao Jin. Even Ji Yuchen had to step aside. Now, here's a list of Shangjing's superfamilies. Deliver my orders, have their ancestors personally take action and eliminate Fan Yi immediately. I refuse to let him keep dancing around Shangjing. As he spoke, Jin Prince handed Zhang Yu a roster listing names like the Wu family, the military powerhouse Mu family, the Yen family. Surprisingly, several clans that normally had no ties to Jin Prince were revealed as his hidden allies. Zhang Yu's heart pounded as he scanned the list. Jin Prince still had cards up his sleeve after all. If these old ancestors made their move, could young Master Yi withstand them? The order to mobilize could be delayed. But this list, Yi Fan needed to see it first. But how should young Master Yi be notified? Zhang Yu was still pondering this when Prince Jin spoke again. Keep this confidential. This list is my last remaining trump card. If I lose it, I know we will completely become puppets of the Soul Palace. Sigh. Despite having sacrificed his soul, Prince Jin still refused to submit entirely to the Soul Palace. Understood. Zhang Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he stole a guilty glance at Prince Jin. Was my plan too reckless this time? Did it arouse Prince Jin's suspicion? How am I supposed to relay this list now? Zhang Yu knew that Yi Fan was currently impersonating Fan Yi and hiding at the Ling family's estate. However, he couldn't send someone to notify him directly, nor could he use a phone call. Since those methods were impossible, only one option remained. Let the 10 Emperor-level assassins see the list. Young Master Yi had once mentioned that their vision was shared with his. In other words, the members of Assassin Squad 2 were effectively Yi Fan's eyes. Moreover, shifting the blame onto Assassin Squad 2 would reduce suspicion on Zhang Yu. For safety, I'll have Assassin Squad 2 deliver the message. Zhang Yu cautiously proposed this to Prince Jin, knowing that the squad had been personally assigned to Prince Jin by the Blazing Sun envoy, making them more trustworthy in his eyes. Very well. Hearing Prince Jin's approval, Zhang Yu inwardly sighed in relief. After bidding farewell to Prince Jin, he swiftly located the members of Assassin Squad 2 and handed the list to one of them. Take a good look. This is the list His Highness wants delivered. Split up and notify everyone on it. Zhang Yu deliberately displayed the list to all squad members under the surveillance cameras. On the surface, Assassin Squad 2 still obeyed Zhang Yu and Prince Jin's orders. However, Zhang Yu knew the truth. Somehow, during their meeting with Fang Chengshan, Yi Fan had managed to turn every single one of them into his loyal subordinates with just a handshake. These 10 Emperor-level experts were essentially ticking time bombs planted beside Prince Jin. While they might not play a decisive role in confronting Prince Jin directly, their sudden betrayal would deal a heavy blow to his inner circle, causing chaos with far-reaching consequences. The real question was, were there more operatives like Assassin Squad 2 lurking around Prince Jin? Had Yi Fan embedded even more elite forces within his ranks? The more Zhang Yu thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Especially now that Yi Fan had faked his death, lulling all his enemies into complacency. They truly believed he was gone, letting their guard down completely. Meanwhile, under the guise of Fan Yi, Yi Fan was undoubtedly orchestrating countless schemes in the capital. In that moment, Zhang Yu suddenly realized Yi Fan was invincible, omnipresent. He couldn't help but feel grateful for having switched sides early. Just as Zhang Yu was lost in thought, urgent news arrived from the northwest. Secretary Zhang, the 8 great families report that they've reached a preliminary agreement with Yi Fan's faction. However, key figures like Elder Pang of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Guali, and Wang Fugui are demanding exorbitant terms, vast quantities of elixirs, martial techniques, and for Prince Jin to hand over those responsible for the Northwest bombings. What should we do? The other Secretariat members looked uneasy. If we agree, the cost will be astronomical. But if we refuse, Yi Fan's forces may unite against Prince Jin, creating an even greater disaster. Zhang Yu's lips twitched. This reminded him of Guangxing, where the former chief secretary, Pan Shi, had been swindled by the 4 great families of the Tiankue base. They had milked him dry, nearly depleting Prince Jin's southwestern resource vault. Back then, Zhang Yu had mocked Pan Shi for his stupidity. Now, history was repeating itself. Yi Fan, through his fake death, was executing the exact same playbook in the northwest. Since Yi Fan wasn't actually dead, all the surrenders and pledges of loyalty were obviously fake. But now that Zhang Yu was on Yi Fan's side, he had no choice but to jump into the trap willingly, and even help cover it up. Agree to all their demands, no matter the cost. Winning over Yi Fan's faction will only benefit Prince Jin's greater plans. At the very least, it eliminates a potential threat from the rear. Zhang Yu spoke with grave authority, and the other Secretariat members nodded solemnly. They all knew what Prince Jin's greater plan entailed, usurping the throne. From targeting the Yi family, not just for their hidden immortal palace map, but also to eliminate their influence, to eventually controlling the imperial court and dethroning Emperor Ji Yuchen. But, if we comply with Guali and Wang Fugui's demands, Prince Jin's northwestern secret vault will be emptied, and the masterminds behind the bombings, Elder Du and Elder Xiang, are the blood brothers of the Du and Xiang family heads. Handing them over will alienate both families and breed discontent among the others. Shouldn't we consult Prince Jin before deciding? Breed discontent? Zhang Yu smirked inwardly. That's exactly the point. I just left the underground chamber. His Highness is at a critical juncture in his breakthrough. Don't bother him with trivial matters. Unless You'd like to deliver the news yourselves? He cast a cold glance at the others. And no, that won't be necessary. The Secretariat members shook their heads frantically. We'll follow Secretary Zhang's orders. Are they insane? Ever since Prince Jin underwent the Soul Palace's sacrificial ritual, he had become a different person. Holed up underground, devouring living souls. 2 days ago, one of his most trusted aides had barged into the chamber during his training and was instantly reduced to a skeletal husk. None of them were foolish enough to risk that fate. Issue the following orders in Prince Jin's name. 1. The Du and Xiang families must surrender the culprits within 12 hours. 2. The 8 great families are to accept all of Guo Li and Wang Fugui's demands immediately. 3. Prioritize absorbing all of Yi Fan's forces. The faster, the better. After relaying the commands, Zhang Yu exhaled deeply. Prince Jin was no match for Yi Fan to begin with. And now, with this planted bomb accelerating his downfall, Shangjing, Guotai Hotel. One of the finest hotels in Shangjing, the Guotai Hotel had been entirely reserved today by the Hua family, a top-tier ancient martial arts clan, for a high-profile business banquet. The purpose? To solidify partnerships for a critical project centered around pill refinement in Shangjing. The project may only be worth a few $100 billion, but its success could shake the very foundations of the martial world. Why? Because if this pill refinery were to be established, it would mean ordinary people in the mundane world could access low-tier martial pills through conventional channels, simple pills like Wuling Dan, Qi-infused pills, and blood vitality pills. These could help average individuals cultivate martial force, break through bottlenecks, and even reach grandmaster-level strength or beyond. A couple of breakthroughs wouldn't shift the balance much. But if countless ordinary people gained the means to cultivate martial force through sheer financial backing, the probability of producing true powerhouses would skyrocket. Some people, due to innate limitations, spend their entire lives unable to manifest martial force. But once they do, their progress accelerates like a rocket, soaring straight toward Grandmaster, Martial Lord, and even Martial Emperor realms. If such breakthroughs became widespread, the entire martial world, even the ancient martial arts sects, would face a seismic shift in power dynamics. This decision had been made internally within the Ancient Martial Alliance, partially to counter the provocations of the smaller Ancient Martial Minor Alliance. By empowering more mundane world martial artists, they aimed to balance the scales against their rivals. In the mundane world, whichever family secured this project would ascend to unrivaled supremacy, becoming the next dominant superfamily. Thus, the Hua family's banquet wasn't just attended by major factions from Dacia. Representatives from Yamato, Europa, and even the United States had come to vie for the opportunity. However, the Hua family's focus remained domestic. Among the contenders, the Ling family and the Wu family stood out as frontrunners. The Wu family held a slight advantage, thanks to their patriarch, Wu Jinchuan, sharing an old friendship with Hua Taikong of the Hua family. Rumor had it their odds far outstripped the Ling families. More critically, the Wu family had the backing of their ancestral elder, said to already be a martial saint. Additionally, the ancient martial clans Gong and Fong had jointly pressured the Hua family. Either scrap the project entirely or hand it exclusively to the Wu family. After all, the Wu, Gong, and Fong families were practically joined at the hip. With such overwhelming advantages, the Wu family's third-generation heir, young Master Wu Hai, was brimming with confidence as though the project was practically in his hands. As Yi Fan and Ling Yanxiu arrived at the Guotai Hotel's entrance, they spotted Wu Hai loitering outside, seemingly waiting for someone. Dressed in a black tailcoat, white dress shirt, and bow tie, Wu Hai wore gold-rimmed glasses and sported a neatly parted hairstyle. If not for the absence of a tiny mustache, he'd look like a carbon copy of a slimeball Yamato imperialist. A single glance, and Yi Fan already despised him. Those Yamato scum had nearly killed his beloved Jade Linglong in the Penglai Valley. Though he'd wiped out the dark-clothed society's agents in Dacia, vengeance was far from complete. Heh! Young Mistress Ling, you've finally arrived. Been waiting for you forever. Seeing Ling Yanxiu step out of the car, Wu Hai strode forward enthusiastically, extending a hand. My condolences on your fiancé's tragic demise. You must take care. Losing young Master Yi was truly heartbreaking. Such a fine man. Gone too soon. His lips twisted into a sleazy grin. But with someone as gorgeous as you left all alone, why not marry me? I'll treat you like royalty. His greedy eyes shamelessly raked over her, as though mentally stripping her bare. Ling Yanxiu recoiled in disgust. Get lost. For the first time in a while, she felt unshakable confidence. Why? Because her man Yi Fan wasn't dead. This deadbeat had merely assumed a new identity. Right beside her. On the surface, he was Fan Yi, her sister's boyfriend, but in truth, he was hers. Knowing Yi Fan's temperament, there was no way he'd let anyone mess with his woman. After everything they'd weathered, she knew. Even if she tore the sky down, Yi Fan would patch it up for her. Before she left for the Northwest, he'd already boosted her strength straight to the martial emperor realm. Taking Wu Hai down would be child's play. But she didn't want to. After so long apart, she wanted to relive the feeling of being protected by him. Now, Miss Ling. No need for rudeness. Wu Hai sneered. A lady should be gentle. Without the Yi family's backing, do you really think your Ling clan stands a chance? Dream on. He swaggered smugly. Perhaps you're unaware. My grandfather and Elder Hua go way back. Tonight's banquet is just theater. No matter how many lapdogs show up, my Wu family has already won. In fact, a single word from me, and the Hua family's guards would toss you out before you even step inside. But if you agree to be mine, I'd gladly let the Ling family share in our victory. After all, we'd be family, wouldn't we? His arrogance was insufferable. Ling Yanxiu's mood, initially pleasant, darkened. She was aware of the Wuhua connections. If Wu Jinchuan interfered, even if the Wu family failed, the Ling family wouldn't get the project either. Just then, Yi Fan, having parked the car, slid an arm around her slender waist, pulling her close. Sis, let's head in. Currently disguised as Fan Yi, he was still technically her sister's boyfriend, borrowed to escort her tonight. Wu Hai's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. What the hell? Ling Yanxiu had recoiled from his slightest touch, yet now she allowed this nobody chauffeur to hold her without protest? Even worse, her gaze softened with something disgustingly affectionate. Unbelievable. You fucking trash. Who the hell do you think you are? Wu Hai whipped out his combat blade, slashing at Yi Fan's arm. You dare lay hands on Yanxiu? I'll chop it off. In the eyes of men like Wu Hai, drivers were insects, disposable, meaningless. Back when Yi Fan was still alive, Wu Hai hadn't even dared to fantasize about Ling Yanxiu. After all, Yi Fan had almost taken down even Prince Jin. But now that Yi Fan was dead, did Wu Hai really think Ling Yanxiu could escape his grasp? A mere chauffeur, daring to lay hands on Ling Yanxiu? That was nothing short of blasphemy against him. So this bastard is Wu Hai, the eldest son of the Wu family? Instead of dodging Wu Hai's slash, Yi Fan turned to Ling Yanxiu, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Yes, sigh. The feud between the Ling and Wu families had been going on for ages. Back when the Yi family had maintained the balance, the two major families had restrained themselves out of mutual wariness. But now that the Wu family had received news of Yi Fan's supposed death in an explosion, it was only natural for them to grow unrestrained. Besides, Prince Jin had already made promises. The ancient martial families, the Fong and Gong clans, had already mobilized. Tonight, they planned to pressure the Hua family into handing over the project to the Wu family while simultaneously intimidating the Ling family into withdrawing. With so many forces backing them up, the Wu family's arrogance was hardly surprising. What Wu Hai didn't know, however, was that the Fong family's forces had already been wiped out. Meanwhile, the Gong family dared not act recklessly because Hua Shuyan held the ashes of their patriarch. Most crucially, there was one piece of intel none of them had. Yi Fan wasn't dead at all. Disguised as Fan Yi, he stood right in front of Wu Hai. Wu Hai, barely at the martial sovereign level, actually dared to attack Yi Fan, who was at the peak of martial saint realm, 7th or even 8th tier. This wasn't just suicide. It was delivering his own head on a silver platter. A sinister smile curled on Yifan's lips as he casually sidestepped. Wu Hai barked instantly. You fucking trash. Who the hell said you could move? Stand still and take this damn slash like a good dog, or I'll chop you to pieces and feed you to the hounds. Yifan was genuinely speechless. You're trying to slash me, yet you demand I don't move? What kind of bullshit logic is that? Am I supposed to just stand here and let you kill me? Since when is this level of tyranny acceptable? Wu Hai's roars drew the attention of numerous guests at the entrance, including Hua family's bodyguards, who quickly gathered around. Wait, isn't that Wu Hai, the Wu family's young master, and Ling Yanxiu, the Ling family's heiress? Why are they butting heads? Are you stupid? The Ling-Wu rivalry has simmered for ages. Today just makes it public. Wu Hai's demanding Ling Yanxiu leave widowhood and become his woman. It's blatant bullying. What can she do? Have you heard? Yifan, the great Xia's greatest prodigy, was allegedly blown to pieces in the northwest this morning. DNA results confirmed it. The corpse was his. With this, the Yi family's male line is completely wiped out. No wonder Wu Hai's making his move now. No kidding. When Yifan was rising, the Ling family must have thought they'd secured a golden patron. But now, heck, my family still has business ties with them. Guess those billions in unpaid debts don't need settling anymore. With the Yi family gone and the Ling family left with only a woman at the helm, Prince Jin's going to annihilate them. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as they watched the scene unfold, many shaking their heads in grim amusement. As Wu Hai's blade came slashing down, Yifan smirked. A surge of energy pulsed from his wrist. Stellar reversal. With his shout, a shimmering golden aura coiled around Wu Hai's arm. In the next instant, the spectators gaped in shock as Yifan and Wu Hai's positions abruptly swapped places. Yet Wu Hai's blade continued its descent without pause. If this kept up, wouldn't Wu Hai end up chopping his own damn arm off? An elder accompanying Wu Hai paled, an ominous premonition striking him. Young Master Wu, stop! He bellowed, lunging forward to intervene. But Wu Hai was too consumed by fury and the need to make an example. He had chosen to attack Yifan, disguised as a mere driver, not just out of rage, but to intimidate Ling Yanxiu through sheer brutality. There was no stopping now. Thwack! A sickening noise, half wet, half crisp, resounded. Crunch. Flesh split. Then bone shattered. The blade lodged itself deep, emitting a harsh, grating screech that raised everyone's hairs. Humph! Consider this your lesson, trash. A goddess like Yanxiu is beyond filth like you. With Yifan dead, only a man like me can give her a future. Understand? Wu Hai snarled, still oblivious to the agony in his own arm. Blood gushed from the near-severed limb. Had it not been for his innate defensive energy, the strike would have cleaved it clean off. Beside Yifan, Ling Yanxiu's heart clenched at the sight. My husband really is something else. Even though Yifan had elevated her to the martial emperor tier, she still couldn't fathom how he'd pulled this off at such close range. Truth be told, even Yifan himself didn't fully grasp the mechanics of stellar reversal. The technique came from advanced martial scripts within the Dragon Ring. He simply followed their instructions without questioning the underlying principles. Still not running? Next slash takes your head. Got it? Damn it. Why does my arm feel numb? Wu Hai barked, scowling. Yifan almost laughed. He lazily waved his own unharmed arm in Wu Hai's face. Young Master Wu, doesn't your arm hurt? Mine's perfectly fine. Wu Hai blinked. What? He definitely swung at Yifan. So why was the driver's arm intact? Then, a wave of dizziness hit him. The coppery stench of blood flooded his nostrils. Agony. His arm felt like it was on fire. Looking down, Wu Hai's face drained of color. Holy shit. My arm. Who the fuck cut my arm off? Oh! Clang. Wu Hai howled in pain and hurled his battle blade onto the ground, clutching his wounded arm with gritted teeth as he stomped around like a madman. At that moment, the elderly Wu family bodyguard rushed over to assist. Channeling his inner energy, He swiftly stemmed Wu Hai's bleeding while urgently advising, "Young master, stop cursing. That arm. You chopped it off yourself." "Huh? I cut my own arm? Am I insane?" Wu Hai glared in disbelief, his outburst filling the air. But then he froze. Something was wrong. His stance was off. When he had swung at Yi Fan earlier, he should have been standing in a different position. Instead, he now stood where Yi Fan had been moments ago. Even stranger was the angle of his slash. His right hand had gripped the blade as it arced inward toward himself, while his left wrist had jerked forward as if deliberately offering itself to be severed. His entire posture had twisted grotesquely, as though he had been attempting to embrace something. Wu Hai glanced around. Within a 3-meter radius, only Ling Yanxiu and Yi Fan stood nearby besides himself and the old bodyguard. No one else was close, and the only person who had moved earlier was himself. With mounting dread, Wu Hai realized he really had hacked off his own arm. I did this to myself." He turned to the old man, baffled. "What madness possessed me? I was trying to kill that bastard." He scratched his head, utterly puzzled. How had their positions swapped mid-swing? How had his strike meant for Yi Fan ended up lopping off his own limb? "Young master, it really was you. I also don't know what came over you." Though the elderly bodyguard's strength barely brushed the emperor tier, he had sensed something unusual, a ripple of ancient energy emanating from that driver. One thing was certain. This bizarre phenomenon was undoubtedly Yi Fan's doing. "Young master, perhaps we should drop this for now. Tonight's priority is securing the Hua family's pill refinement project. There's no need for further trouble. That driver is not simple." The elderly bodyguard felt unease creeping in. If Wu Hai persisted, more suffering awaited. That man was no mere chauffeur. Wu Hai exploded. "Drop it? After losing an arm? Screw that. That bastard pulled some trick on me." Despite his rage, Wu Hai wasn't stupid. After weighing the facts, he knew Yi Fan had to be responsible. There just wasn't proof. Ling Yanxiu smirked. "Oh? So young Master Wu, having failed to kill my driver, resorts to baseless accusations." Wu Hai ignored her, turning furiously to the crowd gathering around them. Yi Fan sighed dramatically and spread his hands. "Friends, you all saw what happened, right? Mr. Wu swung his blade at me but somehow chopped off his own arm instead. And now he blames me? How is that fair?" His words ignited an uproar. "Exactly. We saw it clearly. Wu Hai attacked the driver and wounded himself. You've gone too far, Wu Hai. Are you so shameless you blame others for your own failures? Humph. None of you fools realized it. That driver isn't ordinary. The Ling family may have lost its former protector, Yi Fan, but now another force stands behind them." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Though everyone present represented powerful factions, some even surpassing the Wu family's prestige in the capital, none dared underestimate Yi Fan. Regardless of whether they believed Wu Hai or suspected Yi Fan, no one outright supported Wu Hai's tantrum. Wu Hai's face twitched. He felt like he'd swallowed a fly, humiliated, furious, yet powerless to prove Yi Fan responsible. But Wu Hai wasn't one to endure insults. His eyes darted around until he spotted Hua Chang'an, captain of the Hua family's security team, emerging from the gates. "Captain Hua, over here." Wu Hai beckoned frantically. "This bastard here used foul tricks to cripple me. As the Hua family's security chief, aren't you going to step in?" He threw Hua Chang'an a meaningful look. Hua Chang'an, though merely Hua Manor's deputy security head, wielded considerable influence. More importantly, he was already bought by the Wu family. Tonight's scheme relied partly on his compliance. Without hesitation, Hua Chang'an barked at his men. "Seize him!" Turning to Ling Yanxiu, he sneered. "Miss Ling, causing trouble on Hua family grounds? You've lost your banquet privileges. Leave at once." Gasps erupted. A mere security captain had the audacity to expel an invited guest? Even fellow elites hesitated, antagonizing the Hua family, especially when they seemed aligned with the Wu family, was unwise. Several outspoken critics earlier now fell silent. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. Just as the guards lunged forward, his voice cut like ice. "Hold it, Captain Hua. Are you sure your masters would approve of this bias?" His gaze alone forced the guards back a step. Hua Chang'an gave Yi Fan a disdainful glance. "Humph. So what if you know? My Hua family is part of the martial world. Crushing a mundane family is no different from kicking a stray dog. You think I'd care?" "Ha! Sure. The Ling family has some influence here in Shanghai, but don't forget, you're just a top-tier mundane family, like a dog. No matter how fierce it is, it's still just a dog. What are you all standing around for? Seize him. A piece of trash like this dares to act arrogant in front of the mighty Hua family." Hua Chang'an had no intention of reasoning with Yi Fan. His approach was sheer dominance, crushing him with sheer force. In the martial world, power reigned above all, even over the mundane world's royal families. None would dare provoke the great martial clans lightly. So, Hua Chang'an truly believed he had the right to act this way. Beside him, Wu Hai let out a relieved sigh seeing Hua Chang'an take action. He sneered at Yi Fan. "Moron, your petty tricks might have worked on me, but acting tough in front of Captain Hua? You've got a death wish. Captain Hua, trash like this, who dares disrespect the Hua family, should be executed on the spot as an example." Wu Hai kept fueling the fire, afraid Hua Chang'an might spare Yi Fan. Deep down, Wu Hai was uneasy. This damn driver might be trouble. If Yi Fan stayed, Ling Jia could still compete for the project. The best solution? Eliminate him or drive Ling Jia entirely out of the banquet, stripping their eligibility. This was the strategy already agreed upon by the Fang family, the Gong family, Prince Jin, and the Wu family. Wu Hai simply hadn't yet heard about the unexpected setbacks with the Fang and Gong families. While Wu Hai was still hurling insults, Yi Fan suddenly moved. With a flash, he was already before Hua Chang'an. Lifting his hand, he delivered a harsh slap across Hua Chang'an's face. "Did your parents not teach you to respect others? Did you eat crap before coming here? Your mouth reeks worse than a sewer." Smack! The crisp sound echoed through the hall, plunging the room into stunned silence. Gasps! Everyone's eyes widened in shock, staring at Yi Fan in disbelief. Had this little driver from the Ling family lost his mind? Fighting with Wu Hai, son of the Wu family, was one thing. After all, no matter how powerful the Wu family was, they were still just another mundane superfamily in Shanghai. Ling Jia might be weaker, but they were at least on the same level. Even if Wu Hai had Prince Jin backing him and martial clan support, the two families could still clash somewhat evenly. But now, this driver had actually struck Hua Jia's security captain. This changed everything. Holy shit, did this punk just hit Captain Hua? He's outright slapping Hua Jia in the face. This must be the first time in history. A damn driver from a mundane family striking a martial clan's elite. It's over. There's no coming back from this. Sigh. Ling Jia's doom started when they married into that idiot from the Yi family. Even if Yi Fan rose later, it was just a flash in the pan. What a shame. The crowd murmured in shock, many stepping back instinctively, anticipating the bloodbath to come. If Hua Chang'an's earlier actions seemed unreasonable, now that Yi Fan had struck first, no one could protest even if Hua Chang'an killed him on the spot. But one thing was clear. Yi Fan had moved too fast for Hua Chang'an to react. This meant Yi Fan's strength was no joke. Hua Chang'an, after all, was a captain of Hua Jia's guards, a martial emperor-level expert, which meant Yi Fan had to at least be a 6th-level martial emperor. Too bad. Even a martial sage couldn't survive offending a martial clan. The happiest one there was Wu Hai. When he first saw Yi Fan slap Hua Chang'an, he froze. But once it sank in, he nearly jumped for joy. Ha! That's right. Hit him. Damn. I thought nothing would happen. Now, if Hua Chang'an didn't retaliate, Wu Hai might as well believe in ghosts. You bastard! How dare you strike Captain Hua? That's not just his face. That's the honor of the entire Hua family. You're dead. Wu Hai could barely contain his laughter. Captain Hua, are you alright? Seeing Hua Chang'an's blackened expression, he quickly wiped the grin off his face. Hua Chang'an was boiling with humiliation. He shot Wu Hai a glare. Do I look alright to you? I'm far from alright. That damn Ling family driver had slapped him in public. And he hadn't even dodged it. His vision still swam with stars, half his face swollen, teeth shattered, blood filling his mouth. Yet he dared not spit it out. If he spat out the shattered teeth and blood, the disgrace would be even worse. A Marshall clan security captain, reduced to this state by a mundane driver? How could he ever show his face again? Gulp. Suppressing nausea, Hua Chang'an forced himself to swallow the blood and broken teeth. The bitterness made him want to scream. He glared venomously at Yi Fan. You little. His voice was garbled, missing teeth slurring his words. I'll have you chopped into mincemeat. Do it. Kill him now. He barked orders at his men while reflexively covering his face, terrified of another strike. But before he could finish, smack! Another slap cracked through the air. Despite shielding his face, his right cheek erupted in pain. Now both sides matched, swollen symmetrically, teeth nearly gone. Ugh! Ack! Hua Chang'an tried to speak, but only gibberish came out, his lips too mangled to form words. The crowd watched, necks craned. Their initial shock had morphed into something else. Morbid fascination, amusement, even anticipation. Truth be told, they themselves had no idea what the hell they were expecting. Perhaps these elite families of the secular world had long grown tired of the martial world's arrogance. Especially the Ling family, who acted as if they stood above everyone else, looking down on the mortal realm with contempt. Or perhaps what they couldn't stand was the martial world's disgusting attitude, treating ordinary people like dogs. After all, not everyone enjoyed being treated like a dog. It wasn't that they didn't want to beat the crap out of those martial world bastards. They just didn't dare take action themselves. But now, Yi Fan had done what they lacked the courage to do. Among the crowd, some emotionally charged family representatives even felt the urge to cheer. They had already decided if Fan Yi died here today, they'd erect a memorial plaque in his honor when they returned. Ah, kill him! Hua Chang'an clutched his face, hopping mad with rage. Without another word, he barked the most direct order at his bodyguards. Whoosh! Having been slapped twice in a row, Hua Chang'an's subordinates didn't even need his command. They immediately closed in on Yi Fan, ready to strike. At this point, it was no longer just about Hua Chang'an's wounded pride. Yi Fan's actions were a direct challenge to the entire Hua family's authority. Seeing the situation unfold, Ling Yanxiu grew nervous. What do we do now? This is escalating too fast. It'll be hard to clean up later. And our collaboration with the Hua family, it's probably ruined. Her face was etched with worry. Though she knew the man beside her, Fan Yi, was actually Yi Fan, alive and well. His reckless actions had stirred up too much trouble. Worse yet, he couldn't rely on his usual methods or connections to smooth things over. How would this end? The conflict between the Ling family and Prince Jin was already out in the open. Without the Hua family's project or their protection, the Ling family's future would be bleak. And now, Yi Fan had thoroughly pissed off the Hua family. This damn troublemaker, what was he playing at? Yi Fan might be powerful, but openly challenging the Hua family. Slapping their guards, humiliating them, was like painting a target on his own back. Was there even a way to turn this around? Yet Yi Fan merely gave Ling Yanxiu's rear a gentle pat. Don't worry, sis. I've got it handled. TSK. Ling Yanxiu squirmed slightly, her cheeks flushing as she scolded him under her breath. Ugh, seriously, there are so many people watching. You're impossible. Despite her complaints, the warmth from his touch sent a soothing pulse through her, calming her nerves. Though subtle, the little exchange didn't escape the guests' notice. In an instant, murmurs spread through the crowd. Wait, did I just see that? That little driver just groped Ling Yanxiu's ass. Damn it. I knew there was something shady going on between them. Hold up. My family just got word. Ling Yifei, the Ling family's second daughter, recently started dating a new guy named Fan Yi. Look, here's a photo. Doesn't it look just like that driver? One family delegate pulled up an image on his phone for comparison. Holy shit, It's not just a resemblance. It's the exact same guy. Damn, this is wild. The boyfriend of the younger sister is also fooling around with the elder sister? What kind of twisted soap opera is this? Yifan ignored the whispers entirely. Likewise, he paid no attention to the Hua family's guards closing in with their blades drawn. Instead, he spoke coldly. Let me make one thing clear. Even if I slaughtered everyone here today, the Hua family would still beg to collaborate with the Lings. Believe it or not. So if you value your lives, I suggest you stay out of it. What? Kill all of Hua family's guards, and they'd still grovel to work with the Lings? What kind of nonsense was that? Was this guy delusional? Yifan's words left Hua Chang'an and his men utterly stunned. Wu Hai scoffed in disbelief. What a lunatic! Did you just escape from a mental hospital? Or are you still dreaming? Snapping out of his daze, Hua Chang'an spat out blood and a broken tooth before roaring. What the hell are you all waiting for? Kill him now. This had gone too far. If they didn't resolve this quickly, Hua Dai would demand answers. After such a humiliation today, how would the Hua family maintain their dominance in the secular world? Who would fear them now? Whoosh! A surge of martial energy erupted, stirring a fierce wind through the venue as the Hua family's guards advanced, blades gleaming. Most of these fighters were at least Grandmaster level, with several even reaching Martial Venerable rank. Such an elite force, deployed in the mortal world, was enough to intimidate an entire nation. Against anyone short of a martial saint, they were practically unstoppable. Unfortunately for them, Yifan was a martial saint 7th tier and above. These guards weren't even worth his attention. Just his aura alone could crush them effortlessly. But Yifan had already pieced together one thing. Hua Chang'an had likely betrayed their family, defecting to Wu Hai or Prince Jin's faction. If so, Yifan wouldn't mind helping the Hua's clean house. Just as Yifan's aura flared, poised to strike, a figure suddenly darted out from a nearby Lamborghini and lunged toward him. With a single flick of his wrist, a burst of energy sent all the Grandmaster-level guards flying backward. Oh, the newcomer's aura was undeniably fierce, but what caught Yifan's attention were the golden strands woven into his energy, eerily similar to the golden essence of the immortal path guidance within Yifan's own body. This guy wasn't ordinary, and though they'd only just locked eyes, Yifan sensed something oddly familiar about him, like they'd met before. But where? He couldn't quite place it. What Yifan didn't know was that this young man was none other than Yen Ryu, the fake traffic officer from before. Captain Hua, is this any way to treat your guests? Yen Ryu smirked. If they came for the banquet, they deserve courtesy, especially since they're here to discuss business. So what if he got slapped around a little? Let it go. And get everyone inside. Standing around the entrance is just embarrassing. His words left the crowd speechless. This newcomer, who the hell did he think he was? Since when were young people so brazen? First, Yifan claimed the Huas would beg to work with him. Now this guy was outright ordering them around? Just who was he? Who the hell do you think you are? Wu Hai, standing nearby, was secretly preparing to cheer as the situation seemed about to escalate into a full-blown fight. But now, an unexpected twist had occurred. The sudden appearance of Yen Ryu had repelled the Hua family's bodyguards. If no fight broke out, that damn driver wouldn't get the punishment he deserved. Then Wu Hai's broken arm today would have been for nothing. Get the hell out of here. What kind of trash dares to cause trouble here? Offend Captain Hua, and you'll be eating shit later. Wu Hai continued to stir up trouble for Hua Chang'an, oblivious to the fact that Hua Chang'an's expression had darkened to an extreme degree. Slap! Before Wu Hai could even react, Hua Chang'an backhanded him hard across the face, sending him crashing into a flower bed with such force that it left a massive hole. Blood gushed from a gaping wound on Wu Hai's head. Captain Hua, what are you? Wu Hai writhed in pain, his kidneys aching as he struggled to rise from the wreckage. Confusion and resentment twisted his face as he glared at Hua Chang'an. What kind of madness is this? Did that damn driver slap him so hard he lost his mind? Too scared to lay a finger on the driver, so he takes it out on me instead. Apologies, young Master Yen. That fool from the ordinary world doesn't know any better. He offended you. Please forgive this transgression and don't stoop to his level. To Wu Hai's shock, Hua Chang'an dropped his weapon, dispelling all traces of his earlier killing intent, and bowed deeply to Yen Ruyu in a display of utmost respect. His demeanor was one of terrified deference, as if facing some terrifying existence. Humph, so now I'm trash. Yen Ruyu sneered, tilting his head as he cracked his knuckles. I've never heard that one before. Besides, I saw how you've been insulting my friend just now. His fingers popped ominously. Really pisses me off. To an ordinary person, the sound might have been insignificant. But to Hua Chang'an, it was like the toll of a death knell. Thud. Without hesitation, Hua Chang'an dropped to his knees. A surge of martial energy blasted into Wu Hai's legs, forcing him down as well. You don't want to die? Then kneel and apologize. Still bowing, Hua Chang'an stammered, Young Master Yen, this is all our fault. Forgive us. We had no idea Miss Ling was your friend. We'll handle everything as you say. Yen Ruyu smirked. Misunderstanding. Miss Ling isn't my friend. My friend is him, Fan Yi. He winked at Fan Yi before adding with a low chuckle, You lucky bastard. Already got the little sister, and now you're running around with the big one. Told you to try the park, but you didn't listen. Huh. Fan Yi's eyes flashed with recognition. You're that traffic cop. You! He suddenly remembered that officer who'd waved him off the roadside. At the time, the flickering embers inside him had pulsed faintly, hinting at unseen danger. But Fan Yi had dismissed it. Now it makes sense. Was it warning me because this guy is unbelievably strong? Right you are. Yen Ruyu gave a theatrical bow. Let me introduce myself properly, Yen Ruyu. Yes, just like the book holds its own Yen Ruyu from the saying. I feel a connection with you, Fan Yi. How about we be friends? You wouldn't refuse me, would you? He extended his hand, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. Meanwhile, Hua Chang'an felt his vision darken. He wanted nothing more than to slap himself raw. Captain Hua, who the hell is this guy? Why are we kneeling? Is he really that terrifying? Wu Hai gritted his teeth, resentment bubbling under the humiliation. Hua Chang'an sighed heavily. Don't ask. Young Master Yan's power far surpasses the martial saint realm. Even the top families of the ancient martial world defer to him, because he might be a young master from the immortal domain. Nobody crosses him. Immortal domain? Wu Hai nearly screamed. His gaze swung back to Fan Yi, now filled with burning envy. Unbelievable. How the hell does Fan Yi have such luck? Parked his car like an idiot, and now some immortal domain big shot takes a liking to him. Why can't that be me? With backing from an immortal domain powerhouse, what chance did the Wu family even have? Captain Hua, does this mean tonight's project is ruined? Wu Hai's face twisted with bitterness. If they lost this deal, Wu family's standing with Prince Jin would collapse. Their future would be bleak. Hua Chang'an narrowed his eyes. Losing faith already? Don't worry. Another major figure is arriving tonight, one no weaker than Yen Ruyu. The Hua family's expansion in Shangjing won't be so easy. Wu Hai forced a breath of relief, though resentment still churned inside him. Just my luck. Why does this nobody always land on his feet? Despite their kneeling posture, both Wu Hai and Hua Chang'an couldn't help stealing glances at Fan Yi. Meanwhile, Fan Yi studied Yen Ruyu warily, pushing his perception to the limit, yet still failing to gauge the man's true depth. One thing was certain, Yen Ruyu was far stronger than him. This wasn't the first time. Yen Yu in Miaojiang, Zhong Yuanqing, who took Xuan Yufei from Huadu, especially Zhong Yuanqing already beyond the martial saint stage, breaking past spirit transformation, foundation establishment, even golden core, yet he willingly formed a soul contract with Fan Yi and even gifted him 3 life-saving jade tokens. Why? And now this young Master Yen, another likely powerhouse from the immortal domain, was practically begging to be friends. Could those fragmented memories actually be real? Is Stellar Emperor not just a delusion? Noticing Fan Ye's hesitation, Yen Ryu smiled. If you need time to decide, I can wait. But my offer is genuine. I'd happily serve you, help clear up some inconsequential nuisances. Hua Chang'an nearly choked. Where's your dignity? Your pride? Young Master Yen, feared throughout the ancient martial world, bowing to a mere driver like this. What the hell is going on? Wu Hai too was dumbstruck. He wasn't stupid. In a world where strength ruled all, for an immortal domain figure to grovel like this meant one thing. Fan Ye's status must be beyond terrifying. Beyond even Yen Ryu's reach. Just who is Fan Ye really? Upon hearing Fan Ye's name just now, Wu Hai and Hua Chang'an instantly realized his identity. So this guy was the same Fan Ye who had killed Ling Bo at the Ling residence and ruined the marriage alliance with the Hua family. Ling Yifei's boyfriend, the younger sister's boyfriend, attending a business banquet with the elder sister while acting so intimately. It was already blatantly obvious. The sisters had no intention of letting Fan Ye go. Seeing how well things worked out within the family, Fan Ye was truly lucky. And now, it appeared that the Ling family might have found another powerful backer. According to intel, Fan Ye was merely a martial arts expert from a declining family in Jiangnan. But now, it seemed his background was far from simple. You've misunderstood, young Master Yen. Fan Ye chuckled slightly, shaking Yen Ryu's hand. I was just sighing in admiration. You've hidden yourself quite well. I didn't even notice back then. Yen Ryu seemed delighted that Fan Ye agreed to be friends. After a booming laugh, he spoke meaningfully. Young Master Fan hasn't hid himself shallowly either. As he spoke, Yen Ryu winked at Fan Ye and tapped his own cheek subtly. Though unspoken, the gesture made one thing clear. Yen Ryu had somehow discerned the truth behind Fan Ye's disguise. For a split second, Fan Ye's heart skipped a beat. But then he realized many of the martial techniques and skills from the immortal domain were far beyond the comprehension of the mortal world. It made perfect sense that Yen Ryu had seen through his disguise. Luckily, this particular young Master Yen seemed to harbor no ill will. The two shared a knowing smile. Yen Ryu gestured toward the entrance of the Guotai Hotel and said, Young Master Fan, Miss Ling, shall we head in together? As they walked in, Yen Ryu leaned closer and asked, Young Master Fan, do you need any help with tonight's project? No need. I can handle this much on my own, Fan Ye replied. Though he appreciated the offer, he had just met Yen Ryu, and the man had already done him a favor. Continuing to owe him would make Fan Ye uncomfortable. Yen Ryu nodded. I have faith in your abilities, but I still want to remind you, tonight's banquet will attract all sorts of vipers and scoundrels. There's one person you should pay special attention to. The Blazing Sun envoy from the emissary organization under the Soul Hall is rumored to have returned to the capital. There's a chance he'll appear tonight, and his strength is likely at least at the peak of the martial saint realm. Young Master Fan, you just remember this. If you run into any trouble, just say the word. As a friend, I won't stand idly by. The Blazing Sun envoy? Yen Ryu's words sent Fan Ye's heart racing, his eyes flashing with disbelief. How could this be? Back in the southwestern Miaojiang Mountains, hadn't he personally purified and obliterated both the Blazing Sun envoy and Shen Ming with the death aura and the evil-slaying array? Their deaths were absolute. There was no way they could have survived. So how could the Blazing Sun envoy reappear? Despite his shock, Fan Ye kept his expression calm. Thanks, young Master Yen. At the hotel entrance, Wu Hai and Hua Chang'an only dared to stand up, legs still weak. After Fan Ye, Yen Ryu, and Ling Yanxiu had entered the building. That damn bastard! We're not finished. Wu Hai glared venomously at Fan Ye's retreating figure, wishing he could tear him apart. Fan Ye already had Ling Yifei, yet he was monopolizing her elder sister too, and because of him, the outcome of tonight's project bidding was now uncertain. Wu Hai could no longer guarantee that the Wu family would secure the deal. With the backing of Prince Jin, as well as the Fong and Gong families, the Wu family had already handed out promises and benefits to numerous other factions. If the project didn't go to them, those families would tear Wu Hai to pieces in retaliation. Even with young Master Yan's support, What can a trashy nobody from the mortal world do? The forces behind us aren't something he can interfere with. Just wait and see the show tonight. Hua Chang'an shot a cold glance at the guards standing nearby and snapped, "Keep strict watch over the entrance tonight. No one gets in or out without my permission." A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Though tonight's banquet appeared lively on the surface, undercurrents of danger lurked beneath. The Hua family was about to be thrown into the fire. With that, Hua Chang'an hurried inside alongside Wu Hai. He thought he had concealed his schemes perfectly. But on the 8th floor of the hotel, hidden behind a window, Hua Taikong lowered his binoculars, his expression icy. "Ungrateful dog. Turns out you really were a snake in the grass. I've suspected you for a long time, thanks to young Master Fan exposing you tonight. No wonder Shui Yan's whereabouts, despite being kept so secret, were leaked instantly. It was all your doing." He turned to the well-built young man beside him and growled, "Make arrangements. Do it quietly, no loose ends. Not even one of Hua Chang'an's inner circle survives. I want to see what kind of chaos this traitor dares to stir up tonight." After entering the banquet hall, Yen Ruyu bid farewell and left. Only then did Ling Yanxiu finally relax. She playfully smacked Fan Ye's chest and huffed, "You're the worst. You already knew that young Master Yen, didn't you?" His sudden appearance had forced Hua Chang'an to his knees and retract his own words. Proof of Yen Ruyu's extraordinary status. It was a blatant humiliation, yet Hua Chang'an hadn't dared to resist. Fan Yi exhaled helplessly. "Elder sis, you're accusing me wrongly. I really don't know him. The person I expected isn't him but rather." Before he could finish, they noticed Hua Shuyan gliding gracefully toward them in an elegant white gown. Fan Yi faltered internally. Initially, he had thought Ling Yanxiu wouldn't recognize his true identity, so attending as her companion tonight wouldn't be an issue, even if he also had to accompany Hua Shuyan. But now, Ling Yanxiu already knew the truth, while Hua Shuyan remained unaware. What explanation could he possibly give if she approached him like this? A headache indeed. "Young Master Fan, you came. I knew you were a man of your word. Just as promised, you didn't bring your girlfriend." Hua Shuyan, betraying her usual stern demeanor, beamed as she naturally looped her arm through Fan Ye's free one. "Ha!" Ling Yanxiu stood stunned. What in the world was happening? Hua Shuyan, the eldest daughter of the ancient martial Hua family, was this close to her husband? And it sounded like Fan Yi had promised not to bring his girlfriend? Given that Fan Ye's public identity was Fan Yi, Ling Yifei's boyfriend, had he set aside Ling Yifei for Hua Shuyan? Swish! Ling Yanxiu turned her head, her sharp gaze instantly locking onto Yi Fan. This damned Yi Fan wasn't having 7 sisters-in-law enough? Just how many beauties had he seduced? Would this ever end? "Sister, it's a misunderstanding. Miss Hua and I are just friends." Yi Fan tried to explain, but his words sounded painfully feeble, because Hua Shuyan's actions spoke louder than anything. Right now, Hua Shuyan clung to Yi Fan's arm as if she wanted to melt into him entirely. The phoenix embroidery on her chest nearly burst free, deliberately swaying in front of Yi Fan. He had to look. The worst part? Ling Yanxiu was seething, but Hua Shuyan was the one clinging to him. And Hua Shuyan was the Ling family's financial backer, their potential business partner. She couldn't afford to offend her. "Did I ask you?" "Humph." She was furious. Ling Yanxiu let out a petulant huff, stomped her foot, and pinched Yi Fan's waist so hard he nearly yelped. "Ow!" Yi Fan gritted his teeth, not daring to make a sound. "Help me." Sigh. This nightmare was entirely his own fault. "You must be the eldest Miss Ling, right? I've reviewed the Ling family's materials. Regarding the Hua family partnership, I discussed it earlier with young Master Fan. Don't worry, today's cooperation will definitely go to the Lings." Hua Shuyan's tone was perfectly calm, but her keen eyes hadn't missed how intimately Ling Yanxiu interacted with Yi Fan, or how she dared to pinch him right in front of her. Though she said nothing, Hua Shuyan's heart ached. Her brows furrowed slightly as she redirected the conversation to business, while extending a hand toward Ling Yanxiu. "Ha!" Ling Yanxiu, despite being a powerhouse managing billions and navigating high-stakes negotiations, couldn't help but feel dwarfed in the presence of Hua Shuya, a scion of the ancient martial Hua family. Miss Hua, thank you. She glanced helplessly between Yi Fan and Hua Shuyan, speechless. But realization slowly dawned on her. So this is why Yi Fan said the Hua family would beg to work with us, even if he killed all their bodyguards. He already had a connection with Hua Shuyan, but at what cost? The way Hua Shuyan looked at Yi Fan, like she wanted to devour him, made it painfully clear. Even if she hadn't outright stated it, Ling Yanqiu's intuition screamed. This deal hinges on Yi Fan sacrificing something. Was he being forced into marriage? Becoming the Hua family's live-in son-in-law? The thought made Ling Yanqiu pity Yi Fan just as much as her younger sister, Ling Yifei, did. Had he really gone this far for the Ling family? Don't thank me, Hua Shuyan said sweetly, her eyes lingering on Yi Fan. Thank young Master Fan. He saved my life this afternoon. If not for him, I'd have been crushed beneath a truck. What? Ling Yanqiu froze. Yi Fan saved her life? That was it? Had she misunderstood everything? Oh, well, of course. But I still appreciate Hua family's cooperation. Ling Yanqiu's mood instantly brightened. So it was just gratitude? That damned rascal. He didn't explain properly, making me overthink everything. No need for thanks. If anything, I should thank Miss Ling for generously lending me her boyfriend tonight, Hua Shuyan said with a feline smile, prying Ling Yanqiu's grip off Yi Fan's arm. Don't worry, I'll return him in one piece. After all, Fan Yi saved me. I owe him proper repayment. Let me think of a fitting way. She tugged Yi Fan toward the exit. Huh? Ling Yanqiu's mind short-circuited. What? Borrowing Yi Fan? For a night? Was there no escaping him selling his charms? Sister. Yi Fan gave Ling Yanqiu a pleading look, but Hua Shuyan nudged his face away. Come on. Change into something suitable. We're late for the banquet. Yi Fan fretted over how to explain this later, but to Ling Yanqiu, his reluctance was clearly submission, sacrificing himself for the Ling family's sake. Fan Yi, don't worry. I won't tell Yifei. Ling Yanqiu bit her lip, torn between sympathy and pragmatism. Your sacrifice won't be forgotten. We'll both make it up to you. She almost intervened, but without the Hua family's backing, how would the Lings survive Prince Jin's vendetta? Even with Yi Fan alive and backed by the Jinwu Division and Tianji Pavilion, against ancient martial clans, he was still outmatched. If he needed to trade his dignity, so be it. At least Hua Shuyan, a dazzling martial clan heiress, wasn't a bad match. Anyway, with his harem of beauties, what was one more? Meanwhile, Yi Fan blinked, momentarily stunned by Ling Yanqiu's words. Then realization struck, and a smirk curled his lips. Another lovesick sister-in-law. She actually believed letting Hua Shuyan have him was a heroic sacrifice. In her eyes, ancient martial clans were untouchable, and Yi Fan, no matter how powerful, had to submit. She had no clue how terrifyingly strong he truly was. Strong enough that even those clans begged for his favor, that celestial overlords sought his goodwill. But hey, if she wanted to misunderstand, he wouldn't correct her. This way, he wouldn't need to explain anything. Even if Hua Shuyan forced herself on him, it'd just be another hardship the Ling sisters had to soothe. Not a bad deal. Though now, Hua Shuyan's hooded eyes brimmed with intent as she dragged him toward the dressing room. Was she seriously planning to take things further? If she forced him, should he resist or surrender? Nonsense. Of course, I won't yield. How could a woman take the initiative in such matters? Even if something were to happen, it should be me making the first move. A woman, she absolutely cannot dictate this young master's will. Creak. After the dressing room door opened, Hua Shuerong immediately shoved Yi Fan inside. Rip. Hua Shuerong tore open her clothes in an instant, revealing a black and white catsuit underneath. Her irresistible curves, paired with the soaring white phoenix tattoo, exuded an overwhelming allure. This Hua Shuerong, truly a temptress. Do I look good? She swayed lightly, pinning Yi Fan against the corner in a sudden cave-dawn. Her twisting waist moved like a serpent, glistening seductively. What's more, the strap on her shoulder slipped halfway down, revealing generous expanses of pale skin that forced their way into Yi Fan's vision. Try as he might, he couldn't look away. Of course, you look good. Yi Fan gazed at her intensely, his breathing turning ragged. Manhwa, you're playing with fire. 5 years ago, Yi Fan might have succumbed to such temptation. But now, he had reached the martial saint realm. After encountering countless bewitching beauties, he had already witnessed far too much. For someone who had scaled the summit, other scenery, however breathtaking, could never make him lose himself completely. Still, since Hua Shuerong wanted to play with fire, Yi Fan had no issue indulging her. That's right, I am playing with fire. She giggled seductively, writhing against him before hooking her fingers around his neck. Her breath tickled his skin as she whispered, "Come on, burn me to ashes." These techniques had been hastily taught to her by an elder who had connections in the pleasure quarters. Hua Shuerong's execution was somewhat awkward, but she had grasped the essence well enough. Seeing Yi Fan's reaction, a smug grin tugged at her lips. She thought her charms were working. Yi Fan smirked devilishly. Without a word, he seized her waist, spun her around, and slammed her against the wall, before promptly delivering 2 sharp spanks to her rear. His palms carried the fiery essence of manhwa, and the force of the strikes sent jolts of pain paired with surges of martial energy through her. Her power seemed on the verge of another breakthrough. Earlier, on the roadside, just a wisp of Yi Fan's energy had propelled her through multiple minor realms. Now it was undeniable, his touch was downright magical. Hua Shuerong had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Rip! She tore away her last remaining garment, baring her flawless body before him. "Young Master Fan, I want to be your woman. I'll offer the entire Hua family as my dowry. HM?" Yi Fan's playful expression suddenly stiffened. What? Hua Shuerong wanted to marry him and pawn the entire Hua family as her dowry. This was getting out of hand. In that brief hesitation, Hua Shuerong lunged forward once more, crushing her lips against his in a fierce kiss. Meanwhile, inside the grand hall, capable of holding thousands, guests had gradually trickled in. Since this concerned a project tied to an ancient martial superfamily, representatives from global institutions, conglomerates, and financial groups had gathered. Securing a partnership was a long shot, but showing up was essential. Even if they couldn't deal directly with the Hua family, they could at least scout which secular family would receive the contract. A pharmaceutical factory for cultivation pills. Damn! This involved the entire martial world's power balance. Who would dare miss it? The hall buzzed with activity as attendees mingled. However, amidst the crowd, a few figures stood out with darkened expressions. Among them was Wu Hai, young master of the Wu family, his severed arm now wrapped in bandages, lending him a ragged appearance. He huddled with a group of fellow noble scions. "Young Master Wu, you really suffered today, getting humiliated by some driver from the Ling family. No, wait, he was the fiancé of the second daughter? Regardless, you can't just let this slide, right?" "Exactly. Young Master Wu, you're one of the capital's big 4. That wasn't just your disgrace. It shamed all of us. We're counting on you to lead us to glory." These young men belonged to other prominent families, longtime allies of the Wu clan. Tonight, they were here to bolster Wu Hai's presence. Hearing of his humiliation, they immediately clamored for retaliation. Let it go? Humph, not a chance. That trash crawled out of Jiangnan, and yet he dared. Well, Captain Hua mentioned another big shot would appear tonight. Fan Yi will have his reckoning. As for Ling Yanxiu, we handle her ourselves. Wu Hai's sharp gaze swept the hall before locking onto Ling Yanxiu's distant figure. She stood conversing with several executives. Huh? Where's that Fan Yi bastard? Anyone spot him? Wu Hai frowned at his companions, who promptly questioned their guards. Reports say Fan Yi was taken away by Miss Hua into one of the dressing rooms. He hasn't come out, and there have been strange noises. Oh? The group exchanged puzzled glances. Miss Hua? Which Miss Hua? Wu Hai's heart skipped a beat. Initially, Wu Hai had assumed the Hua-Wu partnership was a done deal. But Fan Ye's sudden appearance, along with Si Mingyu's intervention, hinted at unforeseen complications. Did Fan Yi truly possess high-level backing? Moreover, had the hidden ace Hua Chang'an invited even arrived yet? Young Master Wu, she meant Hua Shuerong, tonight's host. Wu Hai's unease solidified into dread. Come on, brothers. While Fan Ye's distracted, we'll deal with Ling Yanxiu. That bitch is barely at the master realm. Help me subdue her. Even if we have to force her. Today, either she's ruined or dead. Who dares oppose us? Wu Hai snorted coldly. I'm at the martial venerable level. Crushing her should be effortless. True. If Ling Yanxiu's removed, the Hua family will have no choice but to pick young Master Wu. Their intel still painted Yi Fan as deceased, with the ancient martial Fang and Gong families backing the Wu clan. Meanwhile, the Ling family, bereft of Yi Fan's protection, faced the Jin Wang's vengeance. Death was inevitable. So what if they killed Ling Yanxiu here? Unbeknownst to them, however, Ling Yanxiu had already broken through to the martial emperor tier, far beyond anything these ants could contend with. Miss Ling, I've heard about what happened to your husband. Please don't grieve. Knowing young Master Yi as I do, I simply refuse to believe he could fall so easily. Beside Ling Yanxiu, a chubby man smiled as he spoke to her. These past few days must have been extraordinarily difficult for you, Miss Ling. If you encounter any hardship, I, manhwa, will spare no effort to support you. Financially, mobilizing hundreds of billions is no issue at all. And regarding martial forces, should the need arise, I can even request the intervention of my family's ancestral elder. The speaker was none other than manhwa, head of the Mei family in Shangjing. Though his name carried an unusual flair, manhwa himself was known for his integrity and kindness in Shangjing circles. Exactly. Miss Ling, even if something truly has happened to young Master Yi, there's no need for excessive sorrow. We of the Shang family are not the type to kick someone when they're down. Though we may not be able to do much, we will stand with the Ling family to the best of our ability. Right, right. The other families gathered around Ling Yanxiu were equally sincere, earnestly expressing their intentions to support her. At present, the surface narrative was that Yi Fan had fallen, his factions defecting to Prince Jin. The once stable equilibrium of Xia had collapsed, with the scales tipping unmistakably toward Prince Jin's faction. Risking their own positions to extend goodwill toward the Ling family in such perilous times moved Ling Yanxiu deeply. Thank you, everyone. Your kindness will not be forgotten. Rest assured, the Ling family will not crumble. Though my husband is gone, you should know, my sister's boyfriend is not someone to be trifled with. A faint smile curled Ling Yanxiu's lips. Who could have guessed that her sister's so-called boyfriend was actually Yi Fan in disguise? This was beyond anyone's imagination. Prince Jin would surely lose his mind once the truth came to light. Besides, I'm not so easy to bully either. Tightening her fist, Ling Yanxiu unleashed a surge of formidable martial energy. Earlier that afternoon, using mystic warmth currents and the power of divine fragments, Yi Fan had propelled her directly from the early-stage martial sovereign realm to the second-tier martial emperor tier. A burning frustration smoldered within her, yearning for release. Anyone foolish enough to provoke her now would regret it dearly. As her aura rippled outward, the sheer pressure left the assembled family representatives momentarily dazed. Martial emperor tier strength. Though these family heads wielded respectable power themselves, most at the grandmaster level at best, with only a few early-stage martial sovereigns among them, martial emperor experts remained rare even in Shangjing. Even the greatest families counted only one or two within their ranks, typically ancestral elders secluded in cultivation. As for those managing daily affairs, between exhausting mundane responsibilities and limited talent, breaking through to such heights was near impossible. Yet Ling Yanxiu had attained it. With this revelation, even without Yi Fan's backing, the Ling family now boasted 4 martial emperors. No wonder she remained fearless. Ling Yanxiu, so you actually slipped inside. Humph. Fan Yi might shield you temporarily, but he can't be your guardian forever. Where is he now? Let's see who'll save you without him around. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Wu Hai led a group of young heirs and guarded enforcers forward, swiftly encircling Ling Yanxiu, dispersing aides discreetly to monitor for Fan Ye's or the mysterious Yen Ruyu's approach. Their plan was clear: eliminate Ling Yanxiu before those two anomalies could intervene. Surely, even the reckless Fan Yi wouldn't wage war against a powerhouse clan for a corpse, especially with Prince Jin's high-level backing from celestial domain overlords and authoritarian factions. But herein lay the problem: Yi Fan was anything but rational. For him, Prince Jin was the architect of his family's massacre, his ultimate vendetta. There would be no compromise till justice was served. Yet here was Wu Hai, a mere martial sovereign, provoking Ling Yanxiu, a true martial emperor. This was bound to end badly. Amused grins flickered across the faces of Mei Wenhua and other representatives as they exchanged glances. Just say the word if you need assistance, Miss Ling. Gladly. Ling Yanxiu's smile sharpened as energy rippled anew around her. Today was the day to reveal her fangs. With Yi Fan alive, maneuvering behind the scenes, why fear anything? Worst came to worst, he would clean up whatever chaos she stirred. You there? Ling scowled as her gaze swept past Wu Hai toward the accompanying young masters. Young Master Dong, young Master Yen, I strongly advise your families to reconsider this path. Once you cross this line, regret won't save you. These clans bore no blood feud with the Lings, so she extended this final mercy. But since learning of Yi Fan's alleged death, these families had already pledged themselves wholly to crushing the Lings. Having taken action, they wouldn't retreat now. Ling Yanxiu, spare us the theatrics. This banquet was never meant for you. The collaboration slots were pre-allotted between the Wu and Hua families. Barging in seals your fate. Had you fled earlier at the gates, you might have scraped by. But now? Don't blame us for your idiocy. Threaten us? On what grounds? That trash brother-in-law Fan Yi? Scoffed Dong Xiao. Joke's on you. Tonight, higher powers already moved to deal with him. Praying for his intervention. Dream on. Ling Yanxiu's brow furrowed. A hidden master, lurking specifically for Fan Yi? Had this whole event, including Hua Shuiyan's earlier flirtations, been a trap to lure Yi Fan into an ambush? Yet recalling her husband's prowess reassured her instantly. Having orchestrated his own death in the northwest, infiltrating Shangjing as Fan Yi, Yi Fan could never be outmaneuvered so easily. At peak 7th-tier martial saint cultivation, he alone had defied Prince Jin's machinations time and again. In strategy, intellect, and raw power, he stood peerless. She needed only to trust her man. With renewed resolve, Ling Yanxiu's hesitation evaporated. If he fought like a lion, she'd roar as his lioness. Boom! Without hesitation, she struck. Channeling full 2nd-tier martial emperor force, her fist obliterated the air toward Dong Xiao's chest. Boom! Crack! After a dull yet sharp explosive sound, young Master Dong's chest burst open. Despite possessing the martial aura of a martial venerable, the protective energy around him collapsed instantly under Ling Yanxiu's strike. His life force drained rapidly, leaving him no chance to resist. Splat! Blood erupted from young Master Dong's mouth, nostrils, and chest wound. Before he could even comprehend what had happened, his body crumpled to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. You! He swayed slightly, fingers trembling as he pointed at Ling Yanxiu, wanting to speak, but no words came. In seconds, all signs of life vanished from his body. Hiss! Was this terrifying? Did she just kill young Master Dong with a single punch? Ling Yanxiu's overwhelming display of strength left Mei Wenhua, the other merchant family heads, Wu Hai, and everyone nearby utterly stunned. Moments ago, Mei Wenhua had sensed Ling Yanxiu's formidable aura, but never imagined she was this powerful. She had actually annihilated a martial venerable in one strike. Without a doubt, she was a martial emperor. Ling Yanxiu, you shamelessly ambushed us. You! Wu Hai's voice trembled with fear as he shouted, retreating 2 steps back, desperately trying to put distance between himself and Ling Yanxiu. Boom! Yet before he could escape, Ling Yanxiu struck again, her fist smashing down on Wu Hai's shoulder, instantly pulverizing his last intact arm into paste. Coupled with the arm he had severed earlier at Fan Ye's demand, Wu Hai was now crippled beyond recovery. God damn it! You! Wu Hai finally realized. Fan Yi and this Ling Yanxiu were madmen. This ruthless couple had each taken one of his arms, leaving him completely disabled. Save me! Blood sprayed from his wounds as he stumbled backward, shrieking in terror. Panicked, he turned and scrambled toward the gray-robed elder, Wu family's elite bodyguard for tonight, a martial emperor himself. Wu Hai foolishly believed that as long as he reached the elder, he'd be safe. But the gray-robed elder had already sensed Ling Yanxiu's horrifying pressure. She was far stronger than him, her cultivation realm unfathomably higher. Shit! Stay the hell away from me! The elder internally screamed in despair. If Wu Hai didn't run his way, he could pretend not to intervene. But now that his reckless young master was dragging trouble to his doorstep, he had no choice. Boom! Though Wu Hai fled frantically, Ling Yanxiu closed the distance in an instant. Before he could get far, another fist hammered into his back, smashing him face first into the banquet hall's marble floor, leaving a crater beneath him. Ugh! Wu Hai wailed in agony, writhing as he desperately kicked against the ground, trying to scramble away from this berserk woman. Crack! Ling Yanxiu struck again, this time obliterating Wu Hai's family jewels with a single ruthless blow. Only when she noticed the reluctant gray-robed elder charging toward her did she finally shift her focus, turning instead to young Master Yen and the other pampered heirs nearby. The elder barely suppressed his relief. Thank the heavens! She didn't come for me. Meanwhile, Wu Hai, barely conscious from the pain, grit his teeth and wheezed, "Elder Wu, kill that lunatic. Now!" The elder nearly choked. Kill her? Was this idiot out of his mind? Her strength clearly surpassed his by at least a full realm, not to mention her techniques were leagues above ordinary martial emperors. Going against her would be suicide. Damn you, Wu Hai! Shut your trap before you get us both killed. Young master, your injuries are too severe. Rest now. With a decisive flick of his wrist, the elder knocked Wu Hai unconscious with a surge of internal energy. The surrounding guests gaped in shock. What the hell kind of move was that? He had knocked his own young master out cold instead of fighting. What kind of martial emperor just surrenders like a coward? But what they didn't realize was that precise act of cowardice was what saved the gray-robed elder's life. Elder Wu, you. Wu Hai's eyes widened in betrayal before darkness took him. Had even Elder Wu defected to Fan Ye's side? Ah, my balls. My arm. Thud, thud, thud. Elsewhere, the remaining young masters were being effortlessly demolished by Ling Yanxiu. One after another, they were sent flying, limbs broken, dantians shattered, left barely clinging to life. She could have killed them all with ease, but she held back, just enough to ensure they lived to witness the despair that awaited them. Since He Fan had declared that the Hua family would inevitably ally with the Ling family, and given Hua Shuiyan's clear closeness to him, today's events would unfold smoothly. In mere moments, the once arrogant young masters lay sprawled across the floor like beaten stray dogs. Pathetic. Someone, do something. Our Hua family's guards all dead. Young Master Yen writhed on the ground, shrieking at the surrounding Hua family security. This is your banquet hall. Letting someone rampage like this is an insult to the Hua family's honor. But despite the chaos, none of the guards intervened. According to Hua Chang'an's orders, they were supposed to assist Wu Hai tonight. So why weren't they acting? Where the hell was Hua Chang'an anyway? Ling Yanxiu. Enough. At last, a swollen-faced Hua Chang'an burst through a side door, roaring furiously. My useless guards. Are you blind? She's assaulting guests. Arrest her now. The guards exchanged faint smirks before responding in unison. Yes, Captain Hua. As the words fell, the bodyguards exuded their martial auras and coldly moved to surround Ling Yanxiu. The previously noisy scene instantly fell silent. Dead silence. All eyes were fixed on the center of the hall. Many began to admire Ling Yanxiu's bravery. With the Ling family in such dire straits, how dare she act against the Wu family at the Hua family's banquet? Was she seriously disrespecting the Hua family like this and still expecting cooperation? What a joke! Hua Chang'an stepped forward with a grim expression, glaring viciously at Ling Yanxiu. Miss Ling, you've hidden yourself well. Humph, to think you've reached the martial venerable peak level. But with just that little strength, do you really think you can act recklessly here? Overestimating yourself. Hua Chang'an's own strength only reached that level, so all he could perceive was Ling Yanxiu's superficial cultivation. He had no idea her true power had already reached martial emperor level. Damn it! Earlier at the entrance, Fan Yi shielded you, and young Master Yen gave you face. But now, no one's protecting you anymore. Hua Chang'an stared at Ling Yanxiu with hatred. This damn woman had humiliated him earlier. If he didn't vent this rage, it would forever haunt his cultivation. Captain Hua, quit wasting time. Ugh, this pain. While Fan Yi isn't here, kill this bitch now. Nearby, Wu Hai, barely conscious, groggily wondered how he had suddenly blacked out earlier. But right now, all Wu Hai cared about was making sure Ling Yanxiu died before anything else changed. Between the Ling and Wu families, only one could ultimately secure the partnership with the Hua family. If Ling Yanxiu were dead, victory would be his. And the Wu family's worth before Prince Jin would finally be undeniable. Kill that damned woman. Fast. Avenge our brothers. The other young masters who had followed Wu Hai saw the situation unfolding and joined in with furious shouting. If Ling Yanxiu didn't die, wouldn't their suffering today be in vain? Whoosh! The martial emperor-level bodyguard from the Ling family stepped beside Ling Yanxiu, warily surveying the scene. Miss, were we too careless? Though Fan Yi had displayed formidable strength, was Ling Yanxiu relying on him too much? Fan Yi wasn't like former son-in-law Yi Fan. The latter had real backup when things got dire. If he couldn't handle it himself, he'd call for reinforcements. But Fan Yi, despite his power, was just one man. Frowning at the unfolding chaos, Ling Yanxiu's confidence wavered. Hadn't Yi Fan assured her that the Hua family was absolutely reliable? That even if she killed all their bodyguards, they'd still beg to cooperate? And hadn't he sacrificed his dignity by accompanying the Hua family's young miss? How could he not have secured their allegiance? A sharp glint flashed in Ling Yanxiu's eyes. Would she have to fight her way out after all? Fine. If chaos was unavoidable, she might as well shatter the heavens and let Yi Fan clean up the mess. After all, he was her man. And now her sister's too. Humph. Today, she'd run wild across this banquet hall. The thought actually ignited a spark of excitement in her gaze. Boom! The moment Ling Yanxiu's martial aura erupted again, the Hua family's bodyguards surged into action. Ha! What the hell are you doing? Are you insane? Why the fuck are you grabbing me? The entire hall froze in shock. The Hua family's guards weren't targeting Ling Yanxiu or her elderly bodyguard. They were arresting young Master Yen, Wu Hai, and the gray-robed old man beside him. Only the gray-robed elder reacted quickly enough to escape. The other young masters accompanying Wu Hai were swiftly subdued. What the fuck? Do you even know what you're doing? Have you lost your minds? I told you to grab Ling Yanxiu. Why the hell are you arresting Wu Hai? Hua Chang'an roared in fury, his martial energy flaring wildly. His head jerked as he scrutinized the guards. Then his expression twisted in horror. Wait, you aren't the patrol team I assigned. Where the hell is Captain Qin Shuang? A wave of dread crashed through him. How dare you switch out personnel without my orders? Are you rebelling? Smack! Before he could finish, a massive hand swung from the side, sending Hua Chang'an stumbling to his knees. Splurt! Blood gushed from his mouth, his vision swimming. He nearly lost his mind. Who the fuck? His curse died the moment he recognized the figure looming over him. G Grand Elder? Standing before him was none other than Elder Hua Tycoon, head of the Hua family's main branch, and behind him, the famed Hua family execution squad. Their most elite and most feared force, representing the patriarch's absolute authority. They held the power to execute any Hua family member on the spot. At the sight, Hua Chang'an's legs gave out. Had the plan been leaked? Then what about the influential guest Prince Jin sent? The Blazing Sun envoy was supposed to oversee things. Where was he? Humph! Hua Chang'an, you ungrateful snake. You dare speak of rebellion? Crack! Hua Taikong, seething with rage, stomped on Hua Chang'an's chest, instantly shattering his dantian with a burst of martial energy. After the Hua family took you in, trained you, and elevated you to deputy commander, you dare collude with outsiders to betray us? Thud! Another kick left Hua Chang'an unconscious. Only then did Hua Taikong turn to Wu Hai and coldly announce, all clans and factions affiliated with the Wu family will be escorted out. Leave with dignity. Otherwise, we will help you depart. His gaze flicked to Ling Yanxiu. Since they had chosen to align with Fan Yi, they would cut all ties with the Wu family, cleanly and decisively. This was their stance. Clear, unwavering, and furious. Ji Grand Elder Hua, what are you doing? My grandfather was close with you. Wu Hai, still blindly struggling, sealed his doom with those final words. Boom! A pulse of energy from Hua Taikong's hand reduced Wu Hai to bloody mist, painting the air with the stench of death. What nonsense! Who the hell is your grandfather? Do I look like I know him? Hua Taikong's voice echoed with merciless authority. A mere worldly clan, impressive to mortals perhaps, but in the eyes of a martial lineage like the Hua family, killing them was as insignificant as crushing an ant. The gray-robed elder from the neighboring Wu family, though also a forced martial emperor-level expert, cowered helplessly before Hua Taikong, not daring to make the slightest move. Hua Taikong glanced indifferently at the gray-robed elder. You didn't strike against Miss Ling earlier, so I won't kill you. However, I'll reduce your cultivation by 1 realm. Whoosh! A surge of martial energy swept toward the elder's head. In the next moment, the gray-robed elder realized his strength had plummeted from the martial emperor level directly to the martial venerable tier. Huh? The elder's eyes widened momentarily before his face lit up with joy. Given the circumstances, he had been certain death was inevitable. Yet Senior Hua had merely downgraded his cultivation. This was an unimaginable stroke of fortune. A martial venerable expert remained a formidable figure in the secular world. With the Wu family doomed, all he needed was to flee far away, find a safe haven, and he could still live comfortably for the rest of his life. Thank you, Elder Hua. Thank you. Without hesitation, the gray-robed elder dropped to his knees, kowtowing several times to Hua Taikong before bowing twice toward Ling Yanxiu. This life of mine was snatched back from the jaws of death. After kowtowing, the elder scrambled to his feet and bolted toward the gates, desperately wishing he'd been born with 2 extra legs. Miss Ling, you've suffered undeserved humiliation today. This reflects poorly on the Hua family's discipline. Hua Taikong, the third most powerful figure of the Hua family, clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Ling Yanxiu in front of thousands of guests. His demeanor was sincere, even remorseful. Ah, Elder Hua, please, there's no need for this. Ling Yanxiu was flustered by the excessive courtesy. Though Yi Fan had already hinted at the Hua family's stance, that they likely had some undisclosed alliance or agreement with him, the reality unfolding before her was still staggering. A heavyweight from one of the ancient martial superclans, bowing in apology to the CEO of an upper-class mundane family? Could anyone believe this? Moreover, mere moments ago, this same Hua Taikong had executed the young master of another superclan without hesitation. The contrast couldn't be sharper. Was Hua Taikong doing this out of respect for the Ling family? Absolutely not. Ling Yanxiu knew the truth. This was entirely because of Yi Fan. Just how much influence does that scoundrel Yi Fan wield to make even the Hua family submit like this? No, submit was precisely the right word. The Hua family's current deference could not be described any other way. Miss Ling, today's pill collaboration is only the beginning. We hope for your continued partnership in the future. Hua Taikong cupped his fists respectfully before addressing the stunned crowd with a composed smile. Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies for the earlier disturbance. Please carry on with the banquet. Though only one collaboration slot is available tonight, consider this gathering a rare opportunity for networking. He gestured toward Ling Yanxiu. Allow me to formally introduce Miss Ling Yanxiu, CEO of the Ling family in Upper Capital. I encourage you all to engage with her. Silence descended once more. Hua Taikong had just executed Wu Hai, then turned around to elevate Ling Yanxiu's status. What did this signify? A hint? No. This was an outright declaration. He was unequivocally announcing. From this day forward, the Hua clan of the ancient martial world stands behind the Ling family of Upper Capital. Anyone who dares oppose them declares war on us. As for tonight's collaboration, the conclusion was obvious, prearranged for the Ling family. Earlier, the Wu family had still posed competition, backed by Prince Jin. But now, Hua Taikong seemed ready to confront even Prince Jin head-on. Though Prince Jin had schemed to overthrow the empire, even he wouldn't recklessly provoke an ancient martial superclan, especially since Prince Jin was currently confined to his underground cultivation chamber, physically unable to intervene. Meanwhile, young Master Yen and the other detained aristocratic heirs watched the proceedings with dawning horror. Hua Chang'an's elaborate scheme to support the Wu family tonight had crumbled. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Hua Taikong had foreseen everything, suppressing Hua Chang'an instantly and executing Wu Hai without hesitation. From Hua Taikong's words, it sounded as though the Ling family's victory had been predetermined all along. All of Wu Hai's planning, every move backed by Prince Jin, had been for nothing. They'd been dancing like clowns under Hua Taikong's unwavering gaze, blissfully ignorant that every step was monitored. Now Wu Hai was dead, his life worthless. The Wu family allegedly had a martial saint-level ancestor, one of the few such powerhouses in the region. What if he seeks vengeance? A martial saint wouldn't be easily dealt with. And hadn't Wu Hai claimed 2 other ancient martial clans were poised to act tonight? Where were they? Disaster. Stripped of their cultivation and now in Hua family custody, these young masters faced slim chances of escaping unscathed. To die meaninglessly here. What a waste. Just as despair set in, an earpiece crackled to life in young Master Yan's ear. Young Master, the patriarch orders your immediate return. Stay far away from Wu Hai. That fool is a walking disaster. The Yan family steward relayed frantic updates. Intelligence confirms Wu's allies, the Fong clan, have been annihilated. The Gong clan dares not act. They won't appear tonight. Similar messages reached the other detained heirs. Exhaling sharply, they exchanged resigned glances. Steward, it's too late. We failed. Tell father to prepare ransom negotiations. Young Master Yen studied Ling Yanxiu and Hua Taikong. Since they hadn't executed the captives outright, there might still be room for negotiation. But the cost to their families would be catastrophic. Within moments, the upper echelons of Upper Capital's elite circles exploded into chaos. The tides had turned too abruptly. Ling Yanxiu was a martial emperor herself, with her sister's boyfriend, Fan Yi, backing her. Worse yet, 2 ancient martial superclans had already fallen to him. Analyzing the situation, the aristocratic patriarchs pinpointed the linchpin of this upheaval. Fan Yi, Ling Yifei's rumored boyfriend. When praying to the gods, one must kneel before the right altar. Elder Hua, thank you. Ling Yanxiu glanced apprehensively at the scorching gazes cast by the surrounding superfamilies, then bowed slightly to Hua Taikong. Her eyes flickered with worry as she glanced toward the changing room. Elder Hua, Fan Yi, what about him now? Ling Yanxiu was unsettled. Though Hua Shuyan had left earlier, seemingly to help Fan Yi change clothes, likely with some intimate moments involved, Ling Yanxiu knew from Hua Chang'an and Wu Hai's words that stronger opponents were still waiting tonight. The Burning Sun envoy. She had vaguely heard of this figure before. Those trained under him were all martial sovereign-level experts. So what tier was the Burning Sun envoy himself? If Fan Yi confronted him now, would he be in danger? Hua Taikong's lips curled slightly. Miss Ling, rest assured. Young Master Fan's strength is such that across the entire martial and ancient martial worlds, barely anyone could pose a threat to him. Internally, Hua Taikong was awed. Even before meeting Fan Yi on the street that day, Hua Taikong had already sensed something extraordinary about him. Upon encountering him, probing Fan Yi's strength had been like staring into an abyss. A martial sovereign of the 4th or 5th tier himself, yet entirely incapable of measuring Fan Yi's depths. And then there were Fan Yi's methods. The Shin family's Shan Qingmeng and the Fang family's Fang Changshan had joined forces in an attempt to abduct Ling Yifei to manipulate the Lings. Even Prince Jin had deployed his secretary, Zhang Yu, backed by 10 martial sovereigns. Yet the final rumor was that Fang Shun and Fan Yi had joined forces against Prince Jin's forces, resulting in the Fang family's annihilation? What the hell? The sheer impossibility of it all. Most suspected Fan Yi had pulled some maneuver to wipe out Fang and Shin's forces while preserving Prince Jin's men. But why? Zhang Yu had returned alive, and the reported version of events made no sense. If it were fabricated, why spare Zhang Yu? If it were true, ridiculous, anyone with half a brain could tell this was a sham. Worse, since Prince Jin's deteriorating health prevented him from meeting outsiders, the only reports came from Zhang Yu. A bold speculation? Fan Yi had subdued Zhang Yu and the 10 martial sovereigns under Prince Jin somehow. So what was Fan Yi planning? If Yi Fan was still alive, and Fan Yi had planted such a colossal hidden blade beside Prince Jin, the slightest move could obliterate the prince's faction entirely. Hua Taikong's mind raced, considering every angle, then seized upon a terrifying possibility. If Yi Fan wasn't dead, then... His eyes flashed with realization as he glanced sharply toward the changing room. What a masterful scheme. No matter the truth, the Hua family seemed to have latched onto an unstoppable force. Miss Ling, feel free to mingle. The banquet will commence shortly. I must attend to some matters first. With that, Hua Taikong motioned for his guards to forcibly escort Hua Chang'an, young Master Yen, and the others out of the hall. Boom! The moment Hua Taikong left, the room exploded into chaos. Clusters of family heads, representatives, and faction elites who had kept their distance earlier now stampeded toward Ling Yanqiu. Miss Ling, I'm the Huang family head. Let's acquaint ourselves. Madam Ling, the moment I entered, I was struck by your peerless grace. I'm from the Qin family. May I have the honor? The ancient martial Shao family humbly seeks partnership. A mere sip from your cup would be our eternal gratitude. The scene dissolved into bedlam. Some powerhouses even levitated through the air, knocking down chandeliers in their desperation to reach her first. Ling Yanqiu's lips curled coldly. After the Yi family massacre, when she announced her engagement to Yi Fan, every one of these families had distanced themselves. Some even actively sabotaged the Lings, fearing association with the fallout. Now that the Lings had risen, here they came groveling? Ha! Were they worthy? Back then, they couldn't be bothered. Now they were unqualified to reach her. Still, she acknowledged the few clans who had stood by the Lings through hardship. Patriarch Mei, Patriarch Shang, come closer. Help me hold them off. She knew the Ling family, one of the great 6 superfamilies, held considerable influence in the secular world. But Hua's pill refining factory carried stakes far beyond what the Lings alone could bear. These martial pills could enable ordinary people to step into the martial path, impacting superfamilies, hidden clans, the ancient martial world, even foreign factions. Partners were inevitable. But whom to choose? She needed Fan Yi's input. This was no longer just her decision. Ling Yanqiu glanced again at the changing room, pouting. Humph! Was that rascal still not done yet? Hua Shuyan had already stripped bare. Fan Yi lay sprawled on the sofa, watching her with teasing hunger as she reached to undo his clothes under his burning gaze. Her cheeks flushed crimson under his scrutiny. Young Master Fan, do you think I'm shameless? Her voice wavered, fingers hesitating. A maiden like me, throwing myself at you unprompted, while you barely react. Her voice cracked with hurt. She was the Hua family's jewel, Countless prodigies and inheritors across martial dynasties had vied for her hand. Why was she degrading herself like this for a mere secular man? But then she recalled Fan Ye's terrifying might, that electrifying touch, and steeled herself. Tying her hair up, she leaned down. Wasn't this what men loved? She'd just go for it. Fan Ye arched a brow at her boldness but didn't resist. Hey, she's the one offering, can't blame me. Yet just as things escalated, a tsunami of murderous aura crashed toward the hotel. Fan Ye's entire body stiffened, hairs standing on end. Martial Saint, 9th tier peak, danger. Yifan didn't even need to think. He knew this superpowered expert was definitely coming for him. Had he been exposed? Shuiyin, stop. There's danger. Without hesitation, Yifan patted Hua Shuiyin's back, quickly grabbed her clothes, and draped them over her. Hua Shuiyin's voice was still muffled, but Yifan had already straightened his own clothes. In a flash, he activated his shadow mirage technique and vanished from the dressing room. Ah, that damn jerk. Leaving me like this after getting me all worked up? How infuriating. Hua Shuiyin's face burned with embarrassment as she recalled what had just happened. How had she even mustered the courage to do such things? So humiliating. So humiliating. But when she thought about the surge of martial energy she had absorbed from Yifan in those brief moments, her strength had already broken through to the martial emperor level. Oh my god! She had actually become a martial emperor? The power boost itself wasn't the most important thing. What truly shocked her was the impact this would have on the entire ancient martial arts world. At just 20 years old, Hua Shuiyin had reached martial emperor status. Her potential and future prospects were limitless. While the Grandmaster realm could be achieved through sheer resources, anything beyond the martial venerable level required innate talent, let alone the martial emperor tier. Still grumbling as she adjusted her clothes, Hua Shuiyin suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descend from above. An immense aura enveloped the entire hotel, pressing down on her like a 1,000-pound weight, making it nearly impossible to stand. The guests in the banquet hall felt the same. What's going on? Why does it feel like something's crushing me from above? A supreme expert has arrived. They've taken control of the entire domain. Domain? Holy shit, is this someone beyond the martial saint level? What's happening? Tonight's business banquet is anything but ordinary. Among the panicked crowd, some weaker representatives coughed up blood under the pressure, staggering unsteadily. Others were forced to their knees. Powerful, absolutely terrifying. Yet the oppressive force lasted only a few seconds before a gentle, spring-like energy swept through the hall, instantly dispelling the pressure. Another expert? Also at the martial saint level. Since when do martial saints show up in groups? Damn. I'm not sure if we should have come to this event. Who do you think this expert Hua family invited is? At the edge of the hall, Hua Taikong spotted Hua Shuiyin emerging from the dressing room and asked gravely, "Where's young Master Fan?" He sensed danger and rushed out just now. Hua Taikong nodded, focused for a moment, then dashed toward the back of the hotel, the direction from which the overwhelming pressure had come. The opposing force that had countered it. If he had to guess, it had to be Yifan's doing. Even though he knew his own strength at the 4th or 5th tier of the martial emperor realm wouldn't be of much help, Hua Taikong still decided to go. At the very least, he needed to show his stance. Meanwhile, boss, maybe we shouldn't go in? I've got a really bad feeling. There's something in that hall I absolutely despise. In a massive parking lot a few hundred meters from the hotel, a man in black muttered to himself, as if talking to thin air. "TCH, coward. With me here, what do you have to fear? I saved you from the depths of the Miaojiang Mountains, boosted your strength to the peak of the martial saint realm. Who in the mortal world can even touch you now? Why are you such a waste?" A wisp of black mist seeped from the man's body, coalescing into a shadowy humanoid figure in front of him. The dark silhouette radiated frustration, as if utterly disappointed. This man in black was none other than the Blazing Sun envoy, the same one Yifan had supposedly killed in the Miaojiang Mountains after draining his life force. However, The evil entity lurking underground hadn't been completely eradicated by Yifan's exorcism array. Instead, it had possessed a rat before finally latching onto the Blazing Sun envoy, saving his life at the last moment. After retrieving an artifact from the northwest, something the evil entity needed, the Blazing Sun envoy and the entity had formed a symbiotic relationship. The entity's power had recovered, and the envoy's strength had stabilized. If not for the severe injuries the Blazing Sun envoy had sustained, he might have already broken through to the divine transformation realm, far surpassing the limits of the mortal world. The evil entity couldn't understand why the envoy was so afraid. "Boss, you don't get it. It's a bloodline suppression. An instinctive terror, the kind that makes you kneel the moment you sense it. The reason I lost to Yifan last time was because of that suppression. And now, I feel it again. Do you think Yifan's inside?" The Blazing Sun envoy's primal fear made him want to retreat. "No, that aura's getting stronger. It feels like it's coming toward us. Shit, boss, let's get out of here." Yifan had traumatized him to the core. During the battle in Miaojiang, the Blazing Sun envoy had realized why Qing Yuan had fled so quickly. That bastard must have known Yifan was there, leaving him and Shen Ming to take the fall. The evil entity was speechless. Its shadowy mist stretched into a hand and slapped the Blazing Sun envoy across the face. "You worthless fool. Why did I ever pick a coward like you? I should have just stayed in that damn rat. Ugh, I'm so pissed." The slap sent stars spinning in the envoy's vision, but he didn't dare complain. He knew exactly what the entity was capable of. In the past, he had even tried to secretly eliminate the entity while it was weakened, hoping to regain his freedom. But even in its weakened state, the entity had effortlessly subdued him. And now that it had fully recovered? Holy shit, what the hell? Why is the ground burning? Fuck, run! Just as the Blazing Sun envoy was wallowing in misery, the shadowy entity suddenly shrieked and frantically tried to flee. It moved so fast that its dark mist nearly detached from the envoy's body, like a soul trying to outrun its own host. At the same time as his panic, arcs of muscle twitched across the Blazing Sun envoy's face. He curled his lips in disdain. "Morality? What about your dignity? Who was the one just now preaching not to be a coward? Damn it! Yet when trouble hits, you run faster than me. If I wasn't stuck with you, I'd kill you right now." Despite his internal grumbling, the Blazing Sun envoy's legs moved swiftly. Retreating rapidly, he glanced down at the ground. And there, what was this? The ground beneath him had somehow transformed into a swirling golden pattern of 8 trigrams, pulsing with ancient, radiant light, the very essence that malevolent spirits feared most. Even the Blazing Sun envoy felt a deep-seated dread, an urge to flee at all costs. Yet, why did those rippling patterns and light seem so familiar? Back in the Miaojiang Mountains, hadn't he seen this before? "Yifan, it must be Yifan, sir. Do you think Yifan has tracked us down?" The Blazing Sun envoy's heart pounded wildly as he shrieked internally to the malevolent entity sharing his body. Cornered by the light's oppressive aura, the entity, despite its fury, dared not emerge, instead shrinking deeper into its host. "Yifan, my ass? Is Yifan the only name in your blasted head? Weren't we in the Northwest? We confirmed it ourselves. Yifan died in that explosion. Dead. Gone. Get a grip." The entity roared back. "Silence. Get a grip? If I needed to get a grip, why the hell were you running to? Sir, why are you fleeing in terror? Seems we're not so different after all." Fed up, the Blazing Sun envoy shot back. "What the? It's not the same. Those cursed patterns will erase me. Wait. What the hell? We've run across the whole damn parking lot. So why are they still here?" The entity's agitation spiked. "Blazing Sun, doesn't this energy feel eerily familiar?" Silence again. "I've said it 100 times. Are your ears just for show? Sir, I told you it might be Yifan, but you wouldn't." Just as the Blazing Sun envoy was about to bolt out of the parking lot, his body slammed into an invisible barrier and rebounded. "What the? A barrier? Who set this up? Hiss! A golden rune ignited in the air where he'd collided, searing his flesh with a plume of white smoke. Arg! Retreat! Now! The entity's shriek dwarfed even the blazing sun envoy's pain as it forced him backward. It's Yi Fan. It has to be. What do we do, sir? Think. Raw terror clawed at the blazing sun envoy, his fear of Yi Fan bone deep. Wild-eyed, he scoured their surroundings for any sign of the man. Meanwhile, the entity, now trapped, steadied itself. Thick tendrils of shadow unfurled, surveying the area, only to confirm that the entire parking lot was sealed within a glowing golden array. So there is a master at work. If fighting was inevitable, then fight they would. Pathetic worm. Think, even if it is Yi Fan, what's his power level? A measly first or second tier martial saint, wasn't it? And you, with my gifts, are at the peak of 9th tier martial saint. Add the forbidden techniques I've taught you, and you still lack the guts to face him. Disgraceful. The words struck like lightning. The blazing sun envoy froze, then exhaled. A spark lit his eyes. Flexing his surging energy, he reconfirmed it. Peak 9th tier martial saint. Hell yes. I'm not the blazing sun of the past anymore. With my power, why fear him? Even if Yi Fan miraculously survived, obliterating him would be child's play with my new techniques. And if things go south, I'll shove this parasitic bastard into Yi Fan's path and bolt. Perfect. Unbeknownst to him, the entity had the exact same plan. By pushing the blazing sun envoy forward, it could slip away in the chaos. Even if its host died, a sliver of its soul could always find a new vessel. Simple. Come out, Yi Fan. I know it's you. Emboldened, the blazing sun envoy stood his ground, his senses flaring. I'm not afraid. Face me. The entity, too, probed the surroundings, yet found nothing. That was impossible. Between the blazing sun envoy's peak martial saint senses and the entity's supernatural perception, no foe should have escaped detection. Yet, no trace. Trapped by the array. Blind to their enemy. Sir, the array. It's purging me. Draining my vitality and energy. Damn it, move. The blazing sun envoy hopped desperately, trying to escape the creeping patterns. Indeed, if we linger, the entity's voice darkened. I'm taking over. Merge with me. We break through now. If this truly was Yi Fan, someone they couldn't even sense, then his strength had soared beyond imagination. With a hum, inky shadows erupted from the blazing sun envoy's pores as the entity seized control. Flash! Outside the parking lot, steel gleamed. A silver dagger, faster than sound, faster than thought, blurred through the air. Space itself split in its wake as it buried itself in the blazing sun envoy's throat. Thunk! No hesitation. No resistance. The blade punched clean through. Dodge! Dodge! It's dangerous! The moment the blade approached, the blazing sun saint envoy sensed the peril and roared frantically, trying to warn the evil presence to evade. The evil presence naturally detected the impending threat as well. However, just as it attempted to channel its martial energy to escape, a pure evil-slaying array enveloped the blazing sun saint envoy from above, suppressing the evil presence's power in that instant. Its movements were instantly hindered, delayed for no more than a breath, but even that brief moment was enough for the blade to pierce through the blazing sun saint envoy's throat. Desperate to regain control of his body and escape, the blazing sun saint envoy strained to react. Yet the entire spatial domain seemed to be oppressed by an inexplicable force. His strength, originally at the 9th grade martial saint peak, was now weakened almost to the martial emperor level, rendering his movements sluggish. You think I don't want to? Damn it! The evil presence retorted, shrinking back into the blazing sun saint envoy's body in fear under the suppressing effects of the evil-slaying array. That array naturally counteracted the evil presence's power. With his throat pierced, blood gushed violently from the wound. Guh, you, who? Regaining control of his body, the blazing sun saint envoy frantically clutched his throat, circulating his martial energy to stanch the bleeding and heal the wound. As a powerhouse under the Soul Hall's banner, even though his throat had been shattered, a grievous injury, he still had methods to survive. However, what terrified him even more was the return of that damned ominous sensation. Fear, dread, panic. With a glance toward the Guotai Hotel, a familiar aura surged, and the blazing sun Saint Envoy nearly kneeled in worship instinctively. It was Yi Fan, undoubtedly Yi Fan. The overwhelming pressure from Yi Fan's bloodline made the blazing sun Saint Envoy's entire body tremble. Break free. Now! Upon regaining full control, he unleashed his martial energy recklessly. Together with the evil presence, he desperately struggled to shatter the enclosing array barriers. Absolute domain. Stepping out from the void, Yi Fan raised a hand, and a bizarre radiance enveloped the entire space. An ancient aura descended once more, reshaping the very structure of the surroundings. Both the blazing sun Saint Envoy and the evil presence realized that despite their strength surpassing the martial saint level, they couldn't fully exert it under this oppressive force. Yi Fan's innate skill, derived from a fragment of divinity, was a martial arts technique far beyond the mundane world. Its power exceeded even the evil presence's ability to counter, compounded by the suppression of the evil-slaying array. Yet, even with their strength restrained, their combined efforts still allowed them to move with martial saint-level speed and power. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a flash, they darted across the battlefield, testing multiple points before pinpointing a weak spot in the array, preparing to break through. But quick as they were, Yi Fan was quicker. Shadow Blade Slay. With a flick of his wrist, a golden intangible thread surged forth, guiding the razor-sharp shadow blade straight back toward the blazing sun Saint Envoy's throat. Thunk! The blade pierced clean through once again. God damn it. Again? You've got to be kidding me. Choking on blood, the blazing sun Saint Envoy should have possessed regenerative abilities as a Soul Hall elite. But before his earlier wound could even heal, Yi Fan's shadow blade struck anew, widening the gaping hole. Now, even pressing his hands over the wound couldn't contain the bleeding. His vitality was draining rapidly. Thunk! Thunk! Desperately channeling his energy to evade, the blazing sun Saint Envoy still couldn't outpace the shadow blade. In mere moments, his throat was perforated multiple times. With the final strike, Yi Fan twisted the blade mid-flight, and with one clean slash, thud, the blazing sun Saint Envoy's head tumbled to the ground. Even as it rolled, his widened eyes glared at Yi Fan in disbelief. You how? Wounding me is one thing, but severing my head? My body is reinforced with divine runes. As a warrior forged by the Soul Hall, his flesh was no ordinary substance. Mundane weapons shouldn't have even scratched him, yet Yi Fan's shadow blade had torn through him like paper, even cleaving his skull free. The blazing sun Saint Envoy died without understanding. The evil presence within him, however, reeled in terror. Runes? Did you think only you had them? Yi Fan flicked his wrist, and 3,000 divine runes ignited along the shadow blade's edge. Their archaic pulses radiated an imposing aura. Just a glimpse of those intricate markings sent tremors through both the blazing sun Saint Envoy's remains and the evil presence. The sheer magnitude of those runes shattered whatever hope remained. Seizing the momentary distraction, the blazing sun Saint Envoy's disembodied arm stretched unnaturally, clawing toward his fallen head, as if to reattach it. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Even though he'd braced himself, the sight still surprised him. Back in Miaojiang, failing to kill the blazing sun Saint Envoy had allowed him to escape, now even harboring the evil presence. Had they not been confronted today, the devastation they might have wrought was unimaginable. But today neither would leave alive. Swish! The shadow blade whirled once more, severing the outstretched arm mid-reach. At the same time, raging primordial flames erupted, swallowing the head and scorching it to ashes before it could utter another scream. No! No! The blazing sun Saint Envoy's head roared defiantly, clinging to existence through some esoteric art, resisting the flames for a fleeting moment. But against the primordial flames, even his defiance was futile. Seconds later, only embers remained. Then, under Yi Fan's command, the inferno surged toward the decapitated torso, engulfing, consuming, reducing all to cinders. Damn you, Yi Fan! You'll pay for this! As flesh and bone dissolved, the evil presence, now with nowhere left to hide, burst forth from the remains. But instead of fleeing, it lunged straight at Yi Fan. Cornered, it had made a desperate gamble. Invade Yi Fan's body, forcibly merge with him. If Yi Fan wished to destroy it, he'd have to destroy himself. Truly brilliant. The demonic entity was swift as lightning, charging toward Yi Fan at breakneck speed, unable to resist patting itself on the back in self-congratulation. I'm so damn clever. Yi Fan would never see this coming. By the time he realizes what's happening, I'll already be inside his body. If all goes well, I can merge with him symbiotically. Even better, I might even seize his body entirely. Not impossible at all. Noticing the demon's movements, Yi Fan smirked, instantly understanding its intentions. Trying to invade my body? Hey, go ahead. Isn't this just walking right into a trap? The flame of life was rooted in Yi Fan's dantian. When the aura of the soul-locking wood had previously entered his body, the blazing flame had hunted it down without needing any prompting. Moreover, there was another formidable presence within Yi Fan, the golden threads left behind after the fusion of the immortal path guide. These were likely strands of immortal energy from the celestial realm, which had played a crucial role in resisting the devouring power of the soul-locking wood. Now that a demonic entity was attempting to invade and possess him, neither the flame of life nor the golden threads would let it escape. On top of that, Yi Fan had already absorbed several divine fragments, each containing ancient martial techniques and cultivation methods from primordial times. Any one of them would be enough to give the demon a serious beating. So, when faced with the demon's assault, Yi Fan didn't even consider dodging. Instead, he deliberately moved aside the exorcism arrays he had set up earlier, clearing a path for the demon. Yi Fan knew this particular demon had been injured deep within the Miaojiang Mountains. Though it had recovered somewhat, the density of its black mist suggested it was still far from its peak strength. Given that, Yi Fan decided to let it invade his body just to test it. As long as he protected the core of his soul, he had ways to deal with it. Besides, the Divine Gate would eventually have to face countless other sealed demons across the world. They wouldn't always be lucky enough to detect them in advance. What if a demon fully broke free from its seal, escaped, and invaded a human body? How would they handle it then? Might as well gain some experience now. Whoosh! The demon moved at blinding speed, reaching Yi Fan in an instant, about to infiltrate his body. Only then did it realize there was no resistance at all, not even a trace of martial energy interference. A martial saint's protective aura was incredibly powerful. If Yi Fan had resisted, the demon would have had to expend significant effort to invade. And yet, there was nothing. This could only mean one thing. Yi Fan had deliberately withdrawn his defenses. Even those annoying arrays had been removed on purpose, though the demon could already sense Yi Fan's vibrant, life-rich body, an ideal vessel. If it merged with him and absorbed his vitality, its injuries would heal instantly. But a deep sense of foreboding suddenly gripped the demon. This is a trap. Definitely a trap. Panicking, the demon's black mist surged violently as it tried to flee, but it was too late. Whoosh! A dark aura of death erupted from Yi Fan's body, coiling around the demon before dragging it inside. The demon recognized this deathly energy. Back in the Miaojiang Mountains, the blazing sun envoy and the profound darkness envoy had been devoured by it, meeting their demise. The blazing sun envoy had been lucky, chosen as a symbiotic host by the demon, but the profound darkness envoy had truly perished. So this is Yi Fan's trick? The demon inwardly scoffed in relief. When it had sensed the death energy on the blazing sun envoy, it had clearly understood its power, nothing special. I can handle this easily. Is that all you've got? What the demon didn't know was that the death energy left on the blazing sun envoy had been just a wisp, far from its true form. Smirking inwardly, the demon decided to go all out. Once inside Yifan's body, it rapidly spread through his meridians, burrowing into his bones, organs, and marrow, attempting to seize control and merge with him. Throughout the process, even the death energy didn't resist. In fact, it seemed to draw closer to the demon, almost as if submitting to it. This is my true power. In the mortal world, aside from those hidden old monsters, who could possibly stand against me? After being sealed for millennia, it's time to free my master. Once he's released, even if that damned woman were to revive, she wouldn't be able to stop our entire demonic race. Deeper, deeper. The demon rampaged freely through Yifan's body, effortlessly taking control of every part, except for two key areas: the soul-protecting region in his head and the dantian where the flame of life resided. Sensing the divine fragments, ancient aura, and rich vitality within Yifan's body, the demon couldn't help but shudder in ecstasy. Yifan, you never expected this, did you? Instead of fleeing, I chose to invade your body. Now that I've merged with you, killing me would mean killing yourself. Dream on. Convinced it had won, the demon gloated. Though it hadn't fully breached Yifan's soul or dantian yet, it was confident that, given time, complete control was inevitable. Even if it couldn't dominate Yifan entirely now, once it located its ancient master and freed him, eliminating Yifan would be child's play. Oh? And what makes you so sure you've merged with me? Yifan remained calm, his powerful perception scanning every inch of his body where the demon lurked. Activating his demon eye, he could clearly see the demon's black mist intertwined with his meridians and organs, resembling the fusion seen in the Emperor-level warriors under Prince Jean. Except instead of parasitic insect eggs, it was the demon's mist. Is that how it works? Yifan smirked. Though he couldn't yet control the flame of life with enough precision to split it into countless threads to attack the demon, the flame itself was rooted in his dantian. To the flame of life, Yifan's body was its domain. All he had to do was issue a command, and the flame would course through his meridians, burning away any foreign presence without harming his own body. However, if the evil spirit were to enter someone else's body, things would become much more complicated. At present, Yifan's spiritual power was sufficient to control the red silk of the overlord body, but manipulating the blazing ember flame consumed too much of his soul energy. He couldn't yet refine it into those delicate, thread-like strands. But Yifan could sense that he wasn't far from achieving it. Perhaps once he broke through the peak of the 9th grade martial saint realm and reached the divine transformation stage, his soul energy and spiritual power would be enough. By then, even if the evil spirit fused with another person's body, Yifan could precisely control the blazing ember flame to burn it out without harming their meridians. Today, Yifan had deliberately allowed the evil spirit to invade his body to investigate its nature and devise a countermeasure. Now that his goal was achieved, he wasted no time. A ripple of flame pulsed at his wrist, and the blazing ember flame, carrying an ancient aura, transformed into countless specks of starlight that surged into his body. They sought out the black mist entwined around his meridians, enveloping, burning, and expelling it. At first, the evil spirit scoffed. Yifan, have you lost your mind? You'd really burn yourself along with me? I don't believe you're that reckless. It remained unbothered, until, less than a second later, it realized something was wrong. The black mist threads scattered along Yifan's arm were instantly incinerated by the blazing ember flame. Yet Yifan's body remained unharmed. His body was immune to the flames. The burning had no effect on him. Shit! A sense of dread surged in the evil spirit's mind. After a frantic moment of thought, it understood. Of course, Yifan could hold the blazing ember flame in his hand without injury. He was impervious to it. By invading his body, the evil spirit had walked right into a trap. Damn it! Yifan, you cunning bastard! Screw this. I'm out. Realizing the danger, the evil spirit erupted with martial energy and ancient power, trying to flee from Yifan's body and escape into the distance. But Yifan had set this trap precisely to prevent that. Back in the Miaojiang Mountains, he had regretted letting the evil spirit's remnant soul slip away. If it escaped again, the havoc it would wreak upon the great Xia would be unimaginable. Oh, you think this is a marketplace? Come and go as you please. Yifan smirked. The moment the evil spirit left his body, the previously laid exorcism arrays activated, forming a cage that trapped it perfectly in the center. Ah, you vile bastard! Let me out! Whoosh! Yifan had prepared countless exorcism arrays in the parking lot for this very moment. The cage itself was reinforced with layers upon layers of arrays, 1, 2, 3, 7 layers in total. The purification, suppression, and corrosive effects of the arrays overwhelmed the evil spirit. Despite having regained some strength, it couldn't withstand the golden currents eroding its form, its body sizzling as it was purified. The black mist rapidly faded. In an instant, the evil spirit felt its very essence being wounded. Though powerful, it had a fatal weakness. It needed a host to anchor itself. When sealed underground, it had clung to the skeleton of an ancient beast. Later, it had possessed the burning sun Saint Envoy to unleash greater power. But now, as a mere phantom, it was helpless against Yifan's assault. Even if it could extend its tendrils to drain the life force of other beings, the cage of exorcism arrays left it with no escape. Watching its form rapidly dissipate, the evil spirit knew that if this continued, it would be completely annihilated. A flash of ruthlessness crossed its shadowy eyes. It had no choice but to use the treasures in its ring. But the moment it retrieved the spatial ring, Yifan struck again. Heaven's punishment thunder! Boom! With a wave of his hand, a deafening peal of thunder erupted above the evil spirit, followed by a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel crashing down. Zzzt. While the lightning couldn't inflict fatal damage, the ancient electricity within it scorched the soul, no less agonizing than the blazing ember flame. Ah, damn it! You really are that woman's descendant. Terrified, the evil spirit darted wildly within the cage. Above, the heaven's punishment thunder rained down. From Yifan's body, the blazing ember flame surged into the cage, chasing and burning. Around it, the exorcism arrays purified relentlessly. Damn it! How did Yifan possess so many terrifying methods? Any one of them alone could be fatal. Who could withstand all three at once? It was just a phantom evil spirit. Was this really necessary? Zzzt. Zzzt. The combined force of the lightning, flames, and purification wasn't merely additive. It multiplied dozens, even hundreds of times in potency. The evil spirit had intended to use its spatial ring's treasures to resist, but in an instant, it was split apart. Its body burned to nothingness by the flames and purified into wisps of smoke, until nothing remained. Yifan, you won't die well. You can't kill all of us. Ha! We have allies. And they will slaughter every last one of you. The evil spirit's final howl echoed as its last traces of soul vanished. Not a single remnant was left. Only after confirming its complete destruction did Yifan relax, withdrawing the heaven's punishment thunder, the blazing ember flame, and the exorcism arrays. Then, from within the cage, a black ring clattered to the ground, similar in appearance to the dragon ring he had obtained before. Yifan picked it up and channeled his soul energy into it. His eyes widened in shock. A spatial ring. The space inside was enormous, at least the size of a football field. And within it, he found countless treasures. Millennium beast cores, 10,000-year-old spirit herbs, snow lotuses, manhwa, ghost grass. All legendary items that were nearly impossible to find in the current martial world. Was this the evil spirit's accumulated wealth? Excited, Yifan continued probing with his soul energy. This time he had truly struck gold. Not only were there countless rare medicinal herbs and treasures, but also an immense collection of martial techniques and cultivation methods. Based on the classifications of the mundane world, the 4 tiers heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow were utterly insufficient to evaluate these techniques. Previously, Yifan had obtained some martial techniques and cultivation methods from the immortal realm through Senior Ding Xiu. But now, as Yifan casually scanned through the spatial ring, he noticed that all of the techniques stored inside thousands of scrolls, were of immortal-grade quality. Skimming through a few randomly selected scrolls, Yifan could grasp some of them, such as movement techniques or methods to enhance combat prowess. However, others remained utterly cryptic to him, even with his current strength at the 8th level of martial saint. Unfortunately, Yifan had no knowledge of how the immortal realm classified martial techniques. But judging from what he saw, many of these methods were undoubtedly far more powerful than those given to him by Ding Xiu. Was this the true foundation of the evil spirits? Could a single evil spirit really hoard so many treasures inside a spatial ring? Why hadn't he found such treasures when he eliminated the evil spirit in Huadu? Little did Yifan know, the spatial ring he had just acquired didn't belong solely to this particular evil spirit. It was actually a collective treasury guarded by nearly all of them. The evil spirit he had just slain happened to be one of its designated keepers. Originally, this survivor had retrieved the treasury ring from a hidden location in the northwest, intending to use its resources to rapidly bolster the Burning Sun envoy's power before unsealing other evil spirits. But misfortune struck. Upon arriving in Shangjing to attend tonight's business banquet at Prince Jin's request, he ran into Yifan. And now, the Burning Sun envoy had been slain, and though the evil spirit barely escaped, Yifan had obliterated him as well. After briefly assessing the pills and resources within the ring, Yifan realized that despite their immense value, his current physical condition was the limiting factor. At the 8th level of martial saint, with spirit bone constitution and numerous innate skills, his bottleneck wasn't a lack of martial energy. In fact, the ancient chi from the divine fragments within his body could easily propel him several realms into the immortal realm. The real issue was his body's inability to withstand further growth. Sighing in frustration, he stored the ring away, contemplating whether he needed to upgrade his bone constitution from spirit bone to Dao bone. Such an advancement would accelerate his cultivation speed and expand his capacity to harness martial energy. Perhaps then, he'd break through to the divine transformation realm of the immortal realm or even beyond. While deep in thought, a burst of light suddenly flashed before his eyes. The Emperor Realm warriors he had stationed near Prince Jin's estate were transmitting a warning through their shared vision. Had something happened? Focusing his sight, Yifan used the warriors' shared perception and immediately saw a list, delivered by Zhang Yu, detailing the ancestors of the Wu, Mu, and other families moving to strike against Fan Yi. Once he grasped the situation, a cold smirk tugged at Yifan's lips. Humph. So these old monsters were finally making their move. Huh? Good, about time they showed their hands. Yifan's feigned death and arrival in Shangjing had been explicitly to draw out Prince Jin's hidden cards. Now, it seemed the prince could no longer hold back. Perfect. Tonight's banquet would be the ideal stage to escalate things. Elsewhere, Wu family estate, Shangjing. Wu Jinchuan, the Wu family patriarch, knelt bruised and bloodied in the ancestral hall, bowing toward the darkness as he pleaded, "Ancestor, Xiaohai has been murdered by Ling Yakyu and that Fan Yi bastard. I beg you, take action and avenge him." His voice trembled with indignation. Today was supposed to be Hua family's grand business showcase, an event to expand their influence in Shangjing. Due to Wu Jinchuan's ties with Hua Taikong, he had sent his grandson Wu Hai ahead to network while he prepared to arrive later. Yet before he could even step foot in the venue, news struck. Wu Hai had offended Fan Yi and Ling Yanxiu, prompting Hua Taikong to execute him on the spot. When Wu Jinchuan stormed over to demand an explanation, Hua family's bodyguards beat him senseless, leaving him half dead before he could even see Hua Taikong. Someone killed Wu Hai in Shangjing? Who dared? A thunderous voice boomed from the shadows, belonging to none other than the Wu family ancestor, a centuries-old martial saint who rarely involved himself in clan affairs. Though rarely seen, his mere existence ensured no faction in Great Xia ever underestimated the Wu family. A martial saint could wipe out an entire lineage with a flick of a finger. And in Great Xia, true martial saints were exceedingly rare, most of whom had ties to Prince Jin. It was said these cultivators had only reached their heights due to the prince's favors. Hua Taikong struck the killing blow, but word has it that Ling Yakyu and Fan Yi were the ones who demanded Wu Hai's death. Wu Jinchuan had pieced together everything. What had transpired at the banquet gates, Fan Ye's connection to Hua Shuyan, the Fang family's obliteration, the Gong family's inactivity, the Ling family's internal strife, Ling Bo's crippling, and Hua family's cowardice. All signs pointed to Fan Yi being backed by terrifying power, enough to make even Hua family grovel. This so-called business gathering, where Hua family sought allies, had instead become an opportunity for them to curry favor with Fan Yi. Naturally, the Ling family would monopolize the most lucrative deals. Wu Hai's repeated provocations had made him expendable. Hua Taikong eliminating him was nothing more than a statement. From a certain angle, Wu Hai had died unjustly. But Wu family could not let this slide. If they swallowed such humiliation, their reputation in Shangjing would be ruined. No faction would dare ally with them, not when it meant antagonizing the Hua family. Worse, with the Ling family poised to dominate the elixir trade, Wu family would be forever excluded from the most profitable ventures. Thus, Wu Jinchuan turned to the Wu family ancestor. Retribution was non-negotiable. Killing Hua Taikong might be difficult, but Fan Yi and the Ling family? They had to die. In the darkness, the Wu family's ancestor frowned as he pondered Wu Jinchuan's words, remaining silent for a long time. Truthfully, after reaching the Wu ancestor's level of cultivation, clan loyalty was no longer a strong motivator. The only reason he still used his influence to deter the Wu family's enemies and protect them was because they provided him with a steady supply of cultivation resources. The Wu ancestor had already broken through to the 5th-rank martial saint realm. What he truly desired was to participate in the ancient martial immortal sect conference, where he might be fortunate enough to catch the eye of an immortal domain overlord and gain entry into the immortal domain, allowing him to pursue greater power and an even longer lifespan. Everything else was insignificant. Just as the Wu ancestor hesitated, an encrypted phone on his person suddenly vibrated. This phone had been given to him by the Prince of Jin years ago. After glancing at the message on the screen, the Wu ancestor no longer hesitated and decisively declared, "Understood. I will go immediately to the Hua family banquet and kill Fan Yi. No one is allowed to bully the descendants of my Wu family." The message he had just received came straight from the Prince of Jin's estate. The content was simple. They were to take action and eliminate Fan Yi. Whoever succeeded in killing Fan Yi would receive a recommendation for the Immortal Sect Conference and an introduction to an influential figure in the immortal domain. Although the Wu ancestor spoke nobly, his true motives were entirely self-serving. The Wu ancestor had indeed benefited from the Prince of Jin's favors in the past, which contributed to his rapid rise in cultivation. And the reason he continued to maintain contact with the Prince of Jin was because of the latter's backing from an immortal domain overlord. The martial saint ancestors who obeyed the Prince of Jin's orders were merely using him to forge connections with those powerful figures in the immortal domain. Boom! Before Wu Jinchuan could even express his gratitude, a violent surge of energy erupted as the Wu ancestor soared into the sky, his figure flickering rapidly toward the Hua family banquet. He had been struggling for hundreds of years to secure a spot at the Immortal Sect Conference. But due to his mediocre aptitude, he could never obtain an Immortal Path token or a recommendation. Even though he had broken through to the Martial Saint realm, he remained ineligible to participate in the Immortal Sect Conference. This time, I must seize this opportunity. Seeing the ancestor take action, Wu Jinchuan wiped the blood from his lips and muttered coldly, "Fan Yi, this time, you're finally finished, right? Humph, you damned Ling family mutts. You should have stayed down after Yi Fan died. Did you really think you could make a comeback just because some new Fan Yi showed up? Dream on." Then he barked an order. "All willing members of the Wu family, follow me and witness the spectacle." Wu Jinchuan was absolutely certain that with the Wu ancestor making a move, the Hua family's business banquet would become nothing more than a joke. Fan Yi was undoubtedly doomed, and the Ling family would be wiped out completely. After that, the Wu family would take over the Hua family's pill refining project. From then on, the Wu family would rise as the greatest superpower of Daxia. Such a glorious triumph was something the Wu family's core members simply had to witness in person. Little did they know, however, that their actions were nothing short of a suicide mission. A mere 5th-rank martial saint trying to act arrogantly in front of Fan Yi, who was not only an 8th-rank martial saint prodigy, but also possessed countless monstrous martial techniques? That was nothing short of a joke. Oh, at the back parking lot of the Guotai Hotel in Shangjing, Fan Yi, pulled himself out of his thoughts and strode toward the banquet hall of the Hua family. The list of ancestors provided by the Prince of Jin even included powerful figures from the military. Worse, Fan recognized one of the families as one that had previously maintained friendly relations with his own Yi family. In his heart, Fan wavered. Should he give such families a chance? Better to wait and observe for now. As Fan entered the banquet hall, a figure silently emerged from the shadows near the parking lot. It was Yen Ruyu, whose lips twitched slightly before she murmured, "Truly impressive. At merely 8th-rank martial saint, his combat strength is already outrageously powerful, especially that bizarre flame of his. If I hadn't dodged it, I might have been burned to nothingness. Judging by the fluctuations of that flame, could this Fan Yi be the very target the overlords of the immortal domain have been searching for? Lucky me. Thankfully, she had managed to make contact with him first. If necessary, should she play the sycophant for a while?" Yen Ruyu's brow twitched, her eyes flickering with intrigue as unknown thoughts swirled in her mind. Oh! Inside the Hua family's banquet hall, Hua Shuyan and Hua Taikong reunited just in time to learn that Fan had rushed toward the backyard. Although they knew they wouldn't be much help, Fan was aiding the Hua family's banquet after all. So, accompanied by a group of Hua family's elite bodyguards, they hurried toward the backyard as well. The overwhelming pressure from earlier still lingered in the air. Both Hua Shuyan and Hua Taikong had sensed it clearly. That was definitely at least a martial saint powerhouse. The Prince of Jin must still be making moves, Hua Taikong muttered as they rushed forward. If a fight breaks out, don't get too close. If there's any danger, retreat immediately. I'll hold them off. Sigh. I just hope that young Master Fan can withstand this. Although Hua Taikong had slain Wu Hai publicly to declare their allegiance to Fan Yi, the sudden appearance of this martial saint expert left him somewhat helpless. The Hua family, as a pill-refining clan, had once held a prestigious position among the ancient martial families. But after the Nangong family ran into trouble, the Hua family lost a crucial pillar of support. Worse, they lacked strong martial saints within their clan, causing their status to decline steadily. A martial saint-level enemy was nothing short of a death sentence for the Hua family. Huh? In your cultivation, you've broken through to the Emperor realm? How? Hua Taikong had been too focused on aiding Fan Yi earlier and hadn't paid much attention. Now, concentrating on Hua Shuyan, he suddenly noticed her aura had surged to 2nd-rank martial emperor. She was almost catching up to him. How had this happened? Hua Shuyan had only followed Fan Yi into the changing room for about 10 minutes. Had so much really happened in such a short time? Had Fan Yi helped her advance yet again? Yes, I broke through. It was all thanks to Fan Yi. Given enough time, I might even reach the martial saint realm. Uncle, allying ourselves with Fan Yi was definitely the right choice. At the banquet, I planned to make an announcement. Hua Shuyan didn't say it outright, but the spark in her eyes conveyed her intentions clearly. Announce it. By all means, I fully support you. Even if it means offering the entire Hua family as your dowry, I won't oppose it. I'm sure your father will agree. Just then, Hua Taikong caught sight of Fan striding calmly back from the parking lot. His clothes were spotless, no signs of injury whatsoever. Could the martial saint expert already be dead? Young Fan. When Hua Taikong spoke, his throat involuntarily trembled. That was a martial saint-level expert. Though Hua Taikong had already sensed that Fan's strength was at least at the martial saint level, enough to directly contend with that suddenly arriving powerhouse. Winning so decisively was downright outrageous. Both were martial saint-level experts, yet it seemed Fan's power far surpassed that other masters. That martial saint was slain? Hua Taikong frowned. After all, he possessed strength at the Emperor tier realm, and he had just scanned the parking lot. There had been no significant turbulence of martial energy. How had Yi Fan pulled it off? Yes, killed. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. But not 1, 2. Both had reached the peak of the 9th rank martial saint realm. His tone dripped with indifference. Just some trash I crippled earlier but let slip away. Yi Fan wasn't lying. Whether it was Blazing Sun Holy Envoy or that spectral fiend from Miaojiang territory, both were remnants he'd failed to fully eliminate before, only for them to escape. Yet to Hua Taikong and Hua Shuyan, his words were utterly shocking. A sharp intake of breath. 9th rank martial saints. Holy shit, 2 of them had attacked Fan Yi, and were wiped out this easily? Even worse, judging by Fan Ye's tone, tangling with peak 9th rank martial saints was a regular occurrence for him. Just what kind of monster was this? After a stunned silence, Hua Taikong and Hua Shuyan exchanged glances. Both recalled the legend of that monstrous genius, Yi Fan, who once dominated the entire Great Xia. Yi Fan had already been invincible. Yet now this Fan Yi before them seemed even stronger. Let's go. We shouldn't keep the guests waiting. Yi Fan smirked, glancing toward the banquet hall ahead. So far, he hadn't detected any trace of the Wu family's ancestor. As for the other powerful clans, he wasn't sure whether they'd dare make another move at the feast. Though beheading Wu Hai had cowed many, and experts from the ancient martial Fong and Gong families were already restrained, some might still attempt something reckless. Right? Hua Taikong nodded promptly, tactfully striding ahead to give space to Hua Shuyan and Yi Fan. He hadn't witnessed what had transpired in the changing room, but clearly, some intimacy had occurred. He had no business lingering as a third wheel. Now alone with Yi Fan at the parking lot entrance, Hua Shuyan, who had been boldly seductive earlier, was suddenly bashful, shrinking under the crushing realization of his true strength. Her confidence wavered. Originally, she'd assumed Fan Yi was merely a disciple from some hidden clan, hovering around the martial saint realm. But now, if he could effortlessly obliterate 2 peak 9th rank martial saints, and even received fawning admiration from the celestial realm's young master Yen Ruyu, his power had to transcend conventional martial limits. Was he a disciple of some celestial realm overlord? In comparison, Hua Shuyan felt lacking, utterly unworthy of him. Fan Yi, she twisted nervously, fingers clutching her sleeves, her gaze torn between melancholy and longing. Though they'd nearly crossed the forbidden line in the changing room, her clothes discarded, defenses lowered, nothing had ultimately happened. But for supreme experts like him, beautiful women were disposable luxuries. Would she ever truly have a chance? Humor danced in Yi Fan's eyes. He instantly understood her turmoil. Without hesitation, he exhaled internally, then pulled her into a sudden embrace before crushing his lips against hers. The bold assault left Hua Shuyan breathless, a stifled moan escaping before she melted into his arms. Only when she trembled from suffocation did he finally release her. Fan Yi, you? Flushed, she stared up in confusion. Was this acceptance? Had the Hua family finally secured Fan Yi as their backing? Amused, he gave her rear a light smack. Silly girl, you threw yourself at me in the changing room. Now that you're half my woman, you think I'd push you away and leave you for another? His voice darkened. I won't. Truthfully, Yi Fan felt complicated. For Hua Shuyan, at best he didn't dislike her. Their initial encounter had been sheer coincidence, a near collision on the street sparking this entanglement. Then her audacity, snatching someone else's grandfather's ashes straight from their hands, had intrigued him. Now that matters had progressed this far, he simply stopped resisting. Fan Yi. I'll serve you well, I promise. Overwhelmed, Hua Shuyan clung to him, fighting tears. With his support, the Hua family's future would flourish. Yet the irony couldn't be ignored. The Hua family had come to Shangjing seeking business alliances. Meanwhile, the Ling family had sought them out, believing they could shelter under the Hua clan's might to resist the Jin prince's wrath. Yet fate had flipped the script. In the end, the Ling family's son-in-law had become the Hua family's savior. After confirming no eavesdroppers lurked nearby, Yi Fan whispered, in private, Call me by my real name. From now on, don't mistake your man. Ha! Before Hua Shuyan could react, Yifan's fingers flashed, reshaping his face until his true visage emerged. Horror twisted her features. Why Yifan? Her knees buckled, barely catching herself as she clamped a hand over her mouth. You're? The world believed Yifan had perished in the northwestern explosion, confirmed via DNA evidence. Yet here he stood. What immortal tear scheme was this? Great Xia's greatest monster had survived, utterly unharmed, slaughtering ninth-rank martial saints with ease. With such deception in play, how could the Gene Prince ever hope to challenge him? This is a secret. Not many people know. Remember to keep it confidential. Yifan quickly adjusted his face, and his appearance reverted to that of Fan Yi. This identity still had great use in Shangjing. After all, the plan to fake his death had only just begun. More schemes were yet to unfold, so it was best not to reveal his true identity yet. But since Hua Shuyan was now on his side, Yifan felt it necessary to show her a glimpse of his strength. This way, the Hua family wouldn't mistakenly target other allied families. Got it. I understand. Hua Shuyan responded excitedly, her heart pounding as if it might leap out of her chest. Yifan had willingly shown her his true face. What did that mean? It meant he truly regarded her as one of his own. Yifan? Fanyi? Wasn't that just his name reversed with slight variation? How stupid of me. Really. Fanye's strength was so formidable. She should have connected the dots earlier. Amid her exhilaration, another thought struck her. Nangong Aoyue, the young mistress of the ancient martial arts family, was her closest friend, and she was already in a relationship with Yifan. Now that Hua Shuyan had entered the picture, how would she explain this to her best friend? Yet, her anxiety lasted only a moment before she dismissed it. What did something like this matter to Yifan? After all, he already had 7 sister-in-laws. Yet he still ended up becoming Ling Yifei's boyfriend. If even his own niece was part of the equation, adding one more like her wouldn't make a difference. Thank you for choosing me. Hua Shuyan gazed at Yifan tenderly, then rose on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his cheek. Let's go back and oversee the banquet first. After it's over, I'll attend to you properly. Yifan chuckled lightly. We'll see about that later. Tonight was destined to be anything but ordinary. The family elders ordered into action by Prince Jin could strike at any moment. And if they didn't move, Yifan would seek them out himself. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, despite the earlier turmoil, the event continued. Hua Chang'an, the Hua family's head bodyguard, had conspired with the Wu family to target the Ling family. But in the end, Hua Chang'an had been dragged away, while Wu Hai was executed on the spot. The other young elites who had accompanied Wu Hai were now detained by Hua security. Their respective families scrambled desperately, exhausting every avenue to contact Fanyi in hopes of negotiating their release. As for Ling Yanxiu, she had become the center of attention. Hua Taikong's declaration made it clear that she would be the Hua family's chosen business partner, and now everyone present sought to gain her favor. Despite her initial shock, then calm acceptance, she was now thoroughly annoyed. She saw these people for what they were, fleeing like rabbits when the Ling family faced danger, but now sniffing around like dogs at the scent of opportunity. She missed Yifan dearly. How would he handle such a mess if he were here? Her gaze drifted toward the dressing room, and she couldn't help but pity him. Poor Yifan. For the sake of the Ling family's survival, he had to sacrifice himself, even resorting to seducing the Hua family's young mistress. So touching. He must have steeled himself to endure such humiliation. What a blow to a man's pride. Everyone. Hua Taikong suddenly appeared on the main stage, microphone in hand. The noisy hall fell silent as all eyes turned toward him. We sincerely appreciate your presence at tonight's business banquet. I know most of you are here for cooperation opportunities with the Hua family. However, this particular project has only one slot available, so we regretfully cannot accommodate everyone. Still, as a token of gratitude, Every attendee here tonight will receive a third-grade elixir, enough to assist martial artists in breaking through to the martial grandmaster realm. Additionally, tonight's gathering is also a networking platform. We encourage friendly, peaceful exchanges, but make no mistake. Anyone who dares cause trouble here will face the Hua family's full wrath. Whether you're a martial emperor or even a martial saint, death awaits. Truthfully, Hua Taikong hadn't been this confident before. But after witnessing Yi Fan's terrifying power in the parking lot, so overwhelming he could slaughter even a peak 9th rank martial saint, what was there to fear? The crowd erupted in murmurs. Everyone was stunned. Not just by Hua Taikong's ironclad stance, but by the Hua family's staggering wealth. A third-grade elixir for every guest? Over 10,000 elixirs in total, yet to them it was mere pocket change. Humph! The Hua family can swagger all they want. Once I retrieve grandfather's ashes after the banquet, Hua Shuyan will pay. Hidden among the crowd, a gloomy-faced young man shot a venomous glare at the stage. This was the scion of the Gong family. Even though their family boasted martial saint-level experts, they remained powerless to retaliate, forced to watch as the Hua family's grand event proceeded smoothly. In another corner, another group of sinister figures muttered darkly, "Damn it! What the hell is Prince Jin doing? He sent so many experts, why haven't they made their move yet?" If the ancient martial Hua family plants a foothold in Shangjing, Prince Jin's future will be miserable. Worse yet for us in the Dark Martial Alliance. If Hua's medicinal refineries take root in the secular world, countless new martial talents will emerge, and every one of them will owe gratitude to the Hua family. The entire martial world will shift toward the ancient martial alliance. Let's wait a little longer. Among the 10,000 attendees, representatives from factions across the globe, every faction harbored its own schemes as they awaited Hua Taikong's final announcement. After careful deliberation, we are proud to announce that the Ling family has been selected as the Hua family's official partner. Represented wholly by Miss Ling Yanxiu, Hua Taikong's voice was firm. From this moment forward, Ling Yanxiu and her family will be treated as one with the Hua family. Her actions represent ours. And behind the Hua family stands the ancient martial alliance. To put it bluntly, any force that dares oppose the Ling family, whether through subterfuge or direct hostility, is declaring war on the Hua family, and by extension, declaring war on the ancient martial alliance. Those who seek death may try. HSSS, a collective gasp swept through the hall. This wasn't right. Hadn't this just been about a medicinal refinery partnership? Yet now, it sounded like the Hua family was forcing an unbreakable bond upon themselves with the Ling family, even going so far as to curry favor with them. The Hua family was once a top 10 superfamily in the ancient martial arts world. Meanwhile, the Ling family was merely a secular family. In terms of strength and influence, the Ling family was not even on the same level as the Hua family. Moreover, as everyone knew, after Yi Fan, the figure behind the Ling family, was blown to death, they would inevitably face the Jin King's frenzied retaliation. The Jin King even had the support of a major figure from the immortal realm. The Ling family could barely protect itself at this point. What was there for the Hua family to curry favor with? After much deliberation, only one possibility remained. What the Hua family valued was not the Ling family itself, but someone else connected to the Ling family. For example, Fan Yi, the boyfriend of the Ling family's second young miss. It was quite bizarre. Originally the second young miss's boyfriend, yet tonight, he had come to the banquet with the eldest sister, behaving so intimately with her. After a collective sigh, the crowd couldn't help but glance toward the back of the stage. Next, let us welcome the Hua family's representative, Miss Hua Shuyan, to the stage to announce an important message. Hua Taikong looked toward the back of the stage and made the introduction. Under the expectant, astonished, and puzzled gazes of the crowd, Hua Shuyan gently held Yi Fan's arm and stepped onto the stage. Good evening, everyone. I am Hua Shuyan, fully representing the Hua family in hosting tonight's banquet. Thank you all for coming. Though still somewhat shy about what had just happened between her and Yi Fan, as the heiress of a super family, she remained completely composed in such a grand setting. The specific details regarding the Hua family's project collaboration have already been announced by my uncle, so I won't repeat them. There is only one opportunity, and since our Hua family has chosen to collaborate with the Ling family, if anyone wishes to explore potential partnerships, you may approach Miss Ling. As she spoke, Hua Shuyan gestured toward Ling Yanxiu. Whoosh! Instantly, a spotlight shone on Ling Yanxiu, clearly illuminating her, the Mei family head beside her, and several other executives in front of everyone. From now on, our Hua family and the Ling family will be one family, Hua Shuyan added, her gaze toward Ling Yanxiu somewhat complicated, even slightly evasive. While the other guests were still processing what was happening, Ling Yanxiu had already grasped the underlying meaning. One family. Cough, cough. There was a deeper implication here. Before anyone could react, Hua Shuyan spoke again. Today, I have another announcement to make. Starting now, I, Hua Shuyan, will marry Mr. Fan Yi, and will offer the entire Hua family as my dowry. I hope you all will bless me. Huh? Gasp. Hua Shuyan's words instantly plunged the venue into stunned silence, followed by a collective sharp intake of breath. The Hua family's heiress was publicly declaring her marriage to Fan Yi? Had the world gone mad? Just moments ago, everyone had learned that Fan Yi was the Ling family's second young Mrs. boyfriend. Yet he had attended the banquet with the eldest sister, who didn't seem to mind their closeness. Did that mean both sisters were going to marry Fan Yi? And now, even the Hua family's young Miss wanted in? Why was Fan Yi such a hot commodity? Miss Hua, are you serious? As far as I know, this Mr. Fan Yi is the Ling family's second young Mrs. boyfriend. You don't mind? After a few seconds of silence, someone suddenly stepped forward and asked Hua Shuyan. This was, in fact, the question on everyone's mind. As the heiress of a super-ancient martial arts family and its future leader, under normal circumstances, she wouldn't marry, or at most, would only accept a son-in-law, to prevent the family from falling into an outsider's hands. More importantly, the heiress of such a powerful family would never share a man with other women. This wasn't normal. It was downright bizarre. Mind? Why should I mind? Hua Shuyan smiled gently. I believe the Ling family's eldest and second young Mrs. won't mind either. For an outstanding man, isn't it normal to have several women? Right, Brother Yi? As she spoke, she affectionately wrapped her arms around Yi Fan and planted a tender kiss on his lips. Yi Fan glanced awkwardly at Ling Yanxiu, feeling a little guilty. Though he suspected Ling Yanxiu might have misunderstood that he was sacrificing himself for the Ling family's benefit, his second sister-in-law knew his true identity. Was this really okay? Meanwhile, Ling Yanxiu watched the scene unfold, feeling as if it were unreal. Hua Shuyan was publicly announcing her marriage to Yi Fan and offering the entire Hua family as a dowry? Good heavens! Was this a joke? The Hua family's vast empire just handed over to Yi Fan? This wasn't normal. Logically, Yi Fan should have been the one marrying into the Hua family. Why did it feel like the Hua family was currying favor with Yi Fan, even offering themselves as a dowry to seek his protection? Ling Yanxiu blinked, as if beginning to understand something. But at this point, she naturally wouldn't say anything. You're right. Faced with Hua Shuyan's words, Yi Fan didn't know how to respond and could only mumble in agreement. After all, it was the truth. He already had 7 sister-in-laws, Qiu Wan, Ren Shuiying, and many other admirers. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. How was he going to handle all these women in the future? Hua Shuyan, you're making a mockery of this. Does your father even know about this? Offering the entire Hua family as a dowry, do you really think that will solve anything? Dream on. Amid the uproar, a strong, authoritative voice suddenly rang out. The speaker was none other than the eldest young master of the Gong family, Gong Xiaoning. Since his grandfather's ashes were in Hua Shuyan's hands, Gong Xiaoning had brought many experts but dared not make a move. The frustration was driving him mad, yet he could do nothing. Oh, isn't this young Master Gong? How kind of you to rush over with your blessings. Giggle, whether my father knows or not, I'm not sure, but I can guarantee your grandfather knows. I nearly gave him some water earlier. Isn't that right? If I'm in a bad mood, I might give him another drink. Then you'll never see him again. Hua Shuiyan's words were deliberately provoking, dragging Gong Xiaoning's grandfather into the matter. The others didn't understand what she meant by giving him water. Hadn't the Gong family's patriarch already passed away? Why would he need water? What was Hua Shuiyan implying? But Gong Xiaoning knew exactly what she meant. She was threatening to scatter his grandfather's ashes into the river. Damn it! This wretched woman was utterly shameless. Arg. You, Hua Shuiyan, you're infuriating. Gong Xiaoning was seething but didn't dare say another word. If word got out that his grandfather's ashes had been stolen by Hua Shuiyan, the Gong family's reputation would be ruined beyond repair. No need to be angry. On such a joyous occasion, young Master Gong should hurry up and bless me. Come on, or else I might start feeling very unhappy. You know what that means. Hua Shuiyan smirked, adding, make it sweet. A blessing? A fucking blessing, my ass. Damn it. This is a blatant threat, Hua Shuiyan. God damn it, have you no shame? Today, the Hua family is expanding their business, and the Gong family was always going to interfere. How could we possibly come here to give blessings? Gong Xiaoning was furious enough to explode on the spot, but Hua Shuiyan wasn't the least bit fazed. Instead, she waved her phone right in front of his face. The message was crystal clear. Big bro, your call. Your grandpa's still in my hands, you know? Haha. If you act rashly, say goodbye to him. Gong Xiaoning understood exactly what she meant. This damn witch, no matter how enraged or unwilling he was, he didn't dare show any sign of defiance at this moment. She had won. Through his grandfather's ashes, she had completely trapped him. The threat, a fucking blatant threat. First of all, his grandfather's ashes held secrets of immense importance. If they were exposed, the Gong family could lose centuries of fortune. And if word got out that the Gong family patriarch's ashes were about to be dumped down a sewer, stolen by the Hua family's heiress no less, where the hell would the Gong family's dignity go? So, despite his fury, Gong Xiaoning was powerless. If only he hadn't run his mouth earlier. Now he'd practically served his own face up for Hua Shuiyan to slap. Whoosh! The entire hall fell silent in an instant as all eyes turned toward Gong Xiaoning. While most mundane aristocratic families didn't recognize him, the elite superfamilies, overseas martial forces, and representatives of ancient martial clans certainly did. The Gong family was a prominent dynasty in the ancient martial world. Until recently, the ancient martial alliance had dominated the martial realm. But as the Nangong family declined, the alliance's influence weakened, and smaller factions like the minor martial unions and rising families began competing for power. And the Gong family was one of them. The Hua family stood with the Nangong faction, while the Gong family had always been their sworn rival. Now, everyone was watching Gong Xiaoning, waiting to see how he'd handle this situation. Sensing the abrupt silence, Gong Xiaoning felt even more humiliated. Fuck me. Are you all doing this on purpose? Just a second ago it was noisy as hell. Why the sudden quiet? Waiting to see me make a fool of myself? Damn it. But there was no turning back now. With no other choice, Gong Xiaoning forced himself to speak through gritted teeth. May Hua Shuiyan and young Master Fan enjoy a century of harmony. May the Hua family's endeavors flourish. His words came out stiff, practically spat one by one. Still, the mere fact that Gong Xiaoning had offered any blessing at all was shocking enough. Whoosh! The crowd erupted in murmurs, staring at Gong Xiaoning in disbelief. The Gong family had always been the Hua family's archenemy, opposing them at every turn. At today's business negotiations banquet, not only had Gong Xiaoning failed to interfere, he'd actually blessed them. Was this a joke? Had the sun risen in the west? Something was wrong. Something was definitely fishy. All eyes shifted from Gong Xiaoning to Hua Shuiyan and Fan Yi. Most attendees didn't suspect Hua Shuiyan. Their suspicions instead fell on Fan Yi. It must be him. He must have done something to make even the Gong family back down. Can anyone figure out what Fan Yi's background is? Everyone was baffled. Little did they know, no matter how they investigated, Fan Ye's identity would remain an unsolvable mystery, because Fan Ye didn't actually exist. The name was just a fabrication by Yi Fan. Humph. Gong shouting, though your blessing lacked sincerity. Today is a joyous occasion for me, so I'll magnanimously let it slide. Hua Shuyan casually tucked away her phone, then raised the microphone again. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a day of double celebrations. Eat, drink, and be merry. Now, let us all raise our glasses together to celebrate my union with my husband. As she spoke, she motioned for an assistant to bring 2 wine glasses, preparing to toast alongside the guests. Well said. Best wishes to Hua Shuyan and young Master Fan. Indeed, young Master Fan and Hua Shuyan are a match made in heaven. A perfect couple. Most of the guests had already grasped the situation. With Hua Shuyan and Fan Ye's marriage, combined with the Hua family's alliance with the Ling family, there was little room left for opposition. If even the mighty Gong family backed down, what chance did the rest have? Even overseas superfamilies who'd planned to intervene had seen how ruthlessly Hua Shuyan crushed the Wu family. They didn't dare act recklessly now. Everything seemed settled. But just as the crowd raised their glasses in unison, boom! The banquet hall's double doors were violently blasted open. With an earth-shaking explosion, the gates shattered under an overwhelming surge of martial energy. Splinters and fragments hurtled inward like deadly shrapnel, every shard carrying lethal force. At the same time, a sinister voice echoed through the hall. Young Miss Hua, think twice before acting. Must the Hua heiress rush into marriage? Or would you rather end up a widow like that Ling girl? Wouldn't that be tragic? From the podium, Yi Fan's martial energy pulsed in anticipation. Zhang Yu had already warned him. Under Prince Jin's orders, the superfamilies of Shangjing had sent their patriarchs to kill him. Now they had finally arrived. Whoosh! As the wooden shards shot toward the crowd, Yi Fan moved. The attacker was a martial saint. Even scattered debris carried the force of a martial emperor's strike. If left unchecked, the fragments would slaughter half the hall. So Yi Fan acted immediately. Absolute domain. Without hesitation, he activated his ultimate technique, instantly enveloping the entire hall in a suppression field to weaken all combatants inside. At the same time, 3,000 scarlet threads erupted from his wrist, weaving through the air with precision. Each thread coiled around a flying splinter, halting them mid-flight. Some fragments had already been inches away from piercing throats, eyes, chests. Just as the guests braced for death, they froze upon realizing the wooden shards had suddenly stopped midair, as if seized by an invisible hand. Ha! What just? Holy shit! I almost died. Who the hell? Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. Too terrifying. The powerhouse who blasted open the door had struck with the intent to slaughter everyone present. A single move that left the entire crowd petrified. But what shocked them even more was the other figure who intervened. At such a critical moment, faced with a sudden ambush, this person had reacted effortlessly, with impeccable precision, blocking every single one of the hundreds of flying debris. Such accuracy could only be achieved with extraordinarily formidable mental strength. Who was it? After the initial shock, the crowd peered closer and noticed countless crimson threads coiled around the suspended fragments. 3,000 scarlet threads danced wildly in the air, forming a crimson web that enveloped the entire hall, and all those threads converged upon a single figure. Fan Yi, the boyfriend of the Ling family's youngest daughter, now also Hua Shuyan's husband. Fan Yi was the one who had acted. Among the crowd, some from elite families recognized the old man who had attacked. It's the Wu family's patriarch. Rumor has it his strength has already reached the martial saint realm. The Wu patriarch is here for revenge. That explains it. Even though the Wu family is just a top-tier clan in Shangjing, with their patriarch leading them, they can hold their own even against ancient martial families. Though, did old Master Hua act too rashly by killing Wu Hai? Shut it. Can't you see? That Fan Ye's strength is clearly above the Wu patriarch's. The whole place is going to be turned upside down today. Ignoring the whispers, The Wu patriarch fixed his burning gaze on Fan Yi. "Kid, you're strong. But Shangjing isn't a place for you." His expression darkened with wariness. His sneak attack, dozens of deadly projectiles, had been completely neutralized in the blink of an eye. Before the battle had even begun, the Wu patriarch had already lost in terms of momentum. Originally, his plan had been straightforward. Make a dramatic entrance, shatter the debris with his martial energy, slaughter a group of martial elites to intimidate the entire crowd, then make his move against Fan Yi. Public opinion would have been on his side. But now, a member of the Wu family. Fan Yi smirked. "Then allow me to give you a warning. Stay out of Prince Jin's affairs. Otherwise, you'll drag your entire family to ruin." Through intel from Zhang Yu, Fan Yi knew everything concerning the Wu family. Wu Hai's presence here had been aimed at him from the start. So Fan Yi wasted no time exposing the truth before the thousands of guests. The Wu patriarch wasn't just here for revenge. He was acting on Prince Jin's orders to eliminate Fan Yi. Prince Jin? The Wu patriarch is here because of Prince Jin? This is getting even more complicated. So Fan Ye's emergence has threatened Prince Jin's plans, and now he sent the Wu patriarch to kill him. This is high-stakes warfare. I wonder if Fan Yi can handle it. At this level, it's not just about brute strength. It's about influence, connections, and power. You! The Wu patriarch's face twisted in fury as his hidden motives were laid bare. Fan Yi, you can protect these guests for now, but can you protect them forever? His martial energy pulsed ominously as he sneered at the crowd. In my eyes, they're nothing but ants, trash. Killing them is as easy as breathing. And since they're here for the Hua family's business banquet, if they die here, who would dare work with the Hua family ever again? Among the guests, even the strongest, those at the peak of the martial emperor realm, stood no chance against a martial saint like him. Today, the Wu patriarch had come to wreak havoc. Everyone except Fan Yi was expendable. Hell, for Prince Jin's promised reward, he'd even slaughter his own descendants without hesitation. Bloodline? Family legacy? None of that mattered. The only thing that did? Ascending to the immortal realm. Oh? Then try. Fan Ye's voice was ice. You think you can kill anyone while I'm here? A quick scan confirmed the Wu patriarch's strength, martial saint, 5th tier. Pathetic compared to him. Fan Yi hadn't struck yet because he was waiting for his absolute domain to fully activate. With so many guests present, he needed to end this in one move, minimizing collateral damage. Fan Yi, you bastards murdered my son. Wu Jinchuan, leading a swarm of Wu elites and armed guards, stormed into the hall. Patriarch, slaughter them all. And Hua Taikong, you'd better answer for this. My son's death won't go unavenged. The air thickened with the scent of bloodshed. Yet, in a private lounge on the 2nd floor, Yen Ruyu merely shook her head. TSK, they had a chance to live, but they chose to deliver their heads on a platter. While others trembled at the Wu patriarch's might, Hua Taikong remained utterly calm. Ha! Earlier, in the parking lot, Fan Yi had slaughtered 2 martial saints at the 9th tier peak without breaking a sweat. This old fool? Not even enough to fill the gaps between Fan Ye's teeth. As for Hua Shuyan, now aware of Fan Ye's true identity as Yi Fan, the most monstrous genius in all of Xia, she was the calmest of all. Her husband had faked his death in the northwest just to unleash chaos in Shangjing. The Wu patriarch had delivered himself to his doom. Avenge young Master Wu. Kill Fan Yi. The Wu disciples, emboldened by their patriarch's presence, roared in fury. Annoying. With a cold snort, Fan Yi flicked his wrist. Whoosh! A blade of shadows, brimming with killing intent, tore through the air like a storm. You dare, you brat? Yi Fan's actions instantly sent the Wu family's old ancestor into a furious rage, as if he were about to explode on the spot. Damn it! He had come here today to kill and stir up trouble. Yet before he could even make a move, Yi Fan had acted first, targeting the Wu family's core disciples. It wasn't that he particularly cared about the lives of those Wu family disciples. The real issue was his own dignity. As a supreme martial saint realm powerhouse, failing to protect his own clansmen would sully his reputation. If word got out, which faction would still dare to take him in? With a flick of his wrist, the Wu family's old ancestor unleashed a massive surge of gang chi, shielding the core disciples and intercepting Yi Fan's overwhelming killing intent. His motive wasn't altruism. He acted purely for his own future, for his reputation and credibility. Moments earlier, the Wu family's core disciples had been terrified by Yi Fan's overwhelming might. But seeing their old ancestor block the onslaught, their fear instantly turned to arrogance. Ha! Trash. Fan Yi thinks he's so tough, but he's not even fit to lick our old ancestor's boots. Exactly. With our old ancestor making a move, he'll obliterate him in one strike. Damn it. I can't wait to see what happens to the Ling family after Fan Yi dies. And that bitch Hua Shuyan, using the entire Hua family as her dowry. Why the hell doesn't luck like that fall on me? Like a pack of clowns, the Wu family disciples jeered and mocked in the hall. Wu Jinchuan remained silent, but seeing the old ancestor take action filled him with immense relief. After all the resources the Wu family spent serving the old ancestor over the years, it's finally paying off. Now we see the true worth of our devotion. Thuk, thuk. The sound of flesh being pierced suddenly echoed through the hall. A few of the younger Wu clan disciples were still lost in their delusions. Hey, did you guys hear that? Sounded like something cutting through flesh. Must be the old ancestor making his move. Any second now, he'll slice open Fan Ye's throat. Once the old ancestor finishes off Fan Yi today, we'll have the credentials to swear loyalty to Prince Jin. The Wu family will rise to greatness. Too absorbed in their gloating, none of them noticed the thin crimson lines forming across their necks. Third brother, your neck. It's bleeding. My neck. One of the young disciples blinked in confusion, reaching up to touch his throat. His fingers came away wet with blood. Before he could even look down. Crack! Thud! A grotesque sight unfolded. As soon as the young martial venerate disciple lowered his head, his skull detached from his neck and thudded heavily onto the floor. Thud! 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 But the horrifying part? It wasn't just one head hitting the ground. It was 2, 3, 10, thukthuk. A series of wet, slicing sounds resonated through the hall, gripping everyone's hearts in terror. The guests barely had time to blink before realizing. Almost all of the Wu family's core disciples who had stormed in were dead. Their bodies crumpled to the floor, lifeless. From the chaotic crowd moments ago, only Wu Jinchuan and the Wu family's old ancestor remained standing. The rest lay in pools of their own blood. And yet, Yi Fan hadn't moved an inch. Still standing beside Hua Shuyan, his posture perfectly relaxed. The only thing that had moved was a single streak of cold light. Shadow Blade. A weapon left to him by his mother from the Tiankue base. Engraved with 3,000 mystic runes, though Yi Fan's current strength wasn't enough to activate 80% of them, much less unleash the blade's full power. But even so, the sheer lethality displayed was enough to stun the entire room. This ruthless hiss. Every attack the Wu family's old ancestor had aimed at the guests had been instantly blocked by Yi Fan's crimson silk overlord body. Yet right before the old ancestor's eyes, Yi Fan had openly slaughtered every core disciple of the Wu family, with just a single shadow blade. This was a slap to the face, an insult beyond measure. The hall fell deathly silent. Everyone's eyes bulged as they stared at the Wu family's old ancestor, waiting to see what he would do next. After all, hadn't he erected protective gang chi barriers around his clansmen just moments ago? Had they been utterly useless? Ag! Before anyone could process it, the Wu family's old ancestor finally snapped. His furious roar shook the hall as he clutched his wrist, blood gushing from a massive, gaping hole. He had tried to reinforce his gang chi shield with his own palm's protective aura to block Yi Fan's strike, but it did nothing. His gang chi barrier shattered instantly, and the shadow blade pierced straight through his wrist. Old ancestor. Wu Jinchuan's voice trembled as he stared at the corpses around him. They're all dead. To this must be a nightmare, right? Slap me. Wake me up. Wu Jinchuan teetered on the edge of madness. The grief of losing his son, Wu Hai, hadn't even faded. And now, nearly every Wu family member lay slaughtered, right in front of their old ancestor. Hadn't they claimed the Wu family's old ancestor was invincible? Whack! The old ancestor backhanded Wu Jinchuan hard, sending him sprawling. Shut the hell up. Stop making a scene. You're distracting me. The old ancestor was fuming and terrified. If blocking Yifan's first strike against the guests had been a fluke, then slaughtering the Wu family disciples right under his nose was no accident. Fan Ye's strength far surpassed the intelligence Prince Jin had provided. The favor Prince Jin had offered for killing Fan Ye was turning into a death sentence. Regret. Deep regret. The old ancestor had assumed crushing a newly ascended martial saint would be easy. Now he was trapped, no way out. Fan Ye. It seems I underestimated you. The old ancestor's gaze turned frigid as he drew a massive black battle blade from his back. Now, I'll get serious. A deadly aura erupted. The air thickened with killing intent. Would this clash between martial saints reduce the entire hall to rubble? Panic spread among the guests. Should they run? But this was a super battle between two martial saint-level powerhouses. For almost everyone present, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to witness such an intense duel. To leave now, they simply couldn't accept it. Moreover, the representatives of these superfamilies in attendance were all elites of their clans, ruthless figures in their own right. At this critical moment, asking them to flee and retreat, that wasn't their style. Whoosh! And so, though the guests were wary, they only retreated a few meters, leaving a small clearing in the center. Hua Shuyan watched the situation unfold with lingering concern. Fan Yi, can you handle this? Even though Yi Fan had claimed in the parking lot that he had dealt with two martial saint-level experts, neither Hua Shuyan nor Hua Taikong had witnessed it firsthand. Naturally, she was still uneasy. Smack! Yi Fan gave Hua Shuyan's backside a light pat and smirked. Ha! A man can never say he can't. Didn't you already see for yourself just how capable I am? His gaze turned teasing as he recalled the intimate moment in the dressing room, inwardly amused. You're so bad. Hua Shuyan also remembered that scene, her face burning with embarrassment. She couldn't believe how bold she had been. How could she have been so wild, so shameless? When Yi Fan glanced toward Ling Yanxiu, she happened to clench her fist and give him an encouraging gesture. After everything they had been through, Ling Yanxiu trusted Yi Fan. But she was still worried. The rest of the guests held their breaths, watching the scene with nervous anticipation. Everyone was curious. Just how terrifying would a battle between two martial saints be? This was a rare spectacle. After tonight, they'd have bragging rights for life. Whoosh! The Wu family's ancestor moved first, his aura erupting as he swung his battle axe, preparing to strike at Yi Fan. Kill him! Kill him! Better yet, take out Hua Shuyan and Hua Taikong too. Those damn bastards. The Wu family's ancestor had grand plans, but the moment he raised his weapon, crack, crack, a metallic shattering sound echoed through the air. Suddenly, his wrist felt lighter. He had lost control of his battle axe, along with the martial saint 5th level energy imbued within it. What the hell? Shocked, the Wu family's ancestor glanced at his weapon and nearly exploded in fury. Mother of... Where's my axe? His pupils dilated in disbelief as he stared at the empty hilt in his hand, completely dumbfounded. Just as he was about to strike, his battle axe had vanished? Of course, it hadn't truly disappeared. A spinning shadow blade had sliced it into fragments, scattering them across the ground. Hiss! The Wu family's ancestor hadn't seen what happened, but the surrounding guests had. Yi Fan had effortlessly shattered his weapon with a single shadow blade. What kind of joke was this? Clearly, Fan Ye's strength far surpassed the Wu family's ancestor. Though both were martial saints, the realm was divided into 9 tiers, each breakthrough more difficult than ascending to heaven. Yi Fan was already at the 8th level of martial saint, while the Wu family's ancestor was only at the 5th. This wasn't a fight, it was a massacre. And that wasn't even accounting for Yi Fan's overpowered weapons, techniques, and hidden cards. The Wu family's ancestor skidded to a halt, his momentum broken. Now, he no longer had the courage to charge forward. If he attacked, he'd die. But if he didn't, how could he save face now? While he hesitated, Yi Fan's shadow blade tore through the void, striking from an impossible angle. Thunk! It pierced straight through the Wu family's ancestor's chest, then twisted violently, shredding his heart and dantian in a single rotation. Boom! Crunch! The force of the impact exploded outward, tearing a massive hole through his torso. Whoosh! As blood and viscera sprayed out, Yi Fan, not wanting to traumatize the guests, secretly conjured flames, incinerating the gore before it could splatter. Of course, he acted so discreetly that no one noticed, except for the hidden Yen Ryu. To everyone else, it simply looked like the shadow blade had hollowed out the Wu family's ancestor's chest in an instant. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped, their faces frozen in shock. That was it? Seriously? Weren't martial saint-level battles supposed to shake mountains and rivers? How had this ended so effortlessly? Hua Shuiyan's lips curled into a smile as she tightened her grip on Yi Fan's arm. She had gambled right. With a husband this powerful, one who could crush a 5th-level martial saint like an ant, even the pressure from Aoyue might lessen. Beside her, Hua Taikong exhaled in relief. 3 martial saints had fallen tonight. With such overwhelming strength backing them, who would dare oppose them now? Meanwhile, Ling Yanxiu nearly cheered. This was the man she had chosen. Humph! Once Fan Ye's true identity was revealed, everyone would see. Her judgment had never been wrong. Ah, my heart, my dantian. The Wu family's ancestor blinked, only to realize his chest felt unnaturally cold. Looking down, he saw the gaping void where his torso should have been. He refused to believe it, instinctively trying to circulate his energy to stem the bleeding. But no matter how he struggled, not a wisp of power remained. With his dantian destroyed, his cultivation was gone. All he could do was watch helplessly as blood gushed from his ruined chest. Then darkness. His vision blurred, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Ah! Ancestor, what's wrong with you? Ancestor, you can't die. Get up and keep fighting. The moment the Wu family's ancestor collapsed, Wu Jinchuan, the head of the Wu family, nearly lost his mind. Scrambling frantically, he rushed toward the ancestor and hurriedly tried to prop him up. Ancestor, use your ultimate move. Kill this bastard. Hurry! After witnessing his son's death, the slaughter of the Wu family's core disciples, and now the ancestor being beaten down, Wu Jinchuan was on the verge of complete mental collapse. He knew that if the Wu family's ancestor fell, the entire Wu family would be utterly annihilated. They would vanish from the world tonight. Though some lesser branches of the Wu family still remained, their talent and abilities were mediocre at best. There was no way they could sustain the family's future. And since Fan Yi had already struck, why would he allow the Wu family to leave any survivors? Cough! The Wu family's ancestor was deathly pale, his body nearly falling apart from Wu Jinchuan's desperate shaking. Weakly, he spat out, "Are you fucking blind? Do I look like I can still fight?" At times, the ancestor truly couldn't understand. Were the brains of the Wu family's descendants all in their asses? Couldn't they see the obvious? He was already crippled, on the verge of death. What the hell was he supposed to fight with? The ancestor deeply regretted his decision. If he had known Fan Yi was this powerful, he would never have agreed to the Prince of Jin's orders to attack him. Now, not only had he failed to kill Fan Yi, but he had also doomed himself. As he recalled the centuries of grueling cultivation, the relentless struggles, the unbearable pain he had endured for breakthroughs, tears suddenly streamed down his face. Had it all been an illusion? Sigh. In the end, it was all just a fleeting dream. While the ancestor was lost in regret, Wu Jinchuan's grip on his wrist suddenly loosened. His expression twisted into something vicious. "Damn it, you old fool. Useless trash. If you knew you were this weak, why the hell did you come here to show off? Go to hell." Thud. While cursing, Wu Jinchuan viciously kicked the ancestor in the stomach, sending him flying. Crack. Without his martial energy to protect him, the ancestor was now just a frail old man on the brink of death. Wu Jinchuan, at least a martial venerable, struck with enough force to snap the ancestor's body in half midair before it crashed to the ground. You beast! You unfilial wretch! You cough! The ancestor's upper body tumbled several times before coming to a stop. Glaring at Wu Jinchuan with hatred, he tried to curse again, but his life force was rapidly fading. After a few spasms, he fell completely still. The guests at the scene stared in shock, their expressions turning strange as they looked at Wu Jinchuan. This family head was too ruthless. When the ancestor still had power, Wu Jinchuan had groveled like a dog, licking his boots without shame. But the moment the ancestor lost his value, he was discarded like trash. Sigh. After kicking the ancestor away, Wu Jinchuan immediately spun around and dropped to his knees before Fan Yi. Lord Fan, I beg your forgiveness. This was all the ancestors doing. Our Wu family never wanted to oppose you. Spare me, and I swear I'll serve you like a slave, leading the Wu family to obey your every command. He kowtowed repeatedly, pleading for mercy. The shamelessness of his actions left the gathered aristocrats utterly speechless. Could a person really sink to such depths? Killing his own ancestor, shifting all blame onto him, just to escape Fan Ye's wrath? Damn it! Wu Jinchuan has no shame. I want to kick him myself. Exactly. Even if he's going to die, he should at least die with dignity. Compromising for the sake of the family's survival is understandable, but this is just too much. From the stage, Fan Yi frowned at Wu Jinchuan's display before shaking his head in disgust. Did this scum really think he'd be spared? From the moment Wu Hai set his sights on Ling Yanxiu, no, from the moment the Wu family conspired with the Prince of Jin to destroy the Yi family, their fate had already been sealed. Slash. With a flick of his wrist, Fan Ye's shadow blade reduced Wu Jinchuan to minced flesh before vanishing back into his body. Soon, the Hua family's guards efficiently cleaned up the scene. The air even began to carry a faint floral fragrance. Under the dazzling lights, aside from the uneasy expressions of the guests, nothing seemed amiss. Had they not witnessed it themselves, no one would have believed such a life-and-death battle had just taken place. Everyone, the music continues. The dance goes on. Tonight, you are all honored guests. Eat, drink, and enjoy yourselves. For those seeking cooperation, contact Miss Ling Yanxiu of the Ling family. Fan Yi picked up the microphone, addressing the crowd with calm authority, as if nothing had happened. Such composure, such dominance. And you're telling me this Fan Yi is just some ordinary, self-taught powerhouse? Yeah, right. Murmur. The crowd of thousands erupted in whispers before quickly settling down. The Hua and Ling families' joint alchemy venture was too significant. Every family had their own schemes. Even if they couldn't secure a partnership, they at least wanted priority access to the pills. Besides, with the Ling family of Shangjing now backed by a martial saint powerhouse, their rise was inevitable, perhaps even more meteoric than when they had relied on the Yi family. Of course, none of them knew that Fan Yi was actually Yi Fan himself. In an instant, Ling Yanxiu was swarmed by eager suitors. No one dared to make another move. In an inconspicuous corner, the Prince of Jin's loyalists seethed with frustration but were powerless to act. What the hell happened tonight? Didn't the prince say he'd sent a major player to handle things? Was it just the Wu family's ancestor? He got beaten like a dog. Well, to be fair, the ancestor was already a 5th-rank martial saint. That's terrifying by any standard. It's not that he was weak, but Fan Yi is just too monstrous. Shoo! Keep your voices down. A martial saint's senses can cover this entire hall. If we're caught, we're dead. Let's slip away quietly. We need to report this to Secretary Zhang immediately and prepare countermeasures. Outside the banquet hall, Gong Xiaoning, who had seemingly left, hadn't gone far. Instead, he sat in his car, watching the live broadcast of the events inside. When he saw Fan Yi instantly obliterate the Wu family's ancestor, a martial saint of the 5th rank, he could no longer stay seated. He's that strong? Gong Xiaoning had once encountered Yi Fan on the streets. At the time, he hadn't thought much of Yi Fan, assuming he was merely at the martial emperor level. Back then, Gong Xiaoning had backed down only because Hua Shuyan was holding his grandfather's ashes, and old man Hua had also appeared, forcing him to retreat. But now, it seemed old man Hua's intervention had actually saved his life. If he had insisted on pursuing Hua Shuyan with force, he would have already met the king of hell. Beside Gong Xiaoning, an old man in gray robes spoke with concern. "Young Master Gong, do you think we can still retrieve the old master's ashes? If it were just the Hua family, the Gong family could have used their influence to negotiate, pressuring them through alliances with other families. There might have been room for discussion. But now, with Fan Ye's monstrous strength, especially since he hadn't even gone all out, who knew what kind of backing he had? Sigh, let's go back for now. Things are getting more complicated." Gong Xiaoning stared at the screen, a sense of powerlessness washing over him. Before this, he had prided himself on his exceptional talent. But recently, a freak like Yi Fan had emerged in the secular world, and now there was Fan Yi, both impossibly overpowered. Compared to them, he wasn't even trash. Inside the banquet hall, after the earlier events, all the guests had quieted down. Some martial arts families, who had distanced themselves from the Hua family as their influence waned, now shamelessly fawned over Hua Shuyan, wagging their tails in submission. Seeing several martial arts family heads greet her with flattery, Hua Shuyan smirked in response while her gaze drifted to the other side of the hall. There, Yi Fan, having fought several battles in a row, had grown hungry. He found an empty table, sat down, and began eating without a care. As for the family representatives swarming Ling Yanxiu and Hua Shuyan for business talks, Yi Fan couldn't be bothered to intervene. After everything that had happened, whether friend or foe, none of the guests would dare cause trouble now. "Young Master Fan, greetings. I am Yang Wudi, head of the Yang family. I apologize for my foolish son's actions. It was Wu Hai who misled him into offending you. Please, spare him. I am Yen Wushuang, head of the Yen family. My son also offended you earlier. Please, grant him mercy." Thud, thud. Within moments, 4 or 5 middle-aged men knelt before Yi Fan, heads bowed, holding large boxes in offering, not daring to breathe too loudly. Yi Fan glanced at them and immediately understood. These were the fathers of the young men who had been Wu Hai's lackeys earlier. Dong Xiao had been killed by Ling Yanxiu's punch, while the other young masters had been detained by Hua Taikong's men. The upper-class families of Shangjing knew very well that the true master of tonight's banquet was none other than Fan Yi. So they cut to the chase and begged for mercy directly. "Humph. Use your brains next time." Yi Fan had no intention of wiping them all out. Wu Hai had been the main instigator, and now he was dead. The core members of the Wu family had also perished. As for the other young masters, a warning was enough. Yi Fan didn't mind doing them a favor. "Leave the gifts. I'll have your sons released." Did Yi Fan need their offerings? Of course not. The spatial ring he had obtained from the evil spirit contained enough resources to arm an entire army. With enough talent, he could elevate them all to the Grandmaster realm or higher. While Grandmaster level strength might not sound impressive, numbers mattered. Even ants could topple a tree. If an entire army consisted of Grandmasters, even a peak martial saint would struggle against them, let alone a few dozen. "Thank you, young Master Fan. Thank you." The family heads kowtowed repeatedly like chickens pecking at rice. "Get lost. And remember, stay away from Prince Jin. I don't like him." Before dismissing them, Yi Fan issued a warning. Though these families were insignificant, it was better to eliminate potential risks. Yes, of course." Once they left, Yi Fan didn't even glance at the boxes. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of energy swept them into his spatial ring. What treasures could mere secular families offer? Could they compare to the hoard of artifacts the evil spirit had collected? After a brief pause, Yi Fan turned to a Hua family bodyguard. "Tell old man Hua to release those young masters in the Ling family's name." Since they still had business in Shangjing, it was best to avoid unnecessary enemies. As the bodyguard left, Yen Ryu appeared beside Yi Fan in a flash. Young Master Yi, care for a walk? She held a wine glass, her eyes signaling toward the exit. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Yen Ryu was the only one who had discovered his true identity without him revealing it. In fact, she might have known since their encounter in the car. Sure. With a single word, Yi Fan vanished from the hall in a teleportation technique, reappearing on the second-floor balcony. Yen Ryu blinked in surprise. That movement technique? Even the immortal realm has lost such arts. And the spatial ring. Damn, there's no mistake now. A faint smile curled her lips. She had no ulterior motives toward Yi Fan, only sincerity. Flames, lost supreme movement techniques, a spatial ring. These were things that shouldn't exist in the secular world, no, not even in the martial world. Even in the immortal realm, few could access such treasures. Yet Yi Fan seemed to possess them all. Combined with the disappearance of the Divine Gate's leader, Yen Ryu had a bold guess. Yi Fan was the one she had been searching for. If so, then she had to help him grow stronger, faster. The immortal realm couldn't hold on much longer. If it collapsed, the secular world would be next. Young Master Yi, how much do you know about the immortal realm? On the balcony of the second floor, Yen Ryu held a wine glass, gazing at the bustling traffic on the street below. Without any preamble, he spoke directly to Yi Fan. Yi Fan frowned slightly. He had expected that Yen Ryu's visit wouldn't be just for idle chatter, but he hadn't anticipated such bluntness, openly discussing the immortal realm with him. After all, the existence of the immortal realm was practically taboo in the mortal world. Only a handful knew of it. Even the superfamilies of the ancient martial world merely knew that the Immortal Gate Assembly was held periodically, where the great figures of the immortal realm would select disciples to bring into their domain. Everyone was scrambling to collect immortal path tokens, yet these tokens were limited in number, appearing in different places with varying probabilities. I know a little. Essentially, every few years, the ancient martial world holds an assembly where the great figures of the immortal realm come to recruit outstanding disciples. The ticket to enter is the Immortal Path Token. Yi Fan turned to Yen Ryu. So, young Master Yen, are you from the immortal realm? Yen Ryu nodded, then shook his head. You could say so, but not entirely. Let me tell you more about the immortal realm. His eyes grew profound. The immortal realm spans millions of miles, with a population of hundreds of billions. A vast and immense world. It is saturated with cultivation-assisting mental energy, which can condense into mind pearls. By absorbing these pearls, one can cultivate, extend their lifespan, and gain greater power. Yen Ryu did his best to explain the immortal realm in simple terms. Meanwhile, fragments of memory in Yi Fan's mind began piecing themselves together. Young Master Yen, you mentioned the heart-free royal city in the immortal realm earlier. For some reason, it feels strangely familiar to me. Yi Fan frowned, trying to recall the scattered memories, but every time he reached a critical point, the connection slipped away. It was as if an unseen force in his mind was preventing those fragments from fully merging. Sigh. Yi Fan felt helpless. Perhaps only by breaking through the peak of Martial Saint and reaching the divine transformation realm of the immortal realm would he get another chance. Young Master Yi, really? You feel familiar with it? That's wonderful. Yen Ryu nearly blurted out something in his excitement but caught himself, remembering his steward's warning before leaving. Fortunately, Yi Fan changed the subject. Since the immortal realm is so vast, what governs its order? And is there anything beyond it? Yen Ryu's facial muscles twitched slightly. Yi Fan's lack of surprise at the immortal realm's existence all but confirmed his suspicions. The rules of the immortal realm are complex. It is primarily governed by the Confucian Academy, though other factions, such as the Buddhist sect, the Taoist sect, and various other powers, also hold territories. While there are royal dynasties, the authority of the sects far outweighs that of the emperors. As for what lies beyond, my father once told me that above the immortal realm exists the 9 provinces and the 3,000 worlds, an even grander existence. The distant 9 provinces have birthed countless dazzling civilizations and monstrous geniuses. For us cultivators, the ultimate goal is to reach those 9 provinces and set foot in the 3,000 worlds. Yen Ryu stared at Yi Fan with fervent admiration. Once, in our immortal realm, there was a star emperor who dominated the 9 provinces and swept through the 3,000 worlds. Later, he perished due to certain circumstances, but it said his soul and essence were preserved. And now, the 9 great empresses, who once ruled the 3,000 worlds, scour the cosmos in search of his traces. Yi Fan's heart ached inexplicably when he heard about the 9 great empresses seeking the Star Emperor. Combined with the memory fragments in his mind and the strange changes in his body after touching Qi Jiao, a bold conjecture formed in his heart. Could I truly be the reincarnation of that Star Emperor? A profound glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. I will go to the immortal realm. His mother's last known location was the Nangong family, and given the current situation, she had likely gone to the immortal realm. Moreover, Shen Yufei had already been taken there, and Yu Linglong's grandmother would soon send people to abduct her again. Yi Fan had to go. But before leaving the mortal world, he needed to settle all unfinished business. The life and death feud with Prince Jin, the troubles of the Yi family in the ancient martial world, and the evil entities lurking across the globe. Young Master Yi, what's your next move? A mere mortal prince is nothing. If I intervene, though I might face some punishment from the enforcement court, I could easily crush him. No need for you to suffer. Yen Ryu genuinely wanted to help. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of energy enveloped a section of the street below. The next moment, Yi Fan was stunned to see that space itself seemed to freeze. Moving cars, pedestrians, even the traffic lights, everything came to a standstill. Hiss! Such terrifying power made Yi Fan's pupils dilate. Is this the might of the high-level martial techniques from the immortal realm? The spatial ring he possessed contained some advanced techniques, but his current cultivation was insufficient to comprehend, let alone activate them. If I train diligently, perhaps I too can reach such heights one day. Young Master Yi, this is nothing. The true powerhouses of the immortal realm can shake mountains and rivers with a wave of their hand. And the supreme experts, it's said they can annihilate entire planets with a single gesture. Those are the real legends. Yen Ryu looked at Yi Fan earnestly. Your talent is extraordinary. To reach such strength in the mortal world in such a short time, you will undoubtedly surpass me in the future. Yi Fan nodded and clasped his fists. I appreciate your kindness, young Master Yen, but these mortal affairs, I'll handle them myself. Besides, a blood debt must be repaid personally. Only then can I face my fallen brothers and elders. Next, I will turn the capital upside down. A ruthless glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Wasn't the capital Prince Jin's stronghold? Zhang Yu had already submitted to him. Yi Fan would recruit more experts, more of Prince Jin's vassal families. In 2 weeks, the imperial consort and the emperor would hold their grand wedding, the day Prince Jin planned to make his move. And when that time came, Yi Fan would make Prince Jin wish for death, forcing him to kneel in repentance before the memorial tablets of his brothers and elders. 2 young people sat on the balcony and talked at length. They spoke of Yi Fan's past, the grandeur of the immortal domain, and their respective dreams. Though Yi Fan had only just met Yen Ryu, he felt a peculiar closeness to her, as if they had known each other for years. He opened his heart completely, releasing some of the burdens weighing on him. In the mortal world, Yi Fan had sworn brothers who would live and die with him, Wang Fugue, Guali, Lu Wuyang, and others, but Yen Ryu was different from them. Yi Fan knew that with Yen Ryu's strength, she could easily overpower him. Yet she treated him not with dominance but with care, almost protection, tinged with a hint of admiration and expectation. It was as if she was waiting for Yi Fan to grow stronger. Though Yen Ryu hid her emotions well, Yi Fan could still sense them clearly. With her, he didn't need to hide or suppress anything. The 2 youths poured out their dreams, fantasizing about distant galaxies, convinced that someday, they would carve out their own place among the stars. By the time they descended from the 2nd floor, it was nearly midnight. The business banquet below was still going, though most of the guests had already left. A portion of them were undoubtedly Jin Wang's men. Knowing the Wu family had fallen, they understood tonight's event offered no hope for them, so staying served no purpose. As for the other foreign factions, only those allied with the Ling family or connected to the Yi family remained, clinging to the faintest glimmer of opportunity. The rest had long since departed. With the banquet winding down, it was time for Yi Fan to leave. As soon as he appeared in the hall, Hua Shuyan approached him. "Husband, the arrangements for tonight's accommodation are ready. Should we go together?" Her voice was bashful yet eager. She had been overjoyed earlier when Yi Fan hadn't objected to her public declaration of marriage to him. Now that she knew his true identity, she was even more certain that the Hua family would rise to greatness because of him. But there was one concern gnawing at her. Yi Fan was already the husband of her best friend, Nangong Aoyue. How would she explain this to her? And what if Yi Fan had particular preferences, like wanting them both at the same time? The mere thought made her burn with shame. Yi Fan pulled Hua Shuyan into his embrace, pressing a tender kiss to her lips. "Shuyan, there's no need to rush. You're already mine. You won't get away now." A roguish smile played on his lips as he gave her backside a playful squeeze. Instantly, another surge of powerful warmth flowed into her body, sending her martial energy into a frenzy once more. "Mm." She let out a soft moan but didn't pull away. "Go ahead. Touch me. I'm yours anyway." Seeing her blushing coyly, Yi Fan spoke again, his tone gentle but firm. "Shuyan, your cultivation has advanced too rapidly tonight. If we take things further, the surging energy would overwhelm you. Go back and meditate. Consolidate your progress." After a pause, he retrieved a combat manual from his spatial ring and handed it to her. "This is a martial technique combining offense and defense. It should suit you well." Hua Shuyan took it hesitantly and flipped through the first few pages. Her eyes widened in shock. What? This is a cultivation technique from the immortal domain. How did you? This is too valuable. I can't accept it." Her pupils trembled in disbelief. Immortal domain techniques. In the entire ancient martial world, only a handful of supreme families possessed such treasures, and even those were incomplete remnants. High-level techniques from the immortal domain far surpassed anything found in the mortal realm. Their efficiency in utilizing martial energy could amplify power output dozens of times over, and cultivation speed improved just as drastically. Possessing such a manual meant an entire clan could soar to new heights. Yi Fan chuckled and tucked the manual back into her arms. "How could I be stingy with my own woman?" His words nearly moved her to tears. Since her father's downfall, carrying the Hua family had been an immense struggle. For years, no one had ever sheltered her so fiercely. At this moment, she wanted nothing more than to melt entirely into his embrace. How can I ever repay such devotion? Fine. If he really wants it, I'll endure even being with Aoyue at the same time. Her thoughts wandered wilder still, even imagining bearing him a brood of children. It's late. Go back and train hard. If anything's unclear, I'll explain in detail another time. Seeing her delicate blush, Yi Fan found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. But tonight he had far too much to do. The Mu family's patriarch was also on Jin Wang's list. As a military leader, the Mu clan had once been loosely affiliated with the Yi family. Their relationship hadn't been bad. Moreover, the Mu family oversaw the capital's security. Yi Fan intended to visit them first, assessing their stance. If they could be salvaged, he would do so. If not, for the sake of his plans, he would have no choice but to eliminate the Mu family as a potential threat. The capital's defenses are crucial. He already had a plan in mind. With Princess Chu Lanwei already in the capital, Cheng Wang's faction, or even Imperial Consort Ji Ningxuan's people, could take over security. Every inch of the capital had to be under his control. Otherwise, in 2 weeks, when the wedding between Imperial Consort Ji Ningxuan and the Emperor took place, his carefully laid schemes wouldn't guarantee success. Yi Fan didn't just intend to kill Jin Wang. He planned to confront the Emperor himself, demanding answers. Most importantly, he would seize Imperial Consort Ji Ningxuan away. Without airtight coordination, any slip in authority over the capital could spell disaster. Parting ways with Hua Shuyan, Yifan found Ling Yanxiu and wrapped an arm around her slender waist. Big sister, it's time we headed home. Though Ling Yanxiu knew his true identity, she misunderstood his motives, believing he had sacrificed himself for the Ling family's benefit. Guilt weighed heavily on her. All right, Fan Yi, thank you. Had there not been so many people around, she would have pushed him down and kissed him passionately right then. What's there to thank me for? We're family. With that, Yifan nodded to the remaining guests and swept Ling Yanxiu out the door. Outside the Guotai Hotel, inside Yifan's car, Yifan and Ling Yanxiu had just entered the car when Ling Yanxiu, unable to restrain her emotions, pushed Yifan down onto the seat and kissed him fiercely. The kiss was like fire meeting gunpowder. Yifan could feel the terrifying passion in Ling Yanxiu, as if she wanted to burn him alive. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the car with so many people coming and going outside, Yifan was afraid he might have actually taken Ling Yanxiu right then and there, never mind that she was technically his second sister-in-law. You're so bad. Only when Yifan had nearly torn off Ling Yanxiu's clothes did she let out a coquettish protest, hesitating as she looked at him. Xiao Fan, do you really want this? Truth be told, Ling Yanxiu was already prepared. If Yifan truly wanted to do it here, she wouldn't refuse. After all, today Yifan had sacrificed so much for the Ling family. It was hard to imagine what had actually happened during the time Hua Shuyan took Yifan into the dressing room. Despite Hua Shuyan's beauty, being forced to do those things must still have been humiliating for a man, right? Yifan smirked at her. He knew exactly what Ling Yanxiu was thinking. Heh, wife, there's no need to rush, is there? Look how many people are still trying to come over. He pointed outside where representatives from various families, those unqualified to enter the banquet hall, were trying to approach, hoping to curry favor with Ling Yanxiu. However, the Hua family's bodyguards were firmly keeping them at bay. Oh no! Ling Yanxiu spotted Hua Tycoon and manhwa among the crowd and blushed furiously. While they were stopping those family heads from coming closer, she and Yifan had been in the car for so long, and from the outside the car had even been shaking. Who wouldn't let their imagination run wild? The worst part? Officially, Yifan was using the name Fan Yi, her younger sister's boyfriend. Being like this with her sister's lover was absolutely scandalous. Drive! Drive now! Under Ling Yanxiu's frantic urging, Yifan started the car, roaring away from the hotel and speeding toward the Ling residence. Xiao Fan, you don't feel too wronged, do you? While the car was still moving, Ling Yanxiu couldn't help but ask. Listen, I'll explain everything to Yifei when we get back. I'm sure she'll understand your sacrifice. Yifan sighed. Yanxiu, I'm really not wronged, He knew that letting Ling Yanxiu misunderstand would save him a lot of trouble in the future. But Ling Yanxiu was his real wife. He didn't want to lie to her. Yet Ling Yanxiu refused to let him explain. I get it, Xiao Fan. Come home early tonight. Yifei and I will talk things over and properly make it up to you. Keep the benefits within the family, right? Ugh. By the end, her voice had dropped to a barely audible whisper. Strangely, Ling Yanxiu realized her own emotions had shifted. For some reason, she was actually looking forward to what might happen later that night. How could this? Seeing her reaction, Yifan shuddered inwardly. This really wasn't his fault. Ling Yanxiu was the one who proposed it. He was just the passive party. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well accept it. However, before returning home, Yifan had one more place to visit. The residence of Empress Ji Ningxuan at the Imperial Chancellor's mansion. Earlier, one of Ningxuan's maids had slipped him a note at the Ling household, claiming Ningxuan was pregnant with his child and demanding he visit without fail. Back at the Guotai Hotel, Hua Shuyan and Hua Taikong stood at the entrance, watching Yifan's departing car. With a sigh, Hua Shuyan spoke. Uncle, do you think father will consider our actions too reckless? Hua Taikong chuckled. Don't worry, the family head is already aware of everything. He's given full approval of our actions. Moreover, He seemed to have uncovered some insider information about Fan Ye's identity. If his judgment is correct, our Hua family is about to soar to unimaginable heights. Narrowing his eyes, Hua Taikong muttered Fan Ye's name under his breath several times. Fan Ye, Fan Ye, so that's what's really going on. What a brilliant deception. Ha! How exactly does the Gene Prince think he can compete with Fan Ye? Alright, enough talk. With this matter finally progressing, we have countless arrangements to prepare. Raw materials, equipment, technical training. Though it's a pity we're short-handed. Now that we're collaborating with the Ling family, we must ensure their safety as well. At least until Fan Ye's true identity was revealed. The Hua family had to protect the Lings. I'll request Father to send reinforcements. Once we begin refining elixirs, our own forces should also grow stronger. Besides, I've already broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. If I can reach Martial Saint level after further interaction with Fan Ye, no one will dare challenge us. At the Ling residence, after dropping Ling Yanxiu off, Yifan wasted no time. He drove straight toward the Mu family's estate. The Gene Prince had ordered the Mu family's ancestors to eliminate Fan Ye. Yifan worried that delaying further might let those old monsters strike against the Lings first. He had to act fast. As soon as his car stopped at the Mu family's gate, another convoy pulled alongside. A group of black-clad men in wooden clogs quickly stepped out, escorting a middle-aged man toward the entrance. Eastern vermin. Visiting the Mu family? Yifan's eyes narrowed. He had been about to exit his vehicle, but now he paused, deciding to observe first. Greetings. Kindly inform your elders that Masuda Taro of the Eastern Black Robe Society has come to pay his respects. One of the Eastern lackeys bowed politely to the gatekeepers. Yifan's mind exploded at the name. Masuda Taro? Eastern Black Robe Society. Those damn dogs from the Eastern Isles. They had orchestrated the trap at Penglai Gorge, nearly killing his primary wife, Jade Linglong, and almost ending him as well. Although Blood Demon Heir later annihilated much of the Black Robe Society's forces in the Great Xia Empire, Yifan's hatred for them still simmered. Damn it! Now these Eastern scum had infiltrated the imperial capital and were openly visiting the Mu family, a prominent military household? What were they planning? His gaze turned icy as a rough idea formed. Since you've come, don't expect to leave alive. Mr. Matt Ian? I'm sorry, but our family head has already retired for the evening. Could you come back tomorrow? The bodyguard captain at the entrance had clearly received prior instructions and politely declined Matt Ian Taro's request for an audience. However, it was obvious that Matt Ian Taro and his group had come with the firm intention of meeting the Mu family patriarch today. After all, if the Black Shirt Society wanted to infiltrate the capital in large numbers, they couldn't possibly do so without first neutralizing the Mu family, who oversaw the capital's defenses. Captain, please relay a message to the Mu family patriarch. We've had numerous collaborations in the past. These are now undeniable facts. Does the patriarch really think he can avoid us now? A bespectacled young man standing beside Matt Ian Taro spoke coldly. If certain things in our possession were to be exposed, life wouldn't be pleasant for the Mu family, would it? The threat, and a blatant one at that. In the borders of Great Xia, everyone harbored an irreconcilable, generations-deep hatred for the Eastern Islanders. If evidence were to surface proving that the Mu family, a military powerhouse in the capital, had even the slightest collusion with the Eastern Islanders, it would be enough to bring the entire family to ruin overnight. Yifan frowned. Surely the Mu patriarch understood this. So why had he colluded with those Eastern Island dogs? What was more telling was that the bodyguard captain's face darkened upon hearing the bespectacled man's words. This reaction confirmed that the Eastern Islanders were speaking the truth. The Mu family must indeed have dealings with them. Though the exact reasons remained unclear, Yifan's opinion of the Mu family instantly soured. Of course, if the captain is unwilling, we can always enter and speak with the patriarch ourselves. The bespectacled man smirked and signaled to the martial experts beside him. In an instant, 2 martial emperor-level fighters from Matt Ian Taro's entourage flashed forward and struck out with crushing force, sending the Mu family's guards flying in all directions. You, how dare you? This is the Mu family's estate in the capital, a military stronghold. You think you can just barge in? You're courting death. The lead guard tried to resist, but he was merely at the martial emperor level. Alone, he stood no chance against the overwhelming force Matiantaro's group brought to bear. Matiantaro had a considerable number of martial emperors on his side, and worse, he himself appeared to have reached martial saint level. Against such power, unless the Mu family's ancestral elder intervened, none of the younger generations stood a chance. But the ancestral elder had his own unspeakable reasons that might prevent him from acting. Caught between these pressures, the patriarch was in an impossible position. When he learned that the Black Shirt Society's leader, Matiantaro, intended to ensnare the Mu family, the patriarch had tried to delay meeting them. But Matiantaro had simply forced his way in. Whoosh! In mere moments, Matiantaro and his men stormed past the gates. Just as the Mu family guards regained their breath, Yifan reappeared at the entrance, only to stride inside as well. What the hell? The Mu family guards were on the verge of losing their minds. Since when had the Mu residence become a public park? Was everyone free to come and go as they pleased? Halt! Who are you? Several guards scrambled to their feet, brandishing their blades in an attempt to block Yifan. With a mere flick of his hand, Yifan sent them flying again. I am Desya's son. With a cold snort, Yifan flashed forward, swiftly catching up to the intruders ahead. Damn it, you bastard! A few guards cursed and raised their weapons, ready to give chase, but the captain suddenly stopped them. Wait! His subordinates looked at him in confusion. Captain, these people are too arrogant. Are we really just going to let them in? The captain grinned faintly. That young man isn't simple. Perhaps he'll turn the tide. Inside the Mu estate, Matiantaro and his group of more than a dozen men quickly advanced toward the main hall. Ignoring the late hour, well past 11 p.m., Matiantaro bellowed loudly, Patriarch Mu, stop hiding. I know you're awake. Come out now, we need to talk. Old Mu, let me be blunt. Our Black Shirt Society intends to infiltrate Desya and assist in the overthrow of the current regime. We need your help. If we succeed, the Mu family will be the greatest contributor to the new order. Matiantaro deliberately raised his voice, ensuring his words would spread far and wide. This was deliberate. By publicly tying the Mu family to the Black Shirt Society, he ensured their reputational ruin. Once these words were out, no amount of explanation could clear the Mu family's name. It was a ruthless tactic. One had to admit, the Black Shirt Society had its strategists, playing an open game that left no room for counterplay. In a side study near the main hall, Mu Wubai, the patriarch of the Mu family, sighed heavily as he watched the scene outside. A calamity has descended upon the Mu family. There's no escaping it now. The ancestral elder is restrained by the schemes of the Gene Prince, and the Black Shirt Society has ensnared our third son in their trap, tying us to them. There's no way out for us now. Mu Wubai was at a loss. As a military family entrusted with guarding the capital, the Mu clan enjoyed the imperial court's absolute trust. With such a crucial position, why engage with the Eastern Islanders at all? But the younger generation of the Mu family had been too naive, gradually entangled in the Black Shirt Society's web until even the family's core assets were compromised. Now, clearing the Mu name was nearly impossible. What do we do? Do we really follow the Gene Prince and the Black Shirt Society into treason? Abandon the Emperor? Patriarch, the forces we oversee are the last line of defense for the capital. If we falter, the imperial family is doomed. An elderly white-haired advisor standing beside Mu Wubai spoke grimly. Mu Wubai nodded. I know full well. Even if the Mu family faces annihilation, I refuse to betray Desya for survival. At worst, my entire household of 103 will perish together with these traitors. So be it. His resolve hardened into defiance. Mu Wubai prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. Pass down my orders. All artillery positions guarding the capital are to lock onto the Mu estate. Stand ready to unleash hell at any moment. Mu Wubai was prepared to go down in flames, taking these Eastern Island scum with him. But just as he was about to step out, a booming voice echoed outside the hall. "Trash like you. Didn't your parents teach you any manners? Learn to knock before barging into someone's home." Slap. A crisp impact rang out. Taro was struck so hard he spun 3 full circles before regaining his footing. "Ha! What just happened?" Wubai was stunned. Though his strength was lacking, he could still sense the emergence of another immensely powerful martial aura within the courtyard. That terrifying pressure. It seemed only their family's ancestral patriarch could possess such might. And the newcomer was speaking in the Great Xia tongue, a warrior of Great Xia. Then, it appeared tonight's events might still take a favorable turn. "Pass down my orders. Everyone is to hold their positions. Delay the artillery fire." Since this unknown powerhouse had chosen to attack the Black Robe Society leader, it was likely they weren't an enemy of the Mu family. Taro's subordinates were utterly dumbfounded. Someone dared to ambush their leader? Their leader, after all, was a martial saint realm expert, one of the top 10 powerhouses in the entire Eastern Islands. Even the imperial family's ancestral elders couldn't have launched such a casual sneak attack against him. Could Great Xia really possess such a monstrously strong cultivator? Who was this bastard? Who the hell dares? Ow! My face! Taro howled in agony, thrashing in place. More than the physical pain, what truly burned was his pride. This slap didn't deal much damage, but the humiliation was devastating. Damn it! A martial saint expert had actually been slapped across the face. Putting everything else aside, the terrifying protective aura around a martial saint should have been impossible for an ordinary person to penetrate. Even if an opponent tried to attack, a martial saint should have ample time to react and counter. But Taro had been genuinely slapped, meaning his assailant was either far stronger than him or possessed some extraordinary movement technique. Stars danced in Taro's vision as he struggled to focus. When his gaze landed on the young man before him, Yi Fan, his fury erupted anew. This guy was just a kid. Wasn't Yi Fan supposed to be Great Xia's top prodigy? The only reason Taro had dared to move tonight was that he'd received confirmed intel. Yi Fan had been blown up in the northwest. With Yi Fan dead, Taro felt safe traveling to Great Xia to cooperate with Prince Jin. Never had he imagined such misfortune right from the start. "You little brat, didn't your parents teach you manners? Do you even know who I am? How dare you slap me? Listen well. Kneel and beg for forgiveness now, and I might spare your miserable life." Seeing Yi Fan's youth, though Taro was furious, his fear lessened. To him, Yi Fan had simply gotten lucky. Some fluke movement technique let him land a cheap shot. "Come on, bastard. Go ahead. Try slapping me again if you have the guts." Taro snarled, glaring venomously at Yi Fan, while subtly retreating into the protective circle of his elite guards. For this operation, he had brought along nearly all of the Black Robe Society's top-tier fighters. His retinue consisted of experts at the martial emperor level, several of whom stood at the peak of that realm, on the verge of breaking through to martial saint. Sure, this brat was strong, but he was just one man. Could this kid possibly be a martial saint as well? Damn it! Taro refused to believe a single person could penetrate so many layers of defense to slap him twice. Yet, disbelief or not, Yi Fan's abilities far exceeded his expectations. Smack! Yi Fan's figure blurred like a ghost before vanishing and reappearing in front of Taro, all under the bewildered gazes of the crowd. His palm struck the other side of Taro's face with brutal force. Whoosh! There was no mercy in Yi Fan's movement. A surge of martial energy blasted into Taro's cheek, instantly tearing through flesh and leaving a grotesque, mangled mess. Crack! Crack! The bones in his face shattered, splitting his mouth wide open. Gasps of horror echoed throughout the courtyard. Even Mu Wubai and the steward inside the hall were stupefied. This young man, is he seriously this strong? He looks oddly familiar. Outside, Taro had completely lost his mind. His skull felt like it might explode from the second blow. God damn it! You useless idiots! How could none of you stop him? Worthless trash! What are you standing around for? Kill him! I don't care what it takes. Kill him now. Clutching his dislocated jaw, Maeditaro forced it back into place with a sickening pop. His expression as he glared at Yifan shifted from rage to abject dread. One slap might have been luck, but two, in front of all these martial emperors, breaking through their defenses twice, that was no fluke. This young man was no ordinary foe. Hi! The Black Robe Society's experts snapped back to attention, recognizing the threat. With grim determination, they channeled their strongest martial energy, ready to strike. But then, Yifan suddenly raised his hands in a halting gesture. Wait! Hold on! His sudden shift left everyone baffled. Mu Wubai's heart nearly leaped from his chest. No way! Kid! Don't back down now. You can't seriously be surrendering at this point. Maeditaro sneered, thinking the same. Ha! You think you can beg for mercy after hitting me? Too late. Even if you grovel on your knees, you won't survive this. I'll slaughter you if it's the last thing I do. Maeditaro's senses swept over Yifan. Though his aura was undoubtedly strong, it still hovered around the martial saint level. Same as himself, and with so many subordinates at his side. More importantly, Maeditaro had another trump card, the Mu family's ancestral patriarch. As Prince Jean had disclosed earlier, this was one of the prince's secret weapons. Tonight's operation had another purpose: to hasten the patriarch's intervention against the rising threat of Fan Yi, that monstrous newcomer who had annihilated the Wu family and even slain their ancestral elder. According to Prince Jean, Fan Yi had to be eliminated immediately. Fan Yi? Mid-rant, Maeditaro's blood ran cold as a terrifying realization struck him. No way. Was this bastard actually Fan Yi himself? Had Fan Yi already stormed the Mu family compound? Frantic, Maeditaro whipped out his phone, cross-checking intel from Prince Jin's faction. His pupils shrank in horror. It's him. Fan Yi. This is Fan Yi. He's Fan Yi. Maeditaro shrieked, whirling toward the rear courtyard. Patriarch, what are you waiting for? Act now. This is the man Prince Jean wants dead. If you don't kill him, we're both finished. So this is Fan Yi? The young man the Jean Prince warned the patriarch to kill. In the room, Mu Wubai's heart tightened, and his gaze involuntarily flicked toward the backyard. Half an hour ago, Mu Wubai had gone to speak with the patriarch. According to the patriarch's original intention, he had no plans to take action. But due to certain ties between the Jean Prince and the patriarch, the latter couldn't outright refuse. Especially after learning that the Wu family's patriarch, along with the entire Wu family, had been annihilated by Fan Yi, the Mu family's patriarch was even less inclined to act. He intended to brush it off, at the very least avoiding any direct confrontation. But now that Fan Yi had barged into the Mu family's estate, if the patriarch didn't act, it would be hard to explain to the Jean Prince. As for Taiamuro's shouting, Fan Yi paid it no mind. At this point, Fan Yi was already at the 7th or even 8th rank of the martial saint realm. With the Shadow Blade, Absolute Domain, Crimson Tyrant Physique, and the Emberflame technique, along with numerous other trump cards, he had no reason to fear these martial saints. One or two of them made no difference to him. You're overthinking it. The word surrender doesn't exist in my dictionary. I just wanted to take out my phone and record this glorious moment. Fan Yi chuckled lightly, pulling out his phone and placing it securely on a nearby flower bed. He even casually reminded the Black Robe Society's experts, "Be careful not to knock my phone over later. If you do, I'll be very upset." What the hell? You're seriously setting up your phone to record this? What, are you so damn sure you can take all of us down? Bastard! You're mocking us. Brothers, let's teach him a lesson. These Black Robe Society experts had all reached the martial emperor level. In their little corner of the East, they were practically untouchable. When had they ever been looked down on like this? A group of martial emperors roared as they lunged at Fan Yi. Fan Yi smirked, throwing a punch that sent an invisible shockwave through the air, blocking 7 or 8 martial emperors at once. At the same time, his body flickered as he activated Phantom Mirage. A ghostly purple afterimage darted through the crowd, weaving between the martial emperors before streaking straight toward Tyamuro. Tricks and illusions. A mere shadow. You think this will distract us? The martial emperors scoffed, paying no attention to the purple phantom. But the moment it passed through them, they realized something was wrong. What the? My strength just dropped by a third. What kind of sorcery is this? I feel like I've been crippled. Everyone, be careful. Fan Yi moved too fast, but the martial emperors weren't slow either. They quickly sensed the danger and cried out in alarm. But it was already too late. Fan Ye's phantom had already pierced through Tyamuro's body 2 or 3 times before his real form suddenly reappeared right in front of him. You! Tyamuro was still processing his subordinate's warnings, trying to figure out how to evade the phantom, when Fan Ye's true body materialized before him. Instinctively, Tyamuro erupted with martial energy, attempting to retreat. But he was too slow. With a flick of his wrist, Fan Yi summoned the Shadow Blade and slashed straight for Tyamuro's throat. No hesitation, no mercy. You dare! A wave of deathly aura enveloped Tyamuro. As he roared in terror, he swung his warblade, trying to block the Shadow Blade's strike. Even if a martial saint's throat was slit, they wouldn't die immediately, they could still survive. But if his throat was cut, his strength would plummet, possibly even dropping him back to the martial emperor level. And if that happened, game over. His entire force might be wiped out today. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky? The moment I step into Great Xia, I run into a monster like this. Clang! A metallic clang rang out. Tyamuro's heart leaped with joy. I blocked it. Ha! This Fan Yi isn't as invincible as I thought. His warblade was a treasured heirloom of the Black Robe Society, forged from celestial meteorite iron. Over the years, it had shattered countless weapons in battle. Fan Ye's Shadow Blade should have been no exception. Relief washed over Tyamuro. He'd already decided no more direct confrontations with Fan Yi. Now that they were in the Mu family's estate, he'd make sure the Mu patriarch stepped in. With 2 martial saints teaming up, surely they could kill Fan Yi. Once Fan Yi was dead, the Gene Prince would eliminate a major threat. And for the East, it was better if Great Xia never nurtured such a monstrous genius. Slick! A crisp sound followed. Then, Tyamuro felt warmth trickling down his throat. And, was that a draft? What just happened? He reached up warm, wet, red. Blood. Oh God. Tyamuro froze, his mind blank with shock, terror, and disbelief. But I blocked it. I heard the clash. How did his blade still cut me? He looked down at his hand. The warblade he'd believed indestructible was now just a hilt. Its blade had been reduced to shards, scattered across the ground. GHK. Tyamuro finally understood. He tried to roar, but his ruined throat only let out a wet, gurgling wheeze. Regret flooded him. Why the hell did I charge in like an idiot? Patriarch. Help GHK? Or I'm dead. Ugh. His voice was a broken whisper, air hissing through the wound. But no matter how he pleaded, the Mu estate remained silent. The Mu patriarch showed no intention of intervening. Boss! The Black Robe Society's martial emperors finally snapped out of their shock, rushing forward in desperation to save Tyamuro. Infinite Frost Seal. Yifan let out a cold snort as a violent surge of energy erupted from him, enveloping the martial artists charging toward him. Crack, crack. Following a series of crisp sounds, under Masuda Taro's shocked gaze, his elite martial emperor-level subordinates began to freeze solid midair. Some were even suspended in their charging postures, completely immobilized within icy prisons. This, Masuda Taro, along with the Mu family bodyguards who had just stormed in through the entrance, gasped in horror at the sight. Was this sorcery? Those were martial emperors, not mere pushovers. In the ordinary world, martial emperors represented the pinnacle of combat strength. Even a martial saint would struggle to kill, let alone suppress them effortlessly. Yet Yifan had frozen them all with a mere wave of his hand? The frozen martial emperors were seething with frustration. Though their bodies were locked in ice, their minds remained agonizingly clear. They could acutely sense Yifan's movements, even hear their own frantic heartbeats. But for some reason, the frost sealing technique completely repressed their martial energy. No matter how hard they struggled, not a muscle twitched. Their power refused to respond. Masuda Taro had hoped his men could at least delay Yifan momentarily. Now, that hope was utterly crushed. Thunk! Before Masuda Taro could react, Yifan struck again, his shadow blade piercing straight through Masuda Taro's chest. Thunk! 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 A flurry of strikes followed in rapid succession. By the time Masuda Taro registered the pain, gaping holes had already been torn through his torso. His heart shattered, his dantian annihilated. Masuda Taro could feel his martial energy draining violently, as though decades of vitality had been ripped away in an instant. Blood gushed from his wounds like water from a high-pressure hose. GHK. One hand clutched his throat. The other feebly tried to stem the bleeding from his chest. But covering one wound only made the other spew faster. With his dantian destroyed, Masuda Taro was no longer a martial artist, just a frail old man. And with his throat punctured, even breathing became lethal. You, how dare you? I am the leader of the Black Robe Society. Who are you? Masuda Taro stammered, his face corpse-pale from blood loss. Staggering, he collapsed to his knees, his eyes brimming with despair. Despite intelligence claiming this man was Fan Yi, a martial arts prodigy risen from Jiangnan, Masuda's instincts screamed that this enemy was far more dangerous. Ancestor Mu, act now. If you hesitate, this Fan Yi will be unstoppable. Even now, Masuda Taro clung to the delusion that the Mu family's ancestor would intervene. Help my ass. You think I'm suicidal? Unbeknownst to him, Ancestor Mu had long since emerged from the rear courtyard. But instead of fighting, he'd sealed all his martial energy and now stood silently beside Mu Wubai in a side chamber, watching the Black Robe Society's leader get slaughtered. Watching a dozen martial emperors fail to touch Fan Ye's sleeve before being frozen like statues. The sheer terror of Fan Ye's power was undeniable. And the Jing Prince wants me to kill this monster? Charging in now would only share the fate of the Wu family's late ancestor. Was he out of his damn mind? Ancestor! Mu Wubai bowed deeply upon noticing the old man's presence. Are we truly not intervening? If the Black Robe Society's leader dies here, the fallout. Ancestor Mu cut him off with a sly grin. Leader? What leader? Did any of you see Masuda Taro enter my estate? I certainly didn't. His voice turned icy. Moreover, all martial artists above Grandmaster level must declare entry to the Capital Guard. Unauthorized trespassers are to be executed on sight. No questions asked. Mu Wubai froze, then beamed in realization. Ha! Understood. He swiftly barked orders. Seal the compound. No one leaves or enters without my command. Since Fan Yi clearly intended to spare none of Masuda's men, total annihilation worked in their favor. Dead witnesses meant no accountability. As for claims that Masuda came to the Mu estate, proof? A Black Robe Society leader sneaking into the capital unannounced was a blatant insult to the divine Xia Empire. A justification no Eastern Lumine royalty could refute. Also, destroy all vehicles tied to Masuda's group. Leave no traces. Yes, sir. In the courtyard, Masuda Taro crumpled to the ground, his desperate cries for Ancestor Mu unanswered. Yifan smirked, crouching before the dying man. Still curious who I am? Fine. I'll grant you that mercy. With a few quick adjustments to his face, his features melted back into his true form. Yifan. Why you? Impossible. Masuda's pupils dilated in sheer horror. This was Yifan, the legendary prodigy of divine Xia, but intelligence from the northwest confirmed his death in an explosion. How could he be here? Alive? Yet as doubts raced through Masuda's mind, the chilling prowess before him left little room for denial. This was a grand deception, a scheme to toy with the world itself. Mada Taro still wanted to speak, but a surge of energy from Yifan's wrist instantly sealed his mouth shut. The energy continued to surge, swiftly extinguishing the last remnants of Mada Taro's vitality. Die in peace. Your Black Robe Society nearly killed my beloved wife, Yu Linglong. This is the price you pay. Don't worry. Soon, I'll set foot in Japan and wipe out your Black Robe Society's headquarters for good. Lately, Japan had grown increasingly aggressive, relentlessly provoking conflicts in the southeastern region. Though the immediate danger had passed for Yu Linglong, the guardian general of the Xuanwu domain, Yi Fan remained uneasy. He was determined to enter Japan and eliminate the Black Robe Society, along with all the warmongers, once and for all. He would eradicate every threat to his wife. At the same time, Yi Fan had a simple yet resolute goal. Since he now possessed the power, he would safeguard the entire Great Xia nation. He would enter Japan, sever its national fortune, and ensure that for at least a century, Japan would never again have the capability to challenge Great Xia. As for any talented martial artists in Japan, he would slaughter every last one of them without mercy. Those Japanese scum, the moment they gained even a shred of strength, they sought to attack Great Xia. Even if he had to exterminate them all, Yi Fan would feel no remorse. Ugh! Madataro let out a desperate, muffled wail, struggling to make even the slightest sound to warn his fleeing subordinates, to tell them that this Fan Yi was actually Yi Fan, the man they had supposedly blown to pieces. At the very least, he wanted Prince Jean to know the truth. If he was doomed to die, then Prince Jean should be warned to prepare. But it was all futile. Since Yi Fan had allowed Madataro to see his true face, he would never let him reveal even half a secret. Whoosh! A crimson flame erupted from Yi Fan's wrist, reducing Madataro's corpse to nothingness in the blink of an eye. The speed was terrifying. So fast that no one could perceive the process, not even the Mu family's ancestor, who had been watching intently from the study. Huh? Where's Madataro? The Mu family's ancestor rubbed his eyes and stared again. Just moments ago, Madataro had been lying on the ground, barely alive but still in one piece. Yet after Yi Fan merely channeled his energy, the corpse had vanished without a trace. How horrifying! This Fan Yi. The Mu family's ancestor's eyes gleamed with realization. Even 10 of him combined wouldn't stand a chance against Fan Yi. And Prince Jean actually wanted the ancestors of the capital's great families to kill Fan Yi? What a joke! After dealing with Madataro, Yi Fan stood up and turned toward the frozen Black Robe Society experts. With a light flick of his finger, he said, "Go home." Huh? The frozen martial artists had witnessed their leader's gruesome demise and were already on the verge of collapse. Hearing Yi Fan tell them to go home, they felt a surge of hope, but the next moment, crack, crack, a series of crisp, shattering sounds echoed as the frozen martial emperor experts collapsed like dominoes, crashing to the ground. Normally, if these frozen warriors fell, the ice would shatter, freeing them. But to everyone's shock, the moment the ice sculptures hit the ground, the martial emperor's bodies shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the floor like broken glass. And even more horrifying, the icy shards didn't melt into water. Instead, they instantly vaporized, vanishing into nothingness. Holy shit! What the hell? Gone. Again? The Mu family's ancestor had been watching closely this time, channeling all his martial energy to scrutinize Yi Fan's every move. Yet he still couldn't comprehend how, in the blink of an eye, over a dozen martial emperor ice sculptures had inexplicably turned to nothing. The Mu family's ancestor nearly collapsed in terror. A chilling thought struck him. If he were to face Yi Fan's power, he wouldn't stand a chance of escape either. After finishing his work, Yi Fan turned to the Mu family's guards in the courtyard and asked, "What did you just see?" The guards were momentarily confused. Some shook their heads frantically. "And nothing. We saw nothing. But we applaud young Master Fan's actions. Well done." As martial artists with military backgrounds, these guards were men of honor. They despised the Black Robe Society's high-ranking members sneaking into the Mu family, possibly to strike a deal. Yi Fan's energy rippled faintly as he spoke calmly. "You need to see clearly. I just killed the Black Robe Society's leader, along with their elders and protectors, 17 high-ranking members in total. Understood? Look, I even recorded it on my phone. I'll send each of you a copy." A wicked smile curled on Yi Fan's lips. His reason for following Madataro and his men into the Mu family was to execute a grand plan. Originally, Yi Fan had intended to kill Madataro and his followers, then pin the blame on the Mu family. At that point, the Mu family would have no choice but to accept responsibility. Of course, Yi Fan hadn't made his final decision yet. He had acted first, eliminating Madataro and his men to neutralize a threat to Great Xia. Whether to publicize the truth would depend on the Mu family's attitude. If the Mu family was wise, Yi Fan would gladly gain an ally. But if they remained stubborn, then he would simply send them to their graves. Ha! The guards were baffled. Was young Master Fan asking them to testify that he had killed Madataro? So, had they seen it or not? Yi Fan's gaze shifted toward the rear courtyard, his brow slightly furrowed. With such a commotion in the Mu family's estate, how could the family head and ancestor remain unaware? Why hadn't they shown themselves yet? Just as Yi Fan was about to call out, the Mu family's ancestor, family head Mu Wubai, and the steward emerged from a side door, dragging a bound young man behind them. Young Master Fan, we beg your forgiveness. Thud. Without hesitation, they knelt before Yi Fan. Ha! The bodyguards of the Mu family in the courtyard were all dumbfounded by the scene before them. What in the world was going on? Why were the family head and the family patriarch personally coming out to kneel before Fan Yi? What are you all standing around for? Kneel and apologize. Mu Wubai barked at the stunned bodyguards, forcing all of them to kneel. The Mu family had colluded with the Black Yakuza of Eastern Ling, betraying the trust of the entire Great Xia people. If this got out, the Mu family would never recover. That was precisely why they had been trying to negotiate with the Black Yakuza and sever ties with them. But now, Fan Yi had appeared and slaughtered the entire leadership of the Black Yakuza. Just like that, many problems were wiped away in one fell swoop. The disputes between the third-generation young master of the Mu family and the Black Yakuza were likely not fully known among all Black Yakuza members. Now was the time to end it. This was the best possible outcome. Yi Fan watched the performance of the Mu family's patriarch and the Mu family members, his lips curling slightly in silence. His expression remained unreadable. Though Yi Fan didn't speak, the overwhelming aura radiating from him rattled even the Mu family patriarch. Young Master Fan, Mu Wubai wanted to speak further, but the patriarch beside him cut him off with a sharp glance. The Mu family patriarch knew that in front of someone like Fan Yi, Mu Wubai wasn't qualified to negotiate. Only he, the patriarch, had the standing to speak directly with Yi Fan. Young Master Fan, I represent the Mu family in offering my apologies. To you and to all the citizens of Great Xia. Our younger generation was deceived by the Black Yakuza and forced into cooperation. There were deep business ties between us, so the Black Yakuza used that to blackmail us. They demanded that the Mu family serve them, and even Prince Jean ordered us to assassinate you. The Mu family patriarch, a martial saint-level powerhouse, now spoke meekly and respectfully, like a docile sheep. Oh, and then, Yi Fan's lips twitched as he watched the Mu family patriarch and the family head. Yi Fan's pupils were embedded with nanochips from the Tiankue base, connected directly to the intelligence networks of Han Yue, the Jinwu Division, and the Tianji Pavilion. The moment Yi Fan stepped into the Mu estate, intelligence on the Mu family had already been relayed to him. Though not exhaustive, it was enough for Yi Fan to grasp the situation between the Mu family's young master, Mu Shaoxing, and the Black Yakuza. That idiot. He had initially meant well, hoping to secure lucrative deals to strengthen the Mu family. But he never expected the multi-billion-dollar project was a trap set by the Black Yakuza to reel him in. As their dealings deepened, Mu Shaoxing had sensed something wrong. The Black Yakuza's higher-ups had demanded the Great Xia capital's defense layout, classified as a national secret. Even an idiot like Mu Shaoxing understood the gravity of that. By then, however, his ties with the Black Yakuza had become too entrenched to break free, which led to today's scene, the Black Yakuza's leadership storming the Mu estate, seeking to permanently shackle the Mu family. Their only misfortune? Running into Yi Fan, who had come to confront the Mu family patriarch, and thus meeting their doom. Seeing Yi Fan respond, the Mu family patriarch breathed an inward sigh of relief. Though Fan Yi had only arrived in the capital a day ago, the patriarch knew of his exploits, purging the Ling family of Ling Bo, dealing with the Hua family, attending the Hua family's business banquet. This Fan Yi was no mere brute. He wielded terrifying cunning. The fact that Yi Fan had spoken meant there was room for negotiation. Young Master Fan, all of this is the Mu family's fault. All blame lies with us. Those in our position should never have had dealings with the Eastern Ling barbarians. Mu Shaoxing is right here. We submit him to your judgment. Hand him to the Jinwu division. Execute him on the spot. Whatever you decree, the Mu family will accept responsibility. Nearby, Mu Shaoxing, beaten beyond recognition, raised his head weakly. Young Master Fan, I was foolish, blinded by greed, and fell into their trap. But I take full responsibility. Even if you shoot me now, I have no complaints. Though Mu Wubai's face twitched violently, he remained silent. If Fan Yi would just drop the matter, the Mu family would willingly relinquish their military authority in the capital. All Mu Wubai wanted was for the Mu family to survive unscathed. After a lifetime of military service and countless contributions to Great Xia, to be ruined by treachery would be an unbearable end. All of you rise. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. He knew the abrupt shift in the Mu family's demeanor was tied to him slaughtering several black Yakuza powerhouses. Of course, strength dictated respect. That was the immutable law of the world. And besides, Yi Fan still needed the Mu family for certain actions 2 weeks later. Burning bridges now would be unwise. As he spoke, Yi Fan reached out and helped Mu Wubai up, whispering in his ear, Old Master Mu, my grandfather was your close friend. If he learns you knelt before me, he'd beat me to death. Huh? What? The words fried Mu Wubai's brain in an instant. He was friends with Fan Ye's grandfather? His mind raced, reviewing his lifelong friendships, but none of them had a martial saint-level grandson. While everyone was still kneeling, Yi Fan flexed his wrist, subtly adjusting his facial muscles, revealing his true appearance for just 2 seconds. Under the courtyard lights, his face was unmistakable. The face of the monstrous genius who had shaken Great Xia. Holy! You're... Mu Wubai and the Mu family patriarch saw clearly, eyes widening, jaws nearly hitting the ground. Mu Wubai barely stifled his shout as the patriarch clapped a hand over his mouth. Shock rippled through them, then realization dawned. Of course, the martial world was vast, but how could so many peerless geniuses appear so suddenly? Yi Fan alone had shaken kingdoms. How could another like him, Fan Yi, emerge overnight? And the timing. How coincidental that Fan Yi surfaced in the capital right after Yi Fan had been killed in the northwest. Connecting the dots, Mu Wubai and the patriarch understood at last. This was no mere prodigy. This was a grand scheme of staggering proportions. Looking at Yi Fan, then glancing at Mu Shaoxing groveling on the ground. The difference between them was like clouds and mud. Sigh. Mu Wubai had now calmed down, letting out a helpless sigh. His grandson was simply not on the same level as Yi Fan. Now that he knew it was Yi Fan before him, everything Yi Fan had done made perfect sense. The Ling family was the clan of Yi Fan's second wife. If they were in trouble, of course Yi Fan wouldn't stand by. As for the ancient martial families, the Fong, Gong, and Wu families, they were subordinates of Prince Jin and the masterminds behind the massacre of the Yi family. How could Yi Fan possibly let them go? When Yi Fan said his grandfather and Mu Wubai were old friends, it was absolutely true. Back when Mu Wubai first joined the military, Yi Chongfeng had been his instructor. Later, it was because of Yi Chongfeng's influence that Mu Wubai was promoted step by step, eventually becoming the guardian of Shangjing. A month ago, when the Yi family was annihilated, Mu Wubai had caught wind of it at the last moment. But by the time he reacted, it was already too late. Later, during the Yi family's funeral, Mu Wubai had originally planned to pay his respects. But on one hand, he couldn't bear to face Yi Chongfeng, and on the other, he feared unrest in Shangjing. Of course, there was another reason. Seeing the Yi family's downfall, he had hesitated. Sigh. Now, Yi Fan had risen with terrifying momentum. In just a month, he had fought his way from Yunqing to Shangjing, dismantling nearly all of Prince Jin's forces. Only now did Mu Wubai realize Yi Fan was the true prodigy of the Yi family. Even if Yi Fan had the 10 great talents under him, none could compare to him alone. "It's me." Yi Fan didn't waste words. After reverting to Fan Ye's appearance, he glanced at Mu Shaoxing beside him. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of energy lifted Mu Shaoxing up. Then, a wave of life force poured into him, healing his injuries. At the same time, fragments of divine energy entered Mu Shaoxing's body, rapidly elevating his martial prowess to the martial venerable realm. This was essentially forcing growth, like pulling seedlings to make them taller. But Yi Fan had other plans for Mu Shaoxing. Having his strength raised to the martial venerable level would make things much more convenient. "Huh? I what?" Mu Shaoxing hadn't seen Yi Fan's true face, but he felt his injuries vanish as his power skyrocketed from the control realm to martial venerable. He was utterly stunned. What did Fan Yi mean by this? Did this mean he wasn't going to die? Go find Ling Yanxiu immediately and secure a partnership. The Hua family's pill refinery will include the Mu family. Yi Fan smirked. Since the Mu family was being so cooperative, he had no problem bringing them aboard his ship. The imperial family had tacitly allowed Prince Jin's actions, leading to the destruction of Yi Fan's family. In 2 weeks, he would even take the emperor's wife. By then, he wouldn't mind openly opposing the imperial family. What? Fan Yi, you're serious? A partnership with the Ling family. Mu Shaoxing's eyes lit up. Tonight's Hua family business banquet was known to all the major players worldwide. It was the key event that could propel any family to new heights. The final partnership would be exclusively brokered by the Ling family. For any other mundane or ancient martial families who wanted a share in pill refining, they'd have to go through the Ling family. The Mu family had originally planned to participate, but due to their delicate position, caught between Prince Jin and other foreign forces, they had ultimately stayed out of it. Before the Ling family partnered with the Hua family, when Yi Fan was still believed to be dead, the Mu family could have challenged the Ling family. But now, with the Hua family's backing, the Ling family's status was untouchable. Even if Yi Fan was dead, under the protection of the ancient martial Hua family, Prince Jin wouldn't dare move against them. After all, the Hua family represented the ancient martial alliance. For the Mu family, securing a deal with the Ling family was no longer easy. Right now, across Great Xia and even the world, everyone was scrambling for a chance to meet the Ling family's young mistress. And now, Fan Yi was offering the Mu family a direct partnership? This was the Ling family's meteoric rise. But Mu Shaoxing's excitement lasted only a few seconds before reality set in. Given the Mu family's current entanglement with the Black Cloak Society, how could a partnership with the Ling family be possible? And after making such a colossal mistake, his position as the Mu family's heir, once almost guaranteed, was likely ruined. Dejected, he looked toward his grandfather and the family's patriarch. His intentions had been pure, to elevate the Mu family, but luck simply hadn't been on his side. Go. Follow Fan Ye's instructions. In everything. Mu Wubai nearly slipped up, almost revealing Yi Fan's true identity, and shuddered at the close call. Yi Fan had faked his death in the northwest and infiltrated Shangjing under Fan Ye's identity. Clearly, he was planning something big. Originally, his target might have been Prince Jin alone. But now, with him bringing the Mu family into the fold and pushing for a partnership with the Ling family, the implications ran much deeper. Yi Fan was clearly pulling the Mu family into the Yi family's camp. In that moment, Mu Wubai had considered many things. He already carried guilt over the Yi family's massacre. And now, with Yi Fan's meteoric rise, already at the martial saint realm, possibly even peak martial saint at such a young age, his future was limitless. Joining the Yi family's cause might not be a bad choice. And more importantly, this opportunity might never come again. The Yi family's dragon army held the north. Yi Fan was the future leader of the Xuanwu domain. In the Zhuke domain, he commanded the most elite cavalry. Nearly all of Great Xia's military power was under his control. If he added the Chihu domain in the northwest, how much military strength would the imperial family even have left? Fine. If Yi Fan wanted to overthrow the empire, then so be it, the Mu family would follow. Having made up his mind, Mu Wubai felt a weight lift from his shoulders. After dismissing Mu Shaoxing, he bowed deeply to Yi Fan. Fan Yi, the Mu family is at your command. We will do anything you ask. His stance was unmistakable. They were all smart people. Seeing Mu Wubai and the family patriarch's attitude, Yi Fan understood everything. Good. You've made the right choice. I'll inform the Martial Suppression Bureau to handle the Mu family's affairs. As for the Black Cloak Society, for now this won't be publicized. But if an investigation arises, your family will have to take the blame. Yi Fan still had so many things to do in Shangjing. He couldn't afford to expose himself too soon. The core leadership of the Black-clad society had been wiped out. Though the news was temporarily suppressed, it would inevitably leak within a day at most. This matter wouldn't be openly acknowledged, but the relevant factions, families, and organizations would surely investigate and discover that the Black-clad society had met their end at the Mu family's hands. Making the Mu family take the fall was the best way for Yi Fan to slip away unnoticed. However, what infuriated the Mu family's patriarch and Mu Wubai was, this blame was too heavy. Even if they wanted to shoulder it, they simply couldn't bear it. Taking the blame isn't the issue, but young Master Yi, our strength. No one would believe us even if we claimed responsibility. Mu Wubai gave a bitter smile and glanced at the Mu family's patriarch. The Mu family's patriarch was only around the 5th rank of the martial saint realm, roughly on par with Masuda Taro's power. The problem was, Masuda Taro had also brought over a dozen peak-level martial emperors with him. Such a terrifying force could easily flatten a mid-sized country if unleashed elsewhere. As for the Mu family's strength in Shangjing, everyone had a rough idea. They were just a family in the capital. Without some heaven-defying powerhouse, how could they have annihilated the black-clad society without a sound? Yi Fan smiled faintly. Of course, you'll have the strength. As he spoke, he flicked his spatial ring, and 2 pills flew straight into the mouths of Mu Wubai and the Mu family's patriarch. One of the pills was a martial spirit pill, which could assist in breaking through to the martial emperor realm. The other was a martial saint pill, specially refined for martial saint level experts. Those with high talent could even advance directly to the next stage of the martial saint realm. These pills were naturally treasures Yi Fan had found in Xiechong's spatial ring. That spatial ring was filled with mountains of pills and treasures. Why not put them to good use? This! Before Mu Wubai could react, the pill had already melted in his mouth, turning into a liquid that flowed into his body. The Mu family's patriarch, being a martial saint, understood that Yi Fan's actions must have a purpose. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began circulating his martial energy at full force. Boom! In an instant, the entire Mu family courtyard trembled with violent surges of martial energy. The overwhelming power seemed capable of piercing the heavens themselves. Even Yi Fan was startled by the potency of the martial saint pill. He quickly set up a barrier to contain the rampant martial energy. Judging by the Mu family patriarch's state, he might even break through to the peak of the martial saint realm. While this was good news for Yi Fan, it was best not to draw too much attention right now. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Shangjing Martial Enforcement Division, the monitoring equipment suddenly blared an alarm, detecting an immense energy fluctuation that shocked the personnel on duty. Coincidentally, the captain of the 8th Squad happened to pass by the monitoring room and noticed the anomaly. What's going on? An energy surge beyond the martial emperor level in Shangjing? Is someone breaking through? Or has a powerful figure infiltrated? Min Hong strode into the monitoring room and checked the energy logs. The monitoring officer frowned and shook his head. Captain, we're not sure. The energy spike appeared for a moment and then vanished. Can you pinpoint the direction and location? Min Hong asked, troubled. Shangjing had been growing restless lately. Though the Martial Enforcement Division had long been recognized as the strongest organization in Great Xia, recent events had revealed that many hidden powerhouses lurked within the empire. Even some of the family patriarchs in Shangjing had reached the martial saint realm. The division's director was beginning to worry. The duration was too short, we couldn't track it precisely. The general direction was southwest Shangjing. Min Hong's eyebrows rose. Southwest? Only a few families occupied that area. He'd need to report this to the director and decide how to proceed. Sai, what exactly was the chief commander planning? Could this energy fluctuation be related to young Master Yi? If so, not only should they avoid investigating further, but they'd also need to help cover it up. Though Min Hong didn't fully understand Fan Ye's plans, he could guess that Yi Fan was orchestrating something monumental. With that in mind, he immediately ordered, "Seal today's records immediately. Classify them as top secret. I'll consult the director on how to proceed." Understood. Back in the Mu family's courtyard in southwest Shangjing, as the effects of the pills took hold, the Mu family patriarch's strength skyrocketed. 5th rank martial saint, 6th rank, 7th rank, 8th rank. In mere moments, the patriarch had broken through 3 major realms, reaching the 8th rank of the martial saint realm. To think that advancing from the 4th to the 5th rank had taken him 30 years in the past. The patriarch had once believed that, even if he lived for centuries, he'd never reach the divine transformation realm, the next profound stage beyond martial saint. Yet, a single pill from Yi Fan had propelled him 3 whole realms forward. At this rate, once he reached the 9th rank, he might even touch the threshold of divine transformation. Would that allow him to glimpse the gates of immortality? The patriarch could clearly sense that the pill's energy hadn't been fully expended. A significant portion remained dormant in his body. The only reason he hadn't broken through further was that his physical body had reached its current limit. Had his constitution been stronger, he might have even ascended to divine transformation in one go. When he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, the world felt entirely different. With his 8th rank martial saint strength, he could probably dominate Shangjing without fear now. Such power should be more than enough to shoulder the blame for young Master Yi. An 8th rank martial saint killing a 5th rank? No problem at all. And all of this was thanks to Yi Fan. Would he dare turn on Yi Fan after gaining this power? Try to kill him? What a joke. The mere thought was ludicrous. The patriarch didn't dare harbor even the slightest disrespect toward Yi Fan. The way Yi Fan had effortlessly eliminated Masuda Taro, leaving not even a corpse behind, had terrified him to his core. Moreover, if Yi Fan could casually hand out such miraculous pills, who knew how many more he possessed? Or how many other experts he had nurtured? Provoking Yi Fan would be like dancing before the king of hell, begging for death. Having finally found such a formidable backer, he had to cling to this opportunity with everything he had. "Thank you, young Master Yi." Thud. Without hesitation, the patriarch dropped to his knees before Yi Fan. "Young Master, you've given this old servant a new lease on life. I swear to serve you with every ounce of my being, even at the cost of my life. Young Master Yi, you're truly godlike. I willingly submit. Just say the word, young Master Yi. I'd even call you Dad if you asked." Beside him, Mu Wubai, who had also absorbed most of the pill's power, dropped to his knees with a thud, kowtowing to Yi Fan. Damn! Mu Wubai's strength had directly broken through to the 5th rank of the Martial Emperor realm. Though it was still a far cry from the Martial Saint realm, among clan heads of the same level, Mu Wubai was undoubtedly a top-tier expert. This time, Yi Fan made no effort to stop them from kneeling, because the favor he had done for them was something he could rightfully accept. With a mere flick of his hand, he had created a super martial saint-level powerhouse and elevated a martial emperor-level clan head. The Mu families standing in Shangjing would instantly rise to another level. It wasn't impossible for them to become the top family in Shangjing, second only to the Yi family. Yi Fan had his reasons for doing this. "Get up. Ancestor Mu, clan head Mu. I may be away from Shangjing for some time. I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on the Ling family's safety while I'm gone." After stirring up Shangjing, Yi Fan still had to make a trip to the northwest. He was worried that something might happen to the Ling family in his absence. The protection of the Hua family and Zhang Yu's care alone weren't enough. "Rest assured, young Master Yi, With us here, the Ling family will be perfectly safe. Besides, the Mu family is now in partnership with the Ling family. We're practically one entity. The Mu family's ancestor was brimming with confidence. He knew that as long as he performed well, Yi Fan would surely reward him further. Helping him break through to the divine transformation realm would likely be a trivial matter. The Mu family's ancestor had limited talent. His bone structure was merely mortal grade. Reaching the divine transformation realm would already be an immense stroke of luck. What he didn't know, however, was that Yi Fan possessed the flame of primordial embers within him, which could even enhance bone structure, from mortal grade to spirit grade or even Tao grade. Good. That's a relief. Yi Fan took a deep breath. With the Mu family's matter resolved, along with the Wu family he had dealt with earlier, only 3 of the family's ancestors arranged by Prince Jin remained. The Yen family's ancestor. Should he go scout them out tonight? But on the other hand, he was worried about Ji Ningxuan waiting too long for him. The imperial consort had claimed to be carrying his child. He had to go see her. Before Yi Fan could decide on his next move, a bodyguard who had been waiting at the courtyard gate suddenly spoke up urgently. "Clan head, ancestor. The Yen family's ancestor has arrived outside with a large group of experts. He says he's here to join you in killing Fan Yi." The bodyguard had been standing at the gate for a long time. Though he couldn't hear what was being said inside, he was stunned to see the clan head and ancestor repeatedly kneeling to this Fan Yi before them. Just how powerful was this Fan Yi? What the hell was going on? The Yen family's ancestor was here? Yi Fan's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. He hadn't even gone looking for them, yet they came to him? The Mu family's ancestor turned and bowed respectfully to Yi Fan. "Young Master Yi, shall I deal with the Yen family's people?" Previously, the Mu and Yen family ancestors had been evenly matched in strength. But now, the Mu family's ancestor had reached the 8th rank of the Martial Saint realm. Handling the Yen family's ancestor would be child's play. Since the Yen family's ancestor had come knocking, the Mu family's ancestor was eager to prove himself. "Very well." Yi Fan gave a brief nod. Mu Wubai immediately gestured respectfully. "Young Master Yi, this way. There are 2 private rooms on the 2nd floor of the main hall. You can observe from above." Ha! Watch from the 2nd floor? This was practically like watching clowns perform. With the Yen family's ancestor at only the 5th rank of the Martial Saint realm, he was doomed whether he faced Yi Fan or the Mu family's ancestor. If he behaved amicably, he might still have a chance to live. But if he was hell-bent on killing Yi Fan, not even a great Luo Golden Immortal could save him. "Mu Lauer, what the hell are you doing? Why haven't you come out to greet me?" As soon as Yi Fan entered the private room on the 2nd floor, a muscular old man strode into the main hall, followed by 8 equally robust men. This old man was none other than the Yen family's ancestor, Yen Tsongtian. Upon entering, Yen Tsongtian acted as if he owned the place, pouring himself a cup of tea and taking a sip. "Over a decade has passed in the blink of an eye, yet your home hasn't changed a bit. I say, Mu Lauer, since you're already out, why didn't you come welcome me? Do you no longer regard me as your elder brother?" Yen Tsongtian continued. "By the way, Prince Jin mentioned that the Black Clothes Society would also come to meet you. How did that go? With their help, our plans will proceed even more smoothly. Once Prince Jin succeeds, we'll be his most trusted subordinates, standing above all but one." Yen Tsongtian rambled on excitedly, completely oblivious to the darkening expression on the Mu family's ancestor's face. Did this man have no sense of reading the room? And every word he spoke stabbed at the Mu family's sore spots. The matter of the Black Clothes Society had only just been smoothed over with Yi Fan. If Yen Tsongtian stirred it up again, the consequences would be disastrous. "Brother Yen, it's already so late tonight. Why don't we call it off? Prince Jin's orders. Let's not get involved. Fan Yi has no grudge against us. Why kill him?" The Mu family's ancestor still hoped to dissuade Yen Tsongtian. Besides, the Yi family's young Master Yi nearly crushed Prince Jin before. His fate might not be so favorable in the end. "Mu Lauer, Shut your mouth. What are you implying? Are you refusing Prince Jin's command? Humph. When Prince Jin recruited us, it was made clear we act together. If you back out now, don't blame us for being ruthless. And as for that Yi family bastard, he was already blown to pieces in the northwest. No matter how strong he was, what does it matter now that he's dead? Even his subordinates have all been recruited by Prince Jin's men. What waves can he possibly make now? Quit dawdling. Gather the Mu family's core experts and let's move out. We'll slaughter the entire Ling family. Damn it. How dare they steal the Wu family's spot and partner with the Hua family? They need to be taught a lesson. The Mu family's ancestors' face darkened completely. Yen Songtian, are you really determined to go through with this? I'm warning you out of kindness. Don't go, or you won't even know how you died. After all, the Mu family's ancestor and Yen Songtian had been old friends for many years. He wanted to give him one last chance. But Yen Songtian was dead set on killing Fan Yi. Damn it, if you keep nagging, I'll slap you. As he spoke, Yen Songtian abruptly swung his wrist, as if he truly intended to slap the Mu family ancestor. Mu Wubai, standing nearby, shook his head helplessly. Sigh, this Yen Songtian, what an ungrateful fool. Had he not noticed that the ancestor had repeatedly tried to dissuade him, offering him chances to live? Yet this arrogant bastard insisted on marching to his own doom. What could anyone do? Seeing Yen Songtian raise his hand, the Mu family ancestor finally lost patience. Damn it! Under young Master Ye's guidance, I've already reached the 8th grade martial saint realm. Even the imperial sovereign would treat me with respect when we meet. What gives a measly 5th grade martial saint like you the right to strut around in front of me? Thud! Before Yen Songtian could complete his action, the Mu family ancestor struck, grabbing the saber from one of Yen Songtian's subordinates and stabbing it straight through the martial expert's chest. A surge of immense energy blasted a gaping hole in the subordinate's body, sending him collapsing lifelessly to the ground. What the hell? Mu Lauer, have you lost your damn mind? I haven't even hit you yet, and you dare kill one of my men. Even beating a dog respects its master. As Prince Jin said, you really do want to rebel. Well then, I'll just have to teach you a lesson for His Highness. Seems like all of you need a brutal reminder. Disloyal scum. Clang. With a furious roar, Yen Songtian unsheathed his own saber, its blade pointed straight at the Mu family ancestor, his face contorted with rage. Despite his intimidating stature and fierce appearance, Yen Songtian was all brawn and no brain. He hadn't even paused to think about what had just happened. That subordinate he lost was at least a martial emperor. Yet the Mu family ancestor had effortlessly slaughtered him right before Yen Songtian's eyes, in front of all these witnesses. Wasn't that strange? Previously, Yen Songtian had been slightly stronger than the Mu family ancestor. If the ancestor had moved, shouldn't Yen Songtian have sensed it? Couldn't he have intervened? But Yen Songtian hadn't even seen how the ancestor struck. If he'd thought for even a second, he'd have realized one undeniable truth. The Mu family ancestor's current strength far surpassed his own. Swish! Without hesitation, the fool swung his saber recklessly at the Mu family ancestor. Whoosh! With his current power, the ancestor sidestepped the slash with ease. Boom! A deafening explosion followed as a trench over 10 feet long split the hall's floor, the sheer force shaking the entire building. Had the structure not been reinforced with special materials, it would have already collapsed. Brother Yen, I'll address you like this one last time. Are you serious? Do you truly wish to kill me? The Mu family ancestor glared at Yen Songtian, fury blazing in his eyes. Yen Songtian, I warn you, put down that saber now, kneel and apologize to young Master Fan. Then I might spare your life. As someone who once called you brother, I've already shown you far more mercy than you deserve. The ancestor was still holding back out of sentiment. Go to hell. Who the fuck do you think you are? Lecturing me. You're nothing but Prince Jin's lapdog. And Fanyi? That worthless bastard. He should be the one kneeling to me. Even if he groveled and called me grandfather, I'd still tear him apart. Too absorbed in his tirade, Yen Songtian failed to notice the murderous glint in the Mu family ancestor's eyes. No longer willing to restrain himself, the ancestor channeled his full martial power into one decisive strike, his saber piercing straight for Yen Songtian's heart. The overwhelming force seemed to tear through space itself, the very air wailing in protest. Where Yen Songtian's energy had once dominated the hall, the tables turned in an instant. His entire setup crumbled. The martial emperors at his side had their protective auras shattered instantly, their bodies buckling under the pressure. This was the might of an 8th grade martial saint. Yen Songtian's slash froze mid-motion as the crushing aura stunned him senseless. What the? Mu Lao? You bastard! When the hell did you break through? You tricked me? Fuck! Only now did realization dawn on him. The ancestor's power far exceeded his own. Judging by the aura's intensity, he was at least an 8th grade martial saint. What a fucking joke. He'd actually thought about slapping this man? Was he trying to poke a tiger's ass? Even two of him wouldn't stand a chance against Mu Lao. Boom! The ancestor's blood-stained saber plunged deep into Yen Songtian's chest. Crack! Crack! Despite his 5th grade martial saint defenses, they were like papier-mâché against a power 3 realms above. His barriers shattered one after another. Helplessly, Yen Songtian could only watch as the saber twisted inside him, burrowing deeper, before obliterating his dantian. Squelch! When the blade withdrew, a fountain of blood gushed out. Yen Songtian's body seemed to age decades in seconds as he staggered, collapsing weakly to the floor. Tiancheng, could you spare me? Blood trickled from his lips as he stared at the ancestor in disbelief, his defiance replaced by desperate pleading. Yen Songtian, the ancestor coldly snorted. Insult me if you must. Attack me, fine. But you crossed the line when you insulted young Master Fan, or rather young Master Yi. His gaze shifted toward a second-floor private room's window. There, Yi Fan sat leisurely with a teacup in hand, his face now fully visible. Meeting Yen Songtian's shocked stare, Yi Fan raised a hand in farewell. Safe travels. What? She's Fan Yi? No, he's? Yen Songtian recognized that face instantly. It was Yi Fan, but hadn't Yi Fan been obliterated in the northwest? Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. His mind reeled. Yi Fan wasn't dead. He'd infiltrated the capital. What was he planning? And now, Yi Fan had intentionally revealed himself. What did that mean? Only one thing. Yen Songtian was already a dead man. Sigh. At this moment, Yen Songtian finally reacted. But it was already too late. Before Yen Songtian could even finish his words, Mu Tiancheng had already struck. A surge of overwhelming martial energy enveloped Yen Songtian, instantly crushing him into dust. Ah! Ancestor! The other martial emperor experts from the Yen family, who had accompanied Yen Songtian, screamed in horror as they witnessed their patriarch being obliterated by Mu Tiancheng. Without hesitation, they channeled their martial energy, desperate to flee the Mu estate. The situation was crystal clear to them now. That monstrous genius of the Yi family, Yi Fan, had not been killed in the explosion. Instead, he had secretly infiltrated the capital, targeting the Hua family, the Wu family, and now, after allying with the Mu family, he was striking at the Yen family. The implications were unmistakable. He intended to dismantle every last foundation of Prince Jin's faction. But Mu Tiancheng had no intention of letting them escape. A terrifying wave of martial energy erupted, forming visible ripples in the air as it coiled around the fleeing Yen family experts. Crack, crack. Like a rampaging dragon, the overwhelming force instantly pulverized those peak martial emperor cultivators. These were the Yen family's most elite core forces, experts nurtured through the expenditure of vast resources, even with the assistance of the 4 great holy lands. Yet Mu Tiancheng had annihilated them all with terrifying ease. This meant the Yen family was effectively finished. A superpower family without martial emperor-level guardians? How could it possibly endure? Perhaps the Yen family was still wealthy and influential, but in the eyes of other martial experts, They were nothing more than a fattened pig waiting to be slaughtered. The Yen family was doomed. These thoughts had barely formed in the minds of the Yen family's remaining experts before they, too, were obliterated. Mu Tiancheng surveyed the carnage with satisfaction, then glanced down at his own palm, unable to suppress the smirk on his face. Is this the power of an 8th-rank martial saint? This absolute control over strength? It's intoxicating. Young Master Fan, my deepest gratitude once again. Mu Tiancheng bowed respectfully toward Yi Fan, who stood on the second floor, his expression filled with reverence. Damn it! This time, I've truly latched onto a golden thigh. Mu Tiancheng had already made up his mind. Even if he had to grovel, he would follow Yi Fan to the end. His future potential would surely surpass the martial saint realm. Young Master Fan, rest assured, since we've already taken action, we might as well make an even bigger scene. I'll personally visit the Yen family and ensure no loose ends remain. Mu Tiancheng had grasped Yi Fan's intentions. The Mu family taking the blame for annihilating the Eastern Black Garment Society was merely a smokescreen for Yi Fan's true plans. Well, Mu Tiancheng didn't mind shouldering another layer of blame. A full-scale war between the Mu and Yen families would undoubtedly draw massive attention. Good. Proceed. Yi Fan nodded in approval. This old fox wasn't as dull as he'd feared. He had clearly understood the plan. Once Mu Tiancheng stirred up chaos at the Yen family, and news of the Eastern Black Garment Society's destruction gradually spread, most of the public's focus would shift to the feud between the two great families. Leaving the Mu estate, Yi Fan drove swiftly toward the northeastern part of the capital. There, a crucial figure awaited him, Imperial Consort Ji Ningxuan, the sole heiress of the Prime Minister's estate, the holy maiden of the Yaoqi sect, and the future imperial consort set to marry Emperor Ji Yuchen next month. The woman destined to become the most powerful in Great Xia. Yet, just a few weeks ago, she had become Yi Fan's woman. And she might even be carrying his child. Yi Fan had to confirm it. When the Yi family was annihilated, his 7 sisters-in-law had vowed to help him continue the family line. So far, only Yixue had shown signs of pregnancy. If Ji Ningxuan was also expecting, that would be even better. Northeastern capital within an opulent estate. In a secluded, fragrant courtyard, Ji Ningxuan reclined on a balcony chair, barefoot, gazing at the starry sky. Beside her, the maidservant who had visited the Ling family earlier spoke with concern. Miss, it's almost midnight. That man still hasn't come. Does he not care about you at all? This maidservant had served Ji Ningxuan for years, and their bond was closer than sisters. She found it outrageous that Ji Ningxuan, a holy maiden of Yaoqi, the Prime Minister's daughter, and the future imperial consort, had so humbly given herself to Yi Fan, even sharing him with others. And today, after Ji Ningxuan had sent the note to Yi Fan, he still hadn't shown up despite the hours that had passed. Infuriating. He'll come. Ji Ningxuan smiled faintly, her confidence in Yi Fan unwavering. If he hasn't arrived yet, it's because he still has unfinished business. But he will come. Memories flashed through her mind. The absurd events at the eastern suburbs of Huadu due to the Netherblood worms, the life and death moments in Prince Jin's base in Guang City, and later, the scenes of her complete surrender. A soft smile curved her lips. How wonderful. This is my man. Ji Ningxuan was sharp. When news of the northwestern explosion first broke, after the initial shock and fury, she quickly pieced together the truth. Yi Fan wouldn't die so easily. She had witnessed his capabilities firsthand. If even the terrifying Blackwater Devourer during the Vermilion Bird Army's training couldn't kill him, how could a mere explosion? If Yi Fan had died that easily, he wouldn't be Yi Fan. The reason she had summoned him tonight was to ask, what exactly was his plan? In less than 2 weeks, she was set to marry the emperor. Did Yi Fan truly intend to let her wed another man? Moreover, there was someone else in the Prime Minister's estate who wanted to meet Yi Fan. Miss, you're too naive. Men in this world are heartless. The maidservant sighed helplessly. Then, sensing the fluctuations of martial energy around the estate, she added with worry, by the way, miss, could it be that our estate's defenses are too tight? What if that bastard can't break in? Ji Ningxuan's father had risen from the martial world to become prime minister. As such, the prime minister's estate housed countless martial experts, skilled individuals, and formidable defenses, rivaling even the imperial palace. If Yi Fan's strength wasn't sufficient, he might truly be unable to enter. Giggle. Ji Ningxuan couldn't help but laugh at her maid's words. Xiao Shi, you're underestimating my man too much. Forget just the prime minister's residence. Even the entire imperial palace couldn't hold him back. Back when tens of thousands of bloodworms were about to devour her, Yi Fan had still found a way to control the entire swarm by communicating with their larvae. During the Vermilion Bird Army's martial drills, even in the face of certain death, Yi Fan had fought his way out. The Dead Sea, the 100,000-mile Miaojiang mountain range. Even when facing powerful holy envoys and Soul Hall emissaries, Yi Fan had never flinched. How could a few martial experts from the Prime Minister's residence possibly stop him? Most of those so-called experts were only at the Grandmaster or Martial Venerable level, with just a handful of martial emperors. In the ordinary martial world, they might be terrifyingly strong. But in Yi Fan's eyes, they were no different from ants. The only question was whether he wanted to come. I don't believe it. Maid Xiao, she still looked skeptical. She had heard countless legends about Yi Fan, but since she had never witnessed his feats herself, she remained doubtful. Heh, then do you believe in ghosts? Before Ji Ningxuan could respond, a man's voice suddenly echoed in the room. Hearing that voice, Ji Ningxuan's heart skipped a beat. It's him, Yi Fan. He really came. But Xiao Shi, still oblivious, instinctively retorted, Ghosts? Don't be ridiculous. How could ghosts exist in this world? If ghosts were real, then maybe I'd believe that Yi Fan could. Xiao Shi was fiercely loyal to Ji Ningxuan, and the Ji family had rewarded her generously, showering her with resources despite her average talent. As a result, even at a young age, she had reached the Grandmaster level, an impressive achievement among her peers. Oh? Then why don't you turn around and see? The voice behind her continued, coaxing her. Only then did Xiao Shi finally sense something amiss. A man's voice? Tonight, she had personally arranged for Elder Qin and a large number of guards to surround the estate. No man should have been able to enter without her permission. She whipped her head around, and the moment she saw the face before her, her pupils dilated in horror. A ghost! A ghost! Stay away! Don't come near me! She stumbled backward, collapsing onto the floor. Before her eyes, a nightmarish hellscape unfolded. Ox-headed demons, horse-faced fiends, the king of hell, and countless other ghastly apparitions lunged at her, all conjured from the depths of human imagination. Terrified out of her wits, Xiao Shi scrambled backward, flailing her arms as she shrieked, Miss! Run! There's a ghost! Yi Fan stepped out from behind the wall, amused by her reaction. This girl really is loyal. Even under the illusion of his soul technique, which had conjured such horrifying visions that she was nearly pissing herself, her first instinct was still to warn Ji Ningxuan. Fine then, since you're so devoted, I'll give you a little gift. A smirk curled on Yi Fan's lips. He was never stingy with those who treated his woman well. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of crimson flame coiled around Xiao Shi. The ember flame could temper a martial artist's bones, refining them from ordinary mortal bone to spirit bone, enhancing their cultivation speed and potential. Ah! Hellfire! In her hallucination, the flames Yi Fan wielded appeared as terrifying infernal fire, pushing her fear to the limit. Yi Fan cast a barrier around her, then strode toward Ji Ningxuan. By now, Ji Ningxuan had risen from her recliner, stretching lazily. Her silk nightgown clung to her curves, accentuating every alluring contour. Voluptuous yet delicate, seductive yet innocent, with a touch of enchantment. For a moment, Yi Fan was spellbound. As the holy maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land, one of the four great sacred sects, Ji Ningxuan carried an ethereal grace. That such an imperial consort would willingly submit to him, truly rare. Fan Ji. Even though Yi Fan hadn't yet restored his true appearance, Ji Ningxuan recognized him instantly. She threw herself into his arms. A wave of tenderness washed over Yi Fan as he patted her backside playfully. Heh, silly girl, aren't you afraid you've got the wrong man? What if you just threw yourself at some stranger? Ji Ningxuan nuzzled against him, pouting. Humph, you awful man. Would you let me hug another man? Your scent, I'd know it anywhere. You were my first. Her voice trailed off as memories of their intimate moments flooded back, turning her cheeks scarlet. Anyway, you're the worst. She clung to him tightly, tilting her head up to press a desperate kiss to his lips. Her voice trembled. Fanji, I missed you so much. Every single day. The more life and death trials they endured together, the deeper her attachment grew. I missed you too. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. Emotional debts are the hardest to repay. What great virtue did I accumulate in my past life to deserve such devotion? How can I ever make it up to them? He held her close, savoring her warmth, while his fingers circled her wrist, checking her pulse. He hadn't held much hope. Back in Guang City, their encounter had been brief, just one rushed night, orchestrated by Yu Linglong, who had let Ji Ningxuan take her place. How could a single night have been enough? But as his 3,000 crimson threads delved deeper, his shock grew. 2 life forces? One was faint, but undeniably present. She's really pregnant? With my child? Am I really that potent? Overjoyed, he stared at her in disbelief. Ningxuan, you're really mine? Ji Ningxuan blushed, then rolled her eyes. You idiot! You're the only man I've ever had. Who else's could it be? Humph, she pouted. So, what now? The imperial family is about to hold the wedding. Are you really going to let your son call another man father? Speaking of this matter, Ji Ningxuan couldn't help but feel troubled. The grand wedding was about to take place, yet Yi Fan still hadn't revealed any concrete plans. If Ji Yuchen insisted on consummating the marriage immediately after the ceremony, what was she supposed to do? Ji Yuchen was a powerful martial artist. The moment he touched her, he would immediately sense the abnormality in her body. The daughter of the prime minister's estate, the holy maiden of the Yaoqi sect, and the future imperial consort. Yet she was carrying another man's child. She had cuckolded the royal family. How could this be allowed? Even though Ji Yuchen had grown up with her, if this were exposed, he would surely not spare her. When that time came, not only would she suffer, but the prime minister's estate, the capital would surely be thrown into chaos. Even with the backing of the Yaoqi sect, the royal family would never compromise on such a matter. This was truly difficult. Moreover, even though Ji Ningxuan didn't love Ji Yuchen, they had grown up together, and she knew how hard his life was. At such a young age, he had been forced to take charge of the entire empire. Internally, the Jin Prince was eyeing the throne covetously, while externally, the northern wastes and the eastern islands had their own powerful forces watching closely. Ji Ningxuan didn't want to see Ji Yuchen suffer in the middle of all this. This was so difficult. Call someone else daddy? Don't be ridiculous. Yi Fan pulled Ji Ningxuan into his arms, gazing at her tenderly. Wife, I know you're suffering, and I won't let you endure this pain any longer. His eyes burned with intensity as he continued. On the day of the wedding, I'll be there the entire time. Most likely, I'll crash the ceremony and steal Ji Yuchen's bride right from under him. Yi Fan briefly outlined his plan. Since the Jin Prince was likely to cause trouble during the wedding, Yi Fan intended to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate him completely. At the same time, he would snatch away Ji Yuchen's imperial consort. This would be a direct slap to the royal family's face, but it would also serve as a declaration of his love for Ji Ningxuan. Of course, Yi Fan had other arrangements in mind, though nothing was finalized yet. With the intelligence networks of the Jinwu Division, Han Yueyu's spy network, the Tianji Pavilion, and the Shinmen Tiankue base at his disposal, all 4 intelligence systems had recently uncovered some of the royal family's secrets. Though the information was still speculative, Yi Fan was waiting for confirmation. If the rumors about the royal family turned out to be true, there might be another way to resolve the situation. However, when Ji Ningxuan heard Yi Fan's plan, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Oh, so that's how it is? She sighed inwardly. In the end, was elopement the only option? Was there really no better solution? If she ran away, what would happen to her father? What about the Yaoqi sect? Suddenly, Ji Ningxuan felt an inexplicable frustration. Had her expectations of Yi Fan been too high? Yi Fan noticed the shift in her emotions and gently asked, "What's wrong, wife?" "Nothing. This is already good enough. At least we'll have a decent outcome." She forced a gentle smile and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Brother Fan, will you stay here tonight?" After days apart, Ji Ningxuan missed him terribly and longed to be close to him. All right. Though Yi Fan still had many matters to attend to, he couldn't bear to refuse her when she looked at him with such tenderness. He still had 2 or 3 days left in the capital. Spending one night with her was only fair. As for Princess Consort Chu Lanwei, she would just have to wait her turn. More importantly, Ji Ningxuan was caught in this dangerous situation and was now carrying his child. Yi Fan needed to help her strengthen her martial foundation so she could at least protect herself if necessary. But what about Xiao Shi? Ji Ningxuan's face flushed as soon as Yi Fan agreed. Back in Guang City, though they had been intimate, she had been in a dazed, confused state, and she had been disguised as Yu Linglong at the time. Most importantly, it had been dark, so Yi Fan hadn't seen her blushing face, which made it slightly less embarrassing. But now, she was inviting him to stay as his wife, fully aware of what it meant, and she couldn't help but feel shy. Don't worry, she's in a special state right now. She won't wake up until tomorrow. But once she does, she'll at least be at the peak of the martial emperor realm. She'll be a great help to you. As he spoke, Yi Fan waved his hand, releasing a surge of martial energy that wrapped around Xiao Shi and gently moved her downstairs. If he and Ji Ningxuan were going to, well, it would be awkward to have Xiao Shi in the room. The peak of the martial emperor realm? But I'm only at the 2nd level of the martial emperor stage. Thanks to her intimate encounters with Yi Fan, Ji Ningxuan's cultivation had already reached the 2nd tier of the martial emperor realm. In the mortal world, this was already an impressive level of strength. But hearing that her maid would soon surpass her, Ji Ningxuan couldn't stay calm. Did that mean her own maid would soon be stronger than her? Before meeting Yi Fan, Ji Ningxuan, as the holy maiden of the Yaoqi sect and a martial venerate, had been considered a prodigy among the younger generation. But after meeting him, she realized that so-called talent was practically worthless in his presence. Yi Fan had a miraculous ability. Even if someone was trash, he could turn them into a gem. Take Xiao Shi, for example. Silly girl, what are you worried about? You're my woman now. By tomorrow morning, you'll at least be at the martial saint realm. With that, Yi Fan swept her up into his arms and carried her toward the inner chamber. Ah, you scoundrel, what are you doing? Ji Ningxuan squirmed in his embrace, her face burning with embarrassment. This man, why was he so shameless? Yi Fan smirked. What do you think? On such a beautiful night, carrying my wife into the room. What else would I do? Of course, we'll do what lovers do. Besides, you already know the fastest way to improve your cultivation, don't you? The more he spoke, the more flustered Ji Ningxuan became. Ah, you awful man. Stop talking. No, you're so bad. How did all my clothes come off? Even as she protested, soft, indecipherable murmurs began to fill the room. Through the gauzy curtains, shadowy figures could be seen moving, as if something delightful was unfolding inside. At this moment, downstairs in the villa courtyard, the super bodyguard of the Prime Minister's residence, Old Master Qin, froze in place upon hearing the coquettish murmur upstairs. Wait, how did a man's voice suddenly come from upstairs? Especially after sensing that familiar aura, Old Master Qin nearly exploded on the spot. Young Master Ye's aura? Damn! Back at the eastern outskirts of Huadu, when Yi Fan rescued Ji Ningxuan from the Netherblood worms and treated her in that cottage, Old Master Qin had clearly sensed Yi Fan's aura. But how was Yi Fan's aura appearing here now? Hadn't that monstrous genius already been blown to pieces in the northwest? But recalling Yi Fan's many baffling feats, old Master Qin suddenly understood everything. That freak had survived Huadu, Guangxing, and even the Death Sea. How could a mere bomb in the northwest possibly kill him? As far as old Master Qin knew, Yi Fan possessed a special technique that allowed him to teleport instantaneously. In other words, even if a bomb were about to obliterate him, Yi Fan could warp away at the last second, rendering the whole death by explosion nonsense impossible. So, what was the point of Xiao Qian deploying all these bodyguards to lurk around Miss G's room? Trying to intercept Yi Fan? What a joke! How could ordinary people possibly stop a monster like him? Even now, with so many elite guards stationed around, hadn't Yi Fan still slipped in undetected? Stand down. All units retreat immediately. There's no threat here. With old Master Qin's command, the surrounding bodyguards quickly withdrew. They had expected to face some enemy tonight, only to find out it was an inside job. Who the hell could guard against that? They'd failed in Huadu, lost completely in Guangxing. What made them think they could stop him now? But old Master Qin, what about Miss G's safety? Captain Gao, whose perception was weaker, hadn't detected the situation upstairs or sensed Yi Fan's presence. Safety. Old Master Qin sighed helplessly. Miss G just broke through another cultivation barrier. She's safer than ever. With Yi Fan around, anyone who could harm her would have to be god tier. According to confidential intel, even an immortal realm powerhouse in Guangxing had clashed with Yi Fan, and yet Yi Fan had walked away unscathed. Understood. Captain Gao acknowledged the order and led the retreat. The courtyard fell silent in an instant. But then, old Master Qin's sharp instincts picked up something else. A shadowy figure lurking in a tree at the far end of the yard, intently observing the second floor before stealthily descending with a camera in hand. It was a royal spy planted in the Prime Minister's residence. Old Master Qin had known for a long time, though he himself had been sent by the imperial family. Ever since the events in Huadu, his allegiance had shifted. The royals had assigned him to protect Ji Ningxuan, nothing more. And given Yi Fan's terrifying strength and potential, sticking with him could elevate Ji Ningxuan far beyond the great Xia Empire. Whoosh! Without hesitation, old Master Qin flashed behind the spy and seized him in one motion. The sudden ambush startled the spy, who instinctively clutched the camera to his chest, until he turned and saw old Master Qin. Relief washed over him. Ah, it's you, old Master Qin. In the spy's mind, old Master Qin was a fellow servant of the crown, no threat to him. Listen, old Master Qin, keep watch for me. I must report this to His Majesty immediately. Yi Fan isn't dead. This changes everything. The Emperor's entire strategy could hinge on this. When Prince Jin attacked the Yi family, the imperial court had remained silent. Later, as Yi Fan rose to power, the Emperor established the Grand Preceptor's office and offered lavish reparations, hoping to placate him. But then came the news of Yi Fan's supposed death, prompting Emperor Ji Yuchen to recalibrate his plans. If the Emperor adjusted his strategy based on false intel, the consequences could be catastrophic. No need. Old Master Qin's lips twitched as he coldly barred the spy's path with a surge of energy. The spy frowned in confusion. Old Master Qin, what do you mean? You serve the crown too. You should protect me. Thud. Before he could finish, old Master Qin unleashed a devastating blast of energy, reducing the spy to ashes on the spot. Till his dying breath, the spy never understood why his ally had turned on him. Old Master Qin exhaled deeply, his conscience heavy. Had he made the right choice? Well, he could only pray for a favorable outcome in the end. Just as he quieted his thoughts, a sudden gust of energy shot toward him from the villa's second-floor window. Intrigued, old Master Qin caught the airborne object, and his eyes widened in shock. A pill? A saint-rank cultivation pill. The kind that could catapult his strength multiple tiers higher, either to peak Martial Emperor or, if he was already there, straight into the Martial Saint realm. Had young Master Yi just gifted him something this invaluable? Such pills were beyond priceless. No amount of wealth or resources could acquire them in the outside world. Keep it, old Master Qin. If you're protecting Ningxuan, you can't afford to be weak. Take it without worry. I'll supply more when you're ready to break through to Marshal Saint. The resonant voice of Yi Fan transmitted directly into Old Master Qin's ears via profound energy. Old Master Qin nearly leapt for joy on the spot. Today's small act, silencing the spy for Ji Ningxuan's sake, had unexpectedly earned him Yi Fan's favor and a ticket to unprecedented power. Yes, young master. With a reverent bow toward Yi Fan's direction, Old Master Qin hurried back to his quarters. He had to consume the pill immediately. Once he reached peak Martial Emperor, he'd unlock an entirely new realm of strength. Damn it! Next time Yi Fan needed him, he'd be ready to unleash hell. Ha! Fate worked in mysterious ways. Soon, even the Prime Minister's residence would soar to new heights. As for the imperial family, Shangjing, the imperial palace, Ji Yuchen's residence. Listening to his subordinate's report, Ji Yuchen's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. The Ling family has become the Hua family's partner? The Wu family was completely wiped out? So Fan Yi has stirred up so much trouble in such a short time? Interesting. The corner of Ji Yuchen's lips curled slightly as he murmured under his breath, "Man, you've successfully caught my attention. I'm becoming more and more curious about you." Ji Yuchen's slightly enamored gaze, coupled with his gentle expression, made him look unlike a stern emperor, more like a lovesick woman. The scene left the intelligence officer delivering the report stunned. "Your Majesty?" The emperor before him seemed entirely different from the man he had known before. As the head of the Imperial Intelligence Agency, he had heard numerous rumors from various sources. Among them was the speculation surrounding the current emperor's true identity. Originally the crown prince of the imperial family. Back then, to dispel all doubts, the late emperor had personally overseen a test, publicly verifying Ji Yuchen's identity. But now, it seemed even that test might have been flawed. Ji Yuchen immediately snapped out of his daze, masking his tenderness with a cold voice. "What's the situation with the Kurokuro Society from Dongying? Even their leader has infiltrated Shangjing. What are they planning?" The Kurokuro Society's elites thought they moved in secret, unaware that as the natural enemy of Great Xia's martial world, every member had long been under imperial surveillance. The palace had received word the moment they left Dongying. "Your Majesty, according to our intelligence, Kurokuro's Masuda Taro and his men visited the Mu family tonight. So far, there has been no sign of their departure. Moreover, the Mu family has reinforced their perimeter defenses, even mobilizing their ancestral elder. We haven't been able to ascertain what's truly happening inside. The latest update is that the Yen family's ancestral elder has also taken his elites to the Mu residence." The intelligence chief spoke cautiously, his tone laced with unease. The Mu and Yen families were key pillars of Shangjing, occupying critical positions within the Great Xia imperial court. Particularly the Mu family, they oversaw the capital's defenses, essentially holding the fate of the imperial family in their hands. Now, with Kurokuro's leadership entering the Mu estate without further movement, the situation had become alarmingly sensitive. "Your Majesty, should we immediately revoke the Mu family's authority over the city defenses?" The chief secretary spoke gravely, his expression tense. The fact that the Mu family had allowed the Kurokuro Society's leaders inside, without expelling them, spoke volumes. Trusting them with the imperial family's safety was far too risky. Frowning at the reports, Ji Yuchen's heart wavered. Has it really come to this? Ji Yuchen's path had been grueling. After the late emperor's sudden death, he ascended the throne at a young age, struggling against internal strife and external threats. Though Prince Jin had always opposed him covertly, their conflicts had remained concealed beneath the surface. Now, however, the Mu and Yen families had openly rallied behind Prince Jin. Even the Kurokuro Society had arrived. Were they finally tearing off all pretenses? Ji Yuchen had initially planned to use his upcoming marriage to forge an alliance with the Prime Minister's estate, leveraging Ji Ningxuan's ties to the Yaoqi Holy Land to stand against Prince Jin. But Prince Jin's sudden moves had complicated everything. Still, Ji Yuchen found some solace in Fan Ye's recent actions. By destroying the Wu family, he had removed a major thorn in Ji Yuchen's side. If Fan Yi could also deal with the Kurokuro society at the Mu estate and then eliminate the Yen family, Prince Jin's influence in Shangjing would suffer devastating blows. Revoking their authority is meaningless now. Doing so without cause would only incite panic. Besides, if the Mu family truly intended to act, do you think we'd still have time to stop them? If the Mu family dared to harbor the Kurokuro society, they must have prepared meticulously. Those who climbed to such heights were anything but careless. By the way, where is Fan Yi now? I need his location immediately. Ji Yuchen's thoughts instinctively turned to Fan Yi. Given the current crisis, he might be the only one capable of flipping the tables. For the sake of the throne, Ji Yuchen was willing to humble himself and plead for Fan Ye's aid. Understood. The intelligence chief swiftly relayed the orders, but the information soon turned his expression grim. Your Majesty, this? Ji Yuchen's eyes darkened. Speak. According to our latest intelligence, Fan Yi was last seen near the Prime Minister's estate, but then our men lost track of him. Previously, rumors about Imperial Consort Ji Ningxuan and Yi Fan had spread like wildfire. Word had it that the consort had embraced Yi Fan in public. Some eyewitnesses even claimed to have photographic evidence, though the images mysteriously vanished before they could circulate. Strangely, Ji Yuchen remained silent on the matter, repeatedly deploying Ji Ningxuan to Yi Fan's side. To outsiders, it looked as though the emperor kept pushing his wife toward another man. Now, with Yi Fan allegedly dead, Fan Yi had suddenly appeared near the Prime Minister's estate before disappearing again. The intelligence chief's first thought was Fan Yi planning to seduce the imperial consort again? Was this consort truly so eager to make the emperor wear horns? Ji Yuchen froze at the report before breaking into a faint smile. So my earlier scheme worked after all. That damned man must finally be unable to stay away from Ningxuan. If so, things would be much easier going forward. Ji Yuchen had no intention of using this to manipulate Yi Fan. Instead, another plan formed in his mind. What if Ji Ningxuan alone wasn't enough to captivate Yi Fan? Then what if he joined in as well? Lowering his gaze, Ji Yuchen glanced at his chest, where certain restraints had suppressed nature's gifts for far too long, aching to break free and breathe anew. Besides, once restored to his true appearance, he would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Could Yi Fan truly resist such temptation? Once he succeeded in borrowing Yi Fan's seed, the entire Great Xia would belong to their son. Would Yi Fan really remain indifferent to the fate of the imperial family then? All right, I've got the message. All of you, leave now. I need some time alone. Ji Yuchen waved his hand dismissively, signaling for everyone to exit. He rubbed his forehead deep in thought. The chief secretary and the head of intelligence on the scene both wore expressions of disbelief, their faces darkening. Such critical intelligence, and the emperor's only response was, I know? Fan Yi had only been in Shangjing for a single day, yet he had already caused an uproar. Within the Ling family, Ling Bo was ousted. The Hua family backed down. Then, the young masters of the ancient martial Fang family were wiped out, the ancient martial Gong family was subdued, and then the Wu family. Such a monstrous genius had even gone to the prime minister's residence to seduce the imperial consort, yet the emperor had no reaction at all. Did this emperor truly care so little for his own wife? Though puzzled, these men were merely subordinates. They couldn't make decisions for the emperor. Despite their confusion, they had no choice but to leave reluctantly. Once everyone had gone, Ji Yuchen called out to the shadows, Elder Hong, prepare yourself. We're going to the Prime Minister's residence. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll arrange the security detail immediately. Given the current volatile situation, the Emperor's safety was paramount. As the Grand Steward of the Inner Court and the strongest expert in the royal family aside from the ancestor, Hong Hai was naturally responsible for the Emperor's security. But Ji Yuchen raised a hand to stop him. No need for others, Elder Hong. Just you and me. We'll leave the palace in secret. Can you alter my appearance so we can enter the Prime Minister's residence unnoticed? I can. Hong Hai didn't question Ji Yuchen's decision in the slightest. What form would Your Majesty like to take? I want to become a woman, an exceptionally beautiful one. Let's go. We'll discuss the details after leaving the palace. A mischievous smirk played on Ji Yuchen's lips as he imagined his stunning new appearance and the scene of an accidental encounter with Fan Yi. What kind of reaction would he get if he teased Fan Yi a little? Understood. Prime Minister's residence, Ji Ningxuan's courtyard. After 2 hours of passionate entanglement, the sounds from Ji Ningxuan's chambers finally quieted. If not for the fact that Ji Ningxuan was already carrying his child, Yi Fan wouldn't have let her off so easily. As the holy maiden of Yi Qi and the future imperial consort, Ji Ningxuan's body possessed unique qualities, but even with Yi Fan's current strength and formidable spiritual power, he still couldn't discern exactly what made her special. She wasn't like Qiuwan's furnace physique, nor was she like Ren Shuiying's nurturing constitution. Fearing that the process of enhancing her bone structure would be too painful for her, Yi Fan used his spiritual power to plunge Ji Ningxuan into a deep, hypnotic sleep after she passed out. Then, the ember flame on his wrist flickered, transforming into countless fiery threads that seeped into Ji Ningxuan's body, refining her bones. Evolving mortal bones into spirit bones was an act of defiance against the natural order for martial practitioners, a grueling and excruciating process. But with the ember flame, what should have been an arduous ordeal was significantly simplified. Another hour passed, and Ji Ningxuan's bones had fully transformed into spirit bones. The bedsheet was stained with dark, foul-smelling impurities. Yi Fan personally cleaned up the aftermath, then changed Ji Ningxuan into fresh clothes. As he sat by the bed, he suddenly realized something unusual. His back ached and his legs felt weak. Huh? This had never happened before, no matter how many times he'd been with Su Yixue, Qiuwan, Ren Shuiying, or Qing Rulin. His current strength was at the 8th level of martial saint. With such power and the support of divine fragments, his vitality should have been endlessly replenished. How could a mere intimate encounter leave him feeling drained? But the more he thought about it, the more it confirmed that Ji Ningxuan's physique was indeed unusual. He'd have to explore that further in the future. Exhausted from the day's events, Yi Fan pondered whether he should return to the Ling family or stay with Ji Ningxuan. Sigh. Having too many lovers was truly troublesome. He couldn't be in 2 places at once. Just then, his senses sharpened. A middle-aged man had appeared in the corridor outside the courtyard. Though the man's martial prowess wasn't particularly high, he carried the aura of someone accustomed to authority. Even without seeing him, Yi Fan's intuition told him this was likely Ji Heng, the Prime Minister of Great Xia and Ji Ningxuan's father. He'd not only slept with the man's daughter but also gotten her pregnant. Was the father here to settle the score? Though Ji Heng hadn't spoken, Yi Fan could sense that the Prime Minister was aware of his presence. As the ruler of Great Xia, Ji Heng undoubtedly had his own methods. Moreover, given Ji Ningxuan's unique physique, either Ji Heng or her mother must have extraordinary origins. Hiding was pointless, and Yi Fan had no intention of doing so. That wasn't his style. A real man owned up to his actions. With that in mind, Yi Fan set up a barrier around the courtyard before flashing toward the corridor. You're here. The moment Yi Fan appeared, the robed middle-aged man turned to face him, studying him intently as if he'd expected Yi Fan to come. This man was none other than Ji Heng, the Prime Minister of Great Xia. There's no need for disguises between us, is there? Ji Heng spoke calmly, his gaze flickering toward the courtyard. The implication was clear. I know everything that's happened between you and my daughter. With things having escalated this far, the question was, how did Yi Fan plan to clean up the mess? Understood, uncle. Without hesitation, Yi Fan reverted to his true appearance. In that brief exchange, he'd already sensed that this Prime Minister was no ordinary man. There was no point in hiding anything from Ji Heng. Yi Fan, of the Yi family, greets uncle. Please accept this small token of respect. As he spoke, Yi Fan retrieved a collection of rare pills and top-tier martial techniques from his spatial ring, all far superior to anything the Prime Minister's residence could offer. Ji Heng didn't even glance at them before storing them away. Yi Fan, he said coolly, given the current situation, how do you intend to resolve this? The wedding is in 2 weeks. The Emperor won't take this lightly. Ji Heng wanted to see how Yi Fan planned to handle his relationship with Ji Ningxuan and how he would face Emperor Ji Yuchen. Moreover, Ji Heng's visit to Yi Fan today carried a hint of righteous indignation on behalf of his daughter. His daughter was a peerless genius, a true prodigy. Whether in beauty, family background, or future prospects, she was second to none. With her status, what kind of man couldn't she have? Why did she have to insist on following Yi Fan? Even if Yi Fan was undeniably outstanding, and even if his daughter was determined to choose him, it wouldn't normally be an issue. But the problem was, The entire Great Xia Empire knew that Yi Fan had 7 sisters-in-law and countless other admirers. Why should his daughter have to share a man with other women? Uncle, do you have a better solution in mind? Yi Fan could tell from Ji Heng's demeanor that this man, as the Prime Minister of Great Xia, was not someone to be trifled with. Today's meeting clearly carried an accusatory tone. No matter what he said, Yi Fan suspected he would face criticism. So, he decided to hand the initiative to Ji Heng and let him speak first. Without hesitation, Ji Heng replied, "I do have a solution, one that should resolve everything." He paused briefly before continuing. "You must immediately surrender yourself to the imperial family, apologize to the emperor, and hand over full authority of the Yi family's heavenly dragon army, your position as deputy commander of the Xuanwu territory, and the cavalry forces stationed in the Suzaku territory to the emperor. Furthermore, you must never speak of your relationship with Ning Xian again. Watch silently as she marries Ji Yuchen and bears his children. Given the Yi family's historic loyalty, the imperial family may choose to turn a blind eye, pretending nothing ever happened between you two. As for you and Ning Xian, just act as if it was merely a fleeting misunderstanding. Go your separate ways peacefully. This is the best way to protect both the Yi and Ji families. What do you think?" There was a touch of anger in Ji Heng's words. Having now met Yi Fan in person, he still didn't understand why his daughter was so infatuated. Sure, the young man was handsome and had an unusual charm, but was there really anything else extraordinary about him? Deep down, Ji Heng was deliberately testing Yi Fan's reaction. Of course, he was still unaware that Ji Ningxuan was already pregnant. If he had known, he would never have proposed such an arrangement. Although Ning Xian's pregnancy was a well-kept secret, the imperial family undoubtedly had ways to uncover the truth eventually. There was no hiding it forever. Hearing Ji Heng's words, Yi Fan chuckled. "Uncle, are you asking me to stick my neck out and let the imperial family chop it off? Thanks to the imperial family's tacit approval, my clan was already exterminated. What harm is there now in me taking just one of the emperor's wives? Humph. If the imperial family wants a fight, let them bring it. If they truly had the power, why have they tolerated Prince Jin for so long?" Yi Fan was brimming with confidence. Out of Great Xia's 6 major military territories, Heavenly Dragon, Xuanwu, and Suzaku, he effectively controlled 3. Adding the Mu family's influence in Shangjing, he could command nearly 70% of the empire's military might. If he truly rebelled, the imperial family wouldn't stand a chance. Ji Heng gave him a profound look. "Heh, Yi Fan, you underestimate the imperial family far too much. Prince Jin has built a massive stronghold in the southwest, gathered countless factions and experts under his banner. Yet even he hasn't made a move. Do you really think it's because he fears the imperial elites you see on the surface? Yi Fan, your understanding of this world is still lacking. Across the star domains, all ruling imperial families wield Destiny Dragon Vein Legacy, a power capable of altering laws and obliterating even mythical-level cultivators. As long as Ji Yuchen remains emperor, the force of the Dragon Vein Legacy alone could wipe out a supreme master from the immortal domain, let alone someone like you." Though he didn't finish the thought, the implication was clear. Despite Yi Fan's formidable strength and his influential backers, he still stood no chance against the Empire's destiny and Ji Yuchen. If he forced a confrontation, death would be inevitable. As Yi Fan listened, his mind fixed on 2 key points: destiny and Dragon Vein Legacy. He had read about such things in the Dragon Sigil Rings records, and during his time at the Tiankue base, he'd encountered mentions of legends where imperial fortunes could obliterate all opposition. If the imperial family indeed wielded such power, he would need to ascend beyond the divine transformation realm as soon as possible. Even with his spirit bones physique, which already allowed him to cultivate multiple times faster than ordinary martial artists, it still wasn't enough. The issue wasn't a lack of cultivation resources. Hidden within the spatial ring he took from the evil sect were countless spirit pills and rare herbs, more than sufficient to fuel his breakthroughs. The real obstacle was his body's inability to withstand greater martial energy, limiting further advancement. Perhaps now was the time to use sacred flame to temper his marrow once more, to elevate his physique to the legendary Dao Bone level. According to the ancient manual, once one attained the Dao Bone constitution, the world's spiritual energy would naturally flow into them without active cultivation. Their physical limits would expand exponentially, allowing rapid passive growth. But a true Dao Bone physique was a rarity even across entire star domains. Those who possessed it were destined to become deities. Given the looming threats, both from the immortal domain and his immediate struggles, Yifan had no choice but to take the risk. As long as he grew fast enough, perhaps he could avoid drawing the attention of the true powerhouses before he was ready. Uncle, so what if they have destiny? If need be, I'll sever Great Xia's imperial fortune myself. The empire doesn't have to remain under the Ji family's rule. Yifan's voice was filled with unshakable conviction. The Yi family served loyally, yet the imperial family repaid us with annihilation. If the Ji dynasty must fall, then so be it. The Yi family can just as easily take the throne. His words carried no pretense, only absolute resolve. Emperor Ji Yuchen owed the Yi family far too much. No amount of compensation, not even the title of Grand Preceptor, could make up for it. So what if he had taken Ji Yuchen's wife? What could the emperor do? In the end, they would have to negotiate. If talks failed, well, destruction was always an option. Good. Well said. Such boldness far surpasses even old General Yi Changfeng. A glint of approval flashed in Ji Heng's eyes, and his expression softened slightly. Yifan immediately noticed the shift. What did this mean? Was the Prime Minister of Great Xia actually encouraging him to rebel? However, the imperial family's suppression of national fortune remains somewhat troublesome. I happen to have something here that you might find useful in the future. As he spoke, Ji Heng took out a stack of black talismans from his person, each radiating a powerful and eerie energy. These were left behind by Ningxuan's mother when she departed. She said they could resist the power of the natural laws in critical moments. Yifan took the talismans in his hand, sensing the profound and ancient energy pulsating within them. The aura was somewhat similar to that of the evil-suppressing array. Frowning slightly, Yifan realized these items likely didn't originate from the mortal world either. But if these black talismans were so powerful, then Yifan wouldn't even need Ji Heng's support. Uncle, you mean talismans like these? Yifan smirked mischievously, reaching into his spatial ring. In the next moment, an overwhelming pile of black talismans appeared before Ji Heng, nearly forming a small mountain. Every single one was a black talisman, their ancient and sinister energy far surpassing those Ji Heng had provided. The stack Ji Heng had given him was like firefly light compared to the blazing sun in Yifan's possession. What's more, Yifan didn't just produce an abundance of black talismans. He also took out a pile of purple talismans, their energy so profound that Ji Heng couldn't even comprehend or detect its nature. And there's more. I have other types of talismans as well. Uncle, would you like to take a look and offer some advice? Yifan had obtained the spatial ring from the evil sovereign, which contained an overwhelming number of treasures. Truthfully, he didn't fully understand many of them. He only knew they were powerful. But just how powerful? He was still clueless. Yifan genuinely wanted Ji Heng's guidance, but from Ji Heng's perspective, this was outright excessive. Was he showing off in front of him? Some kind of humble brag? Ji Heng was speechless. He quickly grabbed Yifan's hand, glancing around warily before whispering in frustration. Good heavens, put these away. You have no idea how tempting they are. If I weren't certain I couldn't beat you, I'd be tempted to rob you right now. As he spoke, Ji Heng remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Yifan was completely unaware that the spatial ring he had taken from the Blazing Sun envoy was actually the core treasury of the evil sovereign's lineage, a treasure trove accumulated over millennia, containing the most essential artifacts of the evil sovereign's legacy. For generations, martial families and powerful cultivators had suppressed the evil sovereign, yet none had ever discovered this treasury. By sheer coincidence, it had fallen into Yifan's hands. Later, when the revived evil sovereign forces and the higher-ups of the Soul Palace learned of the ring's disappearance, they were driven to madness. By the time they traced it to Yifan, however, it was already too late. Using the resources from the ring, Yifan had already ascended to the immortal realm, reaching a level of power that even the Soul Palace's master could only look up to in awe. But that was a story for another time. Back in the Prime Minister's residence, Yifan had successfully stunned Ji Hong with the talismans from the spatial ring. After that, negotiations became much smoother. Once Yifan put the talismans away, Ji Hong sighed and continued, "Well, it seems you lack nothing in terms of techniques or elixirs. The only thing I can offer you now is this." As he spoke, he handed Yifan a list. "These are the core members of the Prime Minister's faction. Some are deeply undercover, but they are loyal to me. They can be of use in critical moments. If you truly intend to act, I can lend you my full support in the Imperial Court." Yifan skimmed the list. Just a few names were enough for him to recognize its significance. Several of the names belonged to influential figures who wielded immense power across the Great Xia Empire, whether in politics or the military. Many were public figures, high-ranking officials with real authority. If Yifan ever decided to move against the imperial family, with these key figures assisting him, victory would be all but assured. "Thank you, uncle." Yifan wasn't certain whether he would ever need the people on the list, but he deeply appreciated Ji Heng's gesture. From initially rejecting Yifan to accepting him and now offering full support, Ji Hong had undoubtedly made a monumental decision. If Yifan acted and succeeded, all would be well. But if he failed, Ji Hong and everyone involved would suffer the consequences. Yifan bowed in gratitude, inwardly pleased. "Does this mean I've passed the test?" "You think this means you've passed?" Ji Hong snorted. "That's one matter settled. Now, explain to me what's going on with Princess Consort Chu Lanwei of Shangjing." His words struck right at the heart of the issue. Chu Lanwei's reputation was too great, the so-called beauty who shakes the world. Who wouldn't want to glimpse her beauty or win her favor? And according to widespread rumors, Chu Lanwei had long since become Yifan's woman. Ji Hong had to get to the bottom of this today. "Ah, the princess consort is just the princess consort. She has nothing to do with me." Yifan's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly distanced himself. Nonsense. How could he admit to an affair with another woman in front of his future father-in-law? Yifan was certain that his intimate relationship with Chu Lanwei was a closely guarded secret. Ji Heng's questioning was likely just an attempt to fish for information. "However, the princess consort has contacted me. We share a common enemy. Prince Chang was killed by Prince Jin, and since I promised to avenge him, she agreed to cooperate with me." Yifan didn't outright deny his interactions with Chu Lanwei, instead mixing truth with deception. After all, the death of Elder Han Mo of the imperial family had been broadcast live. There was no denying that. If young Master Yi and Chu Lanwei are merely allies, then what about Ren Shuiying from Huadu? Or Princess Aria of the Blood Demon tribe in the Sea of Death? Ji Heng's gaze bore into Yifan. "Tell me, with so many beauties around you, where does that leave my Ningxuan?" As he listed the names of these women, Ji Heng's heart ached as if pierced by needles. Why must my precious daughter be so stubborn? Why must she tie herself to this man? With so many women around him, when would his daughter ever get her turn? How pitiful! Yifan knew there was no hiding the truth. For powerful families like Ji Heng's, investigating his background was trivial. They could easily uncover all the details. So Yifan decided to drop the act. "Uncle, I've never intended to deceive or toy with any of them. They are all my wives. I will marry each of them, Ningxuan included. When the time comes, I'll invite you to witness it personally." Ji Heng originally wanted to say more, but when he thought of Ji Ningxuan's decision, he could only sigh helplessly. Forget it. These matters are better discussed with Ningxuan. Ji Heng understood Yifan's current situation. There was no way he would abandon his other relationships just to marry Ningxuan alone. Since his daughter had already made up her mind to stay with Yifan, what more could he, as her father, say? The only thing he could do now was give his daughter some reassurance so she wouldn't suffer too much hardship in the future. "Uncle, don't worry. I won't mistreat Ningxuan." Yifan glanced toward Ji Ningxuan's room. I've already enhanced her bone structure. If nothing goes wrong, her strength should reach the martial saint level by tomorrow. What? Martial saint? Ji-hung stared at Yi-fan in disbelief. Before going to Huadu, Ji Ningxuan's strength had only been at the martial grandmaster level. After following Yi-fan, her power had skyrocketed to the martial emperor realm in just a short time. Now, Yi-fan was telling him she could break through to martial saint? Even if he were forcibly accelerating her cultivation, how was this possible so quickly? Just what terrifying methods did Yi-fan possess to mass-produce martial saint-level experts? It was outright terrifying. First, Ji-hung was shocked. Then he felt doubtful. Finally, realization dawned. Since Yi-fan could casually produce so many talismans, he must also possess treasures even more powerful than black-grade talismans. Thinking this, Ji-hung unconsciously touched the collection of treasures on his person. The items Yi-fan had given him must also be extraordinary. He'd have to study them carefully once he returned. Indeed, I won't treat Ningxuan poorly. Yi-fan replied firmly, then added, if you ever need help in the future, I'll be glad to assist. And from the looks of it, Ningxuan will definitely be by my side when we enter the immortal domain. Hiss. Hearing this, Ji-hung nearly staggered. Enter the immortal domain? This was the dream of countless martial artists. Yi-fan was undoubtedly capable, and if he intended to bring Ningxuan along, did that mean she might have the chance to reunite with her mother? Yi-fan's potential, talent, and the benefits he could bring. No one could refuse him. Aside, good. I thank you, on Ningxuan's behalf. Ji-hung had wanted to say more, but he held himself back. Asking Yi-fan to help search for his mother-in-law's traces? That seemed too hasty. Better to wait until after the emperor's wedding next week, when everything was settled. Uncle Ji, I won't be staying overnight. Please keep an eye on Ningxuan for me. Yi-fan still had many matters to attend to in Shangjing. He needed to thoroughly dismantle Prince Jin's forces so that when the prince finally made his move, he'd find himself powerless. By then, Prince Jin would be nothing but a toothless tiger. Go on. After bidding Ji-hung farewell, Yi-fan vanished instantly from the courtyard of the Prime Minister's estate. Watching the empty space where Yi-fan had been, Ji-hung smiled faintly. Perhaps, Ningxuan had made the right choice after all. Emperor Ji Yuchen might be formidable, but he was merely a ruler of the mortal world. Yi-fan, however, was destined for greatness beyond the immortal domain. Outside the estate, Yi-fan got into his car and drove toward the Ling family's residence. Explaining his late-night whereabouts to Ling Yifei would be troublesome. Had Ling Yanxiu already smoothed things over with her? After all, by outward appearances, Yi-fan was Ling Yifei's boyfriend. But just as his car traveled 2 kilometers beyond the Prime Minister's estate, a deep resonance erupted within Yi-fan's body. His dragon tattoos flared violently, bursting with radiant light. Simultaneously, his flesh began to burn as if he had fallen into molten lava. Even more startling, a phantom dragon's silhouette materialized over him, its piercing roar echoing through the night. It was the eruption of the 9 Yang dragon veins. Yi-fan's heart lurched. Back then, Nangong Aoyue had warned him, before the ancient Yi clan coveted his bloodline. She had explained that fully assimilating the 9 Yang dragon veins required 9 trials, akin to a phoenix's rebirth. During this process, the host would undergo life and death torment as physique and bloodline were reforged, destroying the old to birth the new. Damn it! Even though they were in an abandoned district, this was still Shangjing. Undergoing such a transformation here would inevitably cause a massive disturbance. He had planned to return to the Ling family first, but his body was already weakening, his limbs growing limp. Swiftly, Yi-fan racked his brain. Who in Shangjing could he rely on for protection? After a moment's deliberation, he dialed the Mu family's ancestral elder. Elder Mu, come to this location immediately. With that, he collapsed unconscious as raging flames engulfed him. His body trembled violently as dragon veins and the ember flame intertwined. His meridians shattered, his bones scorched, all while his bloodline refined itself. He was no longer in control, but the process unfolded with eerie precision. Meanwhile, a mere few hundred meters away, a stunning woman in a green dress stood atop ruins, intently scrutinizing passing vehicles. Grand Elder Hong, are you certain Fan Yi left the Prime Minister's estate and is heading toward us? This woman was none other than the Emperor of Great Xia Ji Yuchen. Unbeknownst to nearly all in the empire, the sovereign hailed as His Majesty was actually a woman. For years, she had concealed her true identity, fooling the late emperor, outmaneuvering Prince Jin. The only exception, Supreme Eunuch Hong Hai, was privy to the truth. Your Majesty, rest assured. According to reports, Fan Yi should appear at this intersection in less than 30 sec. Before Hong Hai could finish, an overwhelming surge of martial energy exploded nearby. At the same time, Ji Yuchen sensed the terrifying fluctuations, dragon patterns resonating, and caught sight of the ethereal dragon's silhouette. Then, a roar shook the heavens. Instinctively, Ji Yuchen did something utterly unfathomable. Thud! She knelt toward the phantom dragon's apparition. A suffocating pressure bore down on her, as if the heavens themselves had descended. An innate, bloodline-induced submission. Why, Your Majesty? What are you? Hong Hai, lacking royal blood, had never experienced such dominance. His eyes widened in shock. Old Hong, I couldn't control myself and had to kneel. Ji Yuchen was also shocked by his own actions. It wasn't until the phantom dragon shadow disappeared that he finally had the strength to stand up. Is that the bloodline pressure from the ancestral dragon Holy Land? Did someone from there arrive? Ji Yuchen frowned deeply and called out to Hong Hai, "Come, let's go check it out." At first, Ji Yuchen was stunned and confused. But then, thinking of Fan Yi, who was about to appear, a bold guess suddenly formed in his mind. Damn, could things really be this insane? Fan Yi actually has the ancestral dragon bloodline? That's something far above my own. Bloodline suppression. Hiss! At the mere thought of this possibility, Ji Yuchen's eyes practically lit up. If this were true, if Fan Yi was Yi Fan and also possessed the ancestral dragon bloodline, then his initial decision would have been absolutely correct. Pushing imperial consort Ji Ningxuan toward Yi Fan, then announcing their marriage on the wedding day, and even conceiving Yi Fan's child, that would be a true dragon bloodline. Perfect. Almost sprinting the entire way, Ji Yuchen arrived at Yi Fan's location in just a few seconds. Seeing that all the rippling light fluctuations were emanating from a blue BMW, Hong Hai's eyes narrowed. That's young Master Fan's car. Though Hong Hai knew very well that Fan Yi, who had stirred up the capital today, was actually Yi Fan, since the emperor hadn't exposed him, Hong Hai also kept silent. It really is him. When Ji Yuchen rushed over and saw Yi Fan unconscious in the car, his face flushed with excitement. At this moment, dragon-patterned energy was still pulsing around Yi Fan's body. As if sensing Ji Yuchen's approach, the fluctuations intensified, releasing another dragon's roar. Terrified, Ji Yuchen's legs weakened, nearly making him kneel again. Great ancestral dragon, please don't be angry. I mean no harm, we're friends. As he spoke, Ji Yuchen waved his hand, revealing the dragon-shaped patterns on his own body. A stream of dragon-like energy rippled over him, faintly resonating with the patterns on Yi Fan. However, one was a gesture of reverence, while the other was domineering. Fortunately, the dragon-patterned energy around Yi Fan no longer resisted or rejected Ji Yuchen as much after sensing his own. Old Hong, seal off this area immediately and guard him. Stay hidden. I'll handle this. Ji Yuchen had read about situations like Yi Fan's in the Imperial Archives. Ancestral dragon's trial, rebirth through destruction. Normally, the ancestral dragon bloodline could recover on its own. But with assistance, the process would be much faster. The problem was the ancestral dragon bloodline was far too precious. If someone discovered it and tried to forcibly seize it, the consequences would be disastrous. Ji Yuchen knew that even if he tried to steal the bloodline, his current physique couldn't withstand it. Moreover, the ancestral dragon bloodline naturally suppressed him. He couldn't act against it even if he wanted to. Besides, Yi Fan was the man Ji Yuchen had set his sights on. Now that Yi Fan was in such a weakened state, wasn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He could appear before Yi Fan as a woman, taking care of him and playing out a classic beauty rescues the hero scenario. Then, during the wedding, when Yi Fan and Ji Ningxuan were at their most desperate, he could reveal his true identity as a woman and announce his marriage to Yi Fan alongside Ji Ningxuan. Just imagining Yi Fan's expression at that moment was almost too much to bear. The corners of Ji Yuchen's lips curled into a faint smile. Had the man he'd fantasized about countless times finally fallen into his hands? Understood. Hong Hai acknowledged the order and swiftly retreated into the shadows, setting up multiple barriers to seal off the area. Meanwhile, the secret guard squad he had arranged began patrolling from 3 kilometers away, enforcing the highest level of security and secrecy. No ordinary person could possibly approach. Once the dragon-patterned energy around Yi Fan stopped rejecting Ji Yuchen, he was finally able to get close. He lifted Yi Fan, laid out a cushion on the ground, and positioned him in a comfortable seated posture, allowing his energy to continue circulating naturally. The ember flame and dragon blood energy within Yi Fan's body were flowing smoothly. The ember flame had already refined his bones, elevating them from mortal grade to Dao grade. With a physique like this, Yi Fan could easily withstand the mental fluctuations of the nascent Soul Foundation establishment and even Golden Core realms. However, there seemed to be a problem with the nirvana of the 9 yang dragon veins in his body. Though Yi Fan's physique was already extraordinary in the mortal world, due to the restrictions of the dragon-patterned ring and a lack of resources, the dragon's breath in his bloodline was insufficient. As a result, the dragon veins had attempted to ignite and complete their nirvana 5 times, but each time, they failed due to the lack of fuel, like a car trying to climb a hill without enough gasoline. This, as the Emperor of Great Xia, Ji Yuchen immediately recognized the issue. Now he hesitated. Should he share some of his own dragon's breath with Yi Fan? But if he did, his own strength would plummet, possibly dropping from the Martial Saint realm to the Martial Emperor level. If Yi Fan then refused to marry him, what would he do? If Yi Fan turned out to be ungrateful, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Moreover, the situation with Prince Jin was still uncertain. Ji Yuchen's heart was conflicted, but after only 2 seconds of hesitation, he made his decision. Do it. He had to take the gamble. Besides, as a peerlessly beautiful woman, did he really have no appeal to Yi Fan at all? Without further hesitation, Ji Yuchen sliced open his palm and pressed the wound against Yi Fan's lips. Dragon's breath was the supreme power contained within the dragon veins. Once absorbed, it could enhance one's physique 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Ji Yuchen possessed dragon's breath due to the imperial bloodline's inheritance, refined over countless years. Yi Fan's dragon's breath, however, came from the 9 yang dragon veins, a legacy passed down from the ancient Yi clan, possibly even inherited from his mother. The moment Ji Yuchen's golden blood touched Yi Fan's lips, it was actively absorbed into his body. Instantly, the brightness and intensity of the dragon-patterned energy around Yi Fan surged several times over. When the dragon veins in Yi Fan's body resumed their nirvana attempt, the force was now more than sufficient. In an instant, a dazzling golden radiance erupted from Yi Fan's body like blooming glory, blazing like wildfire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound shattered the heavens. A deafening dragon's roar echoed across the entire Shangjing region. The restraints Hong Hai had earlier laid down were, at the very least, techniques of the Martial Saint 7th tier. Yet, under the force of these dragon roars, they crumbled like rotting wood, instantly dissolving into nothingness. Even nearby martial artists of weaker cultivation couldn't withstand the might of this roar. Some coughed up blood from the sheer force, suffering severe internal injuries. A single dragon's roar carried such terrifying power. Just how fearsome would it be once the 9 yang dragon veins, the ancestral dragon bloodline, were fully awakened? At this moment, the utterly exhausted Ji Yuchen weakly leaned against Yi Fan, watching as he continued to suck the blood from her palm. A faint smile tugged at her lips. Had she finally managed to do something for this man? In that instant, she felt that the world itself would one day be too small for him. He wasn't meant for this mortal realm. He was destined to become a supreme force that would dominate the cosmos. Unbeknownst to her, the phantom silhouette surrounding her body had subtly shifted. Previously, it had taken the shape of a dragon. But now, after Yi Fan absorbed some of her draconic vitality, its form had transformed, no longer reptilian, but something more akin to a phoenix. As Ji Yuchen nestled against Yi Fan, the scene resembled nothing less than the harmony of dragon and phoenix, auspicious and profound. Yi Fan's body continued to burn. His meridians reshaped themselves, only to be consumed by the flames once more, over and over, like steel being reforged in a crucible. This brutal cycle persisted for at least an hour before finally subsiding. By then, Yi Fan was gradually regaining clarity. He glanced down at his now pale chest. His clothes had long since turned to ash. But what truly caught his attention were the 9 dragon marks etched across his torso. Only one of them shone brilliantly, pulsating with energy. The remaining 8 remained dulled and lifeless. Did this mean he would have to endure this process 8 more times? Would it only be complete once all 9 dragon veins had fully awakened? Taking advantage of the remnant draconic essence still flowing through his veins, Yi Fan swiftly assessed his condition. His bone constitution had evolved from spirit bone to Dao bone, granting him an entirely new sensory awareness of the surrounding essence fluctuations. Back in the spirit bone stage, Yi Fan could perceive the ambient spiritual energy, but he had to consciously absorb it to strengthen himself. Now, at the Dao bone stage, his body had transformed into a voracious vortex. Even standing still, the surrounding essence would surge into him of its own accord. No longer did he need to cultivate actively. His very existence passively absorbed vast quantities of spiritual energy. Of course, the essence density in the mortal world was pitifully weak. Even the so-called martial qi, revered by practitioners here, was merely a crude imitation. Only in the immortal realms, where spirit pearls were abundant, would true breakthroughs become possible. As for Yi Fan's current strength, after breaking through to the Dao bone stage and absorbing the immense power from the divine fragments, he had soared past the divine transformation threshold, reaching the 5th tier of divine transformation. Under normal circumstances, such an explosive rise in power would have triggered the ancient restrictions placed upon the mortal world by the immortal domains. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, no such countermeasures appeared despite his blatant violation of the established rules. With a heavy exhale, Yi Fan finally opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. After his call with Mu Tiancheng, he had immediately collapsed. His body taken over by the dragon veins and the ember flame, subjected to an excruciating cycle of combustion and rebirth. At the critical moment, he had been on the verge of failure. Had his rebirth stalled, the consequences would have been dire. The ember flame and dragon blood blaze would surely have gone berserk, reducing him to cinders. And it was this girl before him, her blood freely given, that had tipped the scales in his favor. A debt too great to quantify. Yi Fan sighed inwardly as he studied the unconscious beauty sprawled before him. Clad in an emerald green gown, her slender waist accentuating her ethereal grace, there was an unmistakable majesty about her, like a phoenix poised for flight. Her delicate features exuded both elegance and nobility. The wound on her hand still bore traces of his lips, and the blood, though not as pure as his own, held a faint golden hue. Clearly, this girl wasn't just anyone. Whatever her motives might have been, she had neither betrayed him nor seized the opportunity to claim his bloodline for herself. Despite the immense risk, she had sheltered him, even feeding him her own blood. Had he lost control, she would have been drained dry. Yi Fan retrieved a fresh set of robes from his spatial ring and dressed himself before gently lifting the girl into his arms. Channeling a surge of vital energy through his wrist, he began restoring her depleted body. Now operating at the divine transformation stage, the energy he wielded bore no resemblance to the crude martial aura of his past. Before, his power had felt counterfeit and rough-hewn, like a wooden sword hastily carved by hand, flimsy and unreliable. Now it was tempered steel, razor-sharp, unyielding and devastating. Coarse provisions had been replaced by fine delicacies. More crucially, He could perceive the dragon essence intertwined within his released energy, permeating the girl's body, subtly altering her very constitution. Her aura grew increasingly regal, her innate dragon essence becoming richer and more condensed. Previously only at the martial saint 3rd tier, under the influence of Yifan's power, she vaulted straight to the martial saint 9th tier, an astronomical leap. A blessing in disguise? No, this was the fortune of clinging to a rising dragon. When Ji Yuchen finally stirred, awakening to the warmth of Yifan's embrace and the overwhelming strength coursing through her veins, she couldn't help but smile. Her gamble had paid off beyond expectation. Not only had she gained immense power, but she had also wagered correctly on this man. Feigning bashfulness, she let out a soft, coquettish sound as she roused. "Miss, are you awake?" Hearing Ji Yuchen's coy voice, Yifan immediately lowered his head and spoke softly to her. "Do you feel any discomfort?" With his transcendent medical skills and the power of his demon eyes, Yifan had already examined Ji Yuchen thoroughly and confirmed she was fine. Yet, there was still one thing that puzzled him. Despite his immense spiritual strength and the enhancement of his demon eyes, he had encountered an overwhelming barrier when probing the deepest parts of Ji Yuchen's body. That force bore some resemblance to the resistance in his own body that had blocked the invasive auras of Qi Jiao and Ling Yifei. Given his current strength, Yifan could easily break through Ji Yuchen's defenses and investigate further. But he refrained, mainly because forcing his way in might harm her. "No!" Ji Yuchen smiled coyly and squirmed slightly in Yifan's arms. "Handsome, are you all right? That's such a relief. When you sucked my blood earlier, it scared me to death. I was so terrified. Woo-woo." She nestled against Yifan, cooing pitifully despite being a supreme powerhouse at the pinnacle of Martial Saint Stage 9, capable of sweeping through the mortal world with ease. How could she act so fragile? So scared? Her saccharine voice and exaggerated demeanor left Yifan utterly speechless. The first word that popped into his mind was, "Green tea bitch? Damn." With such a stunning beauty acting like this in front of him, how was any man supposed to resist? More importantly, Yifan was used to the composed demeanor of his sisters-in-law. So encountering Ji Yuchen's theatrics left him defenseless. Though he said no, his body betrayed him shamelessly. Who could he even complain to about this? For a moment, he even had the impulse to hug Ji Yuchen protectively, but whatever. This girl hadn't betrayed him. She'd even offered her dragon chi blood to save him. No matter what she asked for now, Yifan wouldn't refuse. She had, in essence, given him a second life. Had she disrupted his cultivation, withheld her dragon chi, or exposed his location to the martial elites of Great Xia, any of those would have doomed him. A life-saving debt like this, what wouldn't he repay? Even offering himself wasn't out of the question. With a faint smile, Yifan wrapped an arm around Ji Yuchen, patting her back soothingly. "It's all right now. When you let me drink your blood earlier, though I was unconscious, my mind was clear. So thank you." As he spoke, he flicked his wrist and retrieved several pills from his spatial ring. "This divine transformation pill may help you break through to the next realm. These snow beauty pills can preserve your youthful appearance. And here are some life-saving elixirs, along with top-tier martial techniques and cultivation manuals." For Ji Yuchen, Yifan spared no expense. Everything he handed her was invaluable, even by immortal realm standards. At first, Ji Yuchen was stupefied upon receiving the divine transformation pill. She recognized Yifan and knew of his extraordinary abilities, but she hadn't expected him to casually toss out divine transformation pills like candy. If he could afford this, why had he acted so poor before? The imperial court had compensated Martial Manor with piles of pills and herbs to apologize. But compared to what Yifan was giving her today, those gifts were worthless. Besides the divine transformation pill, he'd even offered snow beauty pills to maintain her looks, and those martial techniques. Every single one outclassed the most guarded relics in the imperial treasury. Several were styles she'd never even heard of. Good heavens! What did this mean? Was Yifan smitten? Was this a dowry? All she'd done was contribute some blood. How was she getting this absurdly lavish reward? As she stared at the treasures in her arms, Ji Yuchin's mind raced. Then a disturbing thought occurred. Was Yifan trying to pay her off with these gifts? Though they were priceless treasures, the finest the mortal world could offer, she knew better. Compared to Yifan himself, they were worthless. He was the real prize. With him around, everything else was trivial. She'd gambled everything today for him, and she refused to let him slip away. Handsome, these are too precious. I couldn't possibly accept. Ji Yuchin batted her eyelashes before attempting to rise from his embrace. But the moment she stood, she wobbled dramatically. Oh, I feel so dizzy. Yifan nearly snorted in amusement. This girl's acting was pathetic. He'd already restored her power to the peak of Martial Saint Stage 9. How could she pretend to be a frail maiden about to collapse? Too weak? Jesus. A Martial Saint Stage 9 expert could obliterate a building with a single punch. Weak. Still, out of gratitude for saving his life, Yifan played along. If that's the case, miss, come home with me to recuperate. With a roguish grin, he pulled Ji Yuchin back into his arms, giving her rear a deliberate pat. MMPH. This time, her squeal of embarrassment was genuine. Though Ji Yuchin put on a green tea act to seduce Yifan, her tactics were cribbed from palace maids' gossip. She had zero practical experience. Even growing up with Ji Ningxuan, they'd never so much as held hands. Now, with a man touching her so boldly, she was mortified. Her entire body stiffened in his embrace. Strangely, after that spank, warmth surged from Yifan's palm into her body, transforming into formidable spiritual energy that boosted her cultivation. What? Ji Yuchin's eyes widened in shock. His palm held such power. A mere pat amplified her strength. How was this possible? For a second, she wondered if she imagined it. But no. Now she understood why Ji Ningxuan's cultivation had skyrocketed, and why so many girls clung to Yifan. If this was real, forget women. Anyone would follow him, no matter the cost. Ji Yuchin decided to test it out first. Though shy, she twisted her body slightly, rubbing her buttocks against Yifan's palm a couple more times. Buzz. Just like before, that warm current surged through her again. As it flowed into her body, the pleasure nearly forced a moan from Ji Yuchin's lips. She couldn't help but close her eyes, savoring the immense comfort the warm current brought as it transformed into martial chi and life energy. Yifan, of course, noticed her movements. He saw no need to hide the unique power of his blazing flame. Girl, no need to test it. It's not just my palm. Every part of my body has this miraculous energy. As long as you have intimate contact with me, that warm current will flow. Lowering his gaze at Ji Yuchin in his arms, he continued, if you're willing, I can even help enhance your bone structure in the future. You can sense the chi fluctuations around me. They're beyond ordinary martial energy, operating on a higher system of power. I don't even need to actively absorb it. This energy flows into me passively. Yifan had already guessed at the beauty's intentions. And honestly, he didn't mind this intriguing little seductress. Ji Yuchin had been so absorbed in marveling at Yifan's miraculous elixirs and techniques that she hadn't noticed the energy fluctuations around him. At his reminder, she focused her senses and realized. Yifan was like a vortex, constantly drawing in powerful energy that surged into his body. At this rate, could anyone possibly catch up to his rate of growth? After undergoing the Dragon Vein's rebirth, Yifan's strength had already broken past the peak of Martial Saint, 9th stage, and reached Divine Transformation, 5th stage. With his current state, achieving Foundation Establishment and even Golden Core, milestones others might never reach in a lifetime, was practically effortless. Is this the power of innate talent? I used to be just like you. Mediocre bones, average cultivation speed. Yifan added casually, making Ji Yuchin's eyes burn with fervor. After a brief hesitation, she threw all caution to the wind, wrapping her arms around Yifan's neck and boldly pressing her lips to his. This was her first kiss. The moment their lips met, a soft whimper escaped her. So embarrassing. Between excitement, nervousness, shyness, and genuine affection. Ji Yuchen felt her heart might burst. Soft and sweet, is this what a kiss tastes like? Even better than I imagined. Feeling Ji Yuchen's eager kiss, Yi Fan smirked devilishly. If she's offering, why refuse? Strangely, perhaps because he had absorbed her blood earlier, Yi Fan felt no resistance. Only an inexplicable closeness, a desire to kiss her harder. At first, their kiss was ordinary. But then, a shimmering light erupted between them. Yi Fan's eyes widened in shock as the fragmented memories in his mind fused further, growing clearer. This, from Qi Jiao to Ling Yifei, and now this beauty before him. Ji Yuchen was the third woman to trigger the fusion of his memory fragments. All signs pointed to one conclusion. He was connected to the Starry Sky Emperor. Yet, even at divine transformation, 5th stage, when Ji Yuchen's energy merged with his memory fragments, the final truth in Yi Fan's body remained blocked by an unseen force. Still not enough? Yi Fan sighed inwardly. Just how strong do I need to be to unlock these memories? Whatever. This isn't the first time. For now, he'd focus on enjoying the beauty in his arms. Deepening the kiss, Yi Fan drew another gasp from Ji Yuchen, who melted against him. This scoundrel, he's so skilled. But I love it. A girl never hated a man for being too wicked, only for not being wicked enough. Their kiss was earth-shaking, stirring the very heavens. The martial chi swirling around them formed two massive vortices, devouring the ambient energy in the air. The turbulence even churned the skies above Shangjing, sending winds howling and clouds roiling. Across the city, martial artists shuddered, their hearts unsettled by the overwhelming pressure. The Imperial Martial Division had been tracking the energy's source, but after receiving word from Hong Hai that the Emperor was present, all investigations ceased. Yet, Dean Qinyao was puzzled. The Emperor is there, and so is Yi Fan? Coincidence? Meanwhile, Ji Yuchen and Yi Fan's power continued to rise and stabilize. Yi Fan's divine transformation, 5th stage, was now rock solid, while Ji Yuchen, at the peak of martial saint, 9th stage, was one step from breaking through, just waiting for the right opportunity. All this from just a kiss. If we go further, how terrifying would my growth be? Dazed in Yi Fan's embrace, Ji Yuchen's mind raced with wild thoughts. Soon, in 2 weeks, during her grand wedding to Ji Ningxuan, she'd give Yi Fan the biggest surprise of his life. When they finally parted, Ji Yuchen gasped for air, her face flushed. Even as a peak martial saint, she'd nearly been kissed breathless. This man was too intoxicating. As Yi Fan moved to carry her into the car, she murmured coyly, "Big brother, won't your wife mind you bringing me home like this?" She knew exactly who Yi Fan was. Right now, he was disguised as Fan Yi, Ling Yifei's boyfriend. And Ling Yifei's sister, Ling Yanxiu, was Yi Fan's sister-in-law. If he flirted with his sister-in-law's little sister, Ling Yanxiu might let it slide. But bringing home another beauty? His wife would skin him alive. Whap! Yi Fan smacked her butt. Not your concern. This little temptress, committed to playing the coquette to the end. She'd make a terrifying green tea bitch if she wanted. However, the situation Yi Fan mentioned was something Ji Yuchen had genuinely considered. When Yi Fan first arrived in Shangjing, his primary residence was indeed the Ling family's estate. Initially, he had indeed planned to take Ji Yuchen there, but after her reminder, he changed his mind. Instead, he chose the Mu family. The Mu family's ancestor and its current head had already submitted to him. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the Black Clothes Society were all pinned on the Mu family, making them the perfect scapegoat. The Mu family would have no choice but to align with him, especially since Yi Fan had already granted them immense benefits, ensuring their absolute loyalty. The Mu family in Shangjing can also be considered a second home of mine. If you truly have nowhere else to go, you can stay there for now. Yi Fan placed Ji Yuchen in the passenger seat, his words instantly sending her mind spinning. The Mu family, can they be trusted? I've heard they have ties to the east. Ji Yuchen had received reports from Hong Hai about the Mu family's dealings. Tonight, high-ranking members of the Black Clothes Society, including Matsuda Taro, had infiltrated the Mu family's estate. Yet there had been no updates since. Now, Yifan wanted to take her there? What was he planning? If her identity as the Imperial Lord were exposed, the Black Clothes Society would spare no expense to eliminate her within the Mu family's walls. If that happened, even Jing Wang wouldn't need to lift a finger. The entire Great Xia dynasty would collapse into chaos. Yifan smirked, studying Ji Yuchen. Though he hadn't yet uncovered her true identity, her noble aura told him she was no ordinary woman. Ordinary bloodlines couldn't contain draconic energy, nor could they cultivate to the saint realm. Unless, like Yen Ruyu, she originated from the celestial domain's nobility, or came from a hidden lineage within the secular world. Yet, despite Yifan's extensive intelligence network, he possessed zero information on Ji Yuchen. One thing was certain. Her family knew Shangjing's political intricacies and the broader state of Great Xia. For this reason, Yifan never concealed anything around her. She had already thrown herself at him, kissing, touching, and declaring herself his woman. He might as well let her glimpse his true strength. Ha! Afraid of the East's Black Clothes Society elites? Don't worry, I already annihilated them. Of course, the official narrative pins it on the Mu family's ancestor. His words struck Ji Yuchen like lightning. What? All of them? Her eyes widened in shock, her mind reeling. How could Yifan have dared? The Black Clothes Society delegates included over a dozen warriors, most at the Emperor realm, with their leader Matsuda Taro even reaching the Saint realm. Yet Yifan had slaughtered them all, without a single ripple? Had he even considered the consequences? The Black Clothes Society was directly tied to the East's imperial family. Their annihilation would cripple their entire faction. But what if this escalates? What will you do? Ji Yuchen finally voiced her fears. Yifan chuckled. Escalate? Do they dare? Do they have proof? Under the Martial Enforcement Bureau's laws, any warrior above the Grandmaster realm must register before entering Shangjing. Do you think those Black Clothes Society elites bothered to comply? The answer was obvious, they hadn't. They'd snuck in to support Jing Wang's uprising in 2 weeks. Why would they risk exposure? Since they never registered, who even knew they were here? By law, any unregistered martial artists acting against Great Xia's interests can be executed on sight. Moreover, international law dictates that foreign warriors above the respect realm must declare their entry. Otherwise, it's classified as territorial invasion. Given all that, even if the East knows their elites were slaughtered by the Mu family, do you think they'd dare make a fuss? Unless they want war. Yifan had analyzed every angle beforehand. The East would have to swallow their humiliation, because acknowledging their covert operation would expose their treasonous aggression. Despite their usual bluster, the East was nothing more than a pitiful ant before Great Xia's might. They'd been beaten into submission before. Ji Yuchen, initially apprehensive, fell silent at Yifan's flawless logic. He was absolutely right. The East would suffer in silence, unable to retaliate. She couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Damn, this felt good. Ever since ascending as Imperial Lord, Ji Yuchen had been plagued by martial factions from the East stirring chaos along Great Xia's borders. She lacked the manpower to strike back until now. Yifan's prior battle of Penglai Canyon had already obliterated half of the Black Clothes Society's forces in Great Xia, dealing a crushing blow. And now their entire leadership was wiped out. Staring at Yifan's lips, Ji Yuchen fought the urge to pin him down and kiss him senseless. Hold it together, Ji Yuchen. You're the Imperial Lord. Act like one. Fine. Your logic is irrefutable. She exhaled, her admiration for Yifan deepening. Handsome, genius-level intellect, master tactician, and insanely powerful. He was practically the perfect man. Even Great Xia's policies and enforcement codes, which sometimes even she struggled to recall, were second nature to him. Utterly mesmerizing. What about the Yen family? She asked, deciding to press further. The reports indicated Yen family's ancestor had collaborated with Jing Wang. Was this confirmed? Yifan smirked. The Yen family? Ha! Their ancestor conspired with Jing Wang to kill me. Did you think I'd let them off? By now, the Yen family should no longer exist in Shangjing. He savored Ji Yuchen's stunned expression before adding, "Of course, I didn't personally do it. The Mu family's ancestor handled that cleanup." Hiss! Ji Yuchen instantly felt a toothache coming on. The Mu family guarded the capital, while the Yen family controlled its outskirts, serving as the military support stationed around the capital. These two superfamilies of Shangjing had always been a massive headache for Ji Yuchen. The reason? Both clans had fought alongside Ji Yuchen's father to establish the dynasty. Entrusted with defending the capital, they were once his father's most reliable allies. But as the royal family weakened over time, these two families had grown too powerful to control, becoming a leviathan that even Ji Yuchen could no longer rein in. It wasn't that Ji Yuchen hadn't considered taking action against them. The problem was that both families commanded formidable military forces, their influence deeply entrenched behind the scenes. And now, with the Gene Prince breathing down his neck, Ji Yuchen couldn't afford reckless moves. The biggest concern? Rumor had it both the Mu and Yen families had ties to the Gene Prince. Yet now, in a single stroke, Yi Fan had somehow subjugated the Mu family and annihilated the Yen family? The Mu family's ancestor single-handedly wiped out the Yen family's ancestor? That doesn't make sense. From what I know, the Yen ancestor was just as strong, if not stronger, than the Mu ancestor. Wasn't the Yen patriarch even the elder brother of the Mu patriarch? How could he be exterminated so easily? Ji Yuchen had the same doubts about the Black Shirt Society's leadership being wiped out. Yi Fan had pinned the blame on the Mu family's ancestor. But the issue was the Mu ancestor was only a 5th-rank martial saint. How could he shoulder this blame? How could a 5th-rank martial saint possibly kill someone like Taijima Taro of the Black Shirt Society, a 7th-rank martial saint? Heh! Yi Fan smirked indifferently. True, the Mu ancestor was slightly weaker than the Yen ancestor before. But that was before he met me. After that, naturally, things changed. Now, the Mu ancestor stands at the pinnacle of the 8th-rank martial saint realm. In all of Shangjing, aside from you, there are few who could match him. Hiss! Ji Yuchen sucked in a sharp breath. 8th-rank martial saint? The Mu family's ancestor had been only a 5th-rank martial saint before. After encountering Yi Fan, his power had skyrocketed to the 8th rank? That was utterly terrifying. Had anyone else spoken these words, Ji Yuchen wouldn't have believed them. But coming from Yi Fan, he had no choice but to accept it. After all, Ji Yuchen had experienced it firsthand. Just a brush of Yi Fan's touch could elevate her strength. A single kiss could push her further. With his endless supply of miraculous pills and martial techniques, boosting someone's power was surely child's play for him. Virum! Yi Fan floored the accelerator, and the car roared forward, vanishing down the street. The surroundings returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. No one would have guessed this ordinary-looking street had just witnessed a life-and-death struggle moments ago. Here, Yi Fan, a mere mortal in a world where cultivation resources were scarce, had actually broken through halfway to the divine transformation realm, 5th-rank divine transformation. Move! Get out of the way now! As Yi Fan's car roared past, Hong Hai, lurking in the shadows, urgently barked orders at the royal guards blocking the area. The emperor had finally established such an intimate relationship with Yi Fan. Hong Hai couldn't allow anything to jeopardize that now. Sure, the truth might come out eventually, but not yet. A few of the royal guards frowned in confusion. Chief Steward Hong, why are we sealing off the area so late at night? What exactly are we blocking? Also, if anything happens to His Majesty while you're away from the palace, who takes responsibility? Hong Hai's lips twitched in exasperation. These core guards held high ranks, but only 3 people in the entire palace knew the emperor's secret. Himself, the emperor, and the empress dowager. Keeping this secret weighed heavily on Hong Hai. Despite his immense strength, he barely slept soundly, because the emperor was, in fact, a woman. If this ever got out, the repercussions would shake the entire dynasty, potentially plunging Great Xia into chaos. Frankly, Hong Hai was terrified. What if the Empress Dowager and the Emperor decided to silence him, just to keep the secret buried? But now, things were finally looking up. Perhaps once the emperor married, the truth wouldn't need hiding anymore. Sigh. Enough questions. Hong Hai snapped. This is a classified mission directly from His Majesty. Understand? Get back into position, silent, undetectable. No fluctuations of martial energy. After barking the order, Hong Hai suppressed his own aura as well, though his gaze flickered toward another patch of darkness nearby. There, he sensed an overwhelming martial presence, at least 8th rank martial saint. The reason for Hong Hai's tension earlier? This terrifying figure. According to his intelligence network, Shangjing shouldn't have anyone above 7th rank martial saint, aside from the royal ancestor and the newly emerged Fan Yi. So where had this 8th rank powerhouse come from? Earlier, while the emperor was assisting Yi Fan's breakthrough, Hong Hai had been on edge, fearing this unknown expert might interfere. Fortunately, the mysterious powerhouse seemed focused on guarding the perimeter, with no intention of attacking. Clearly, this wasn't someone from the royal faction. The royal ancestor remained stationed at the palace, unwilling to leave. After all, the imperial family's safety was paramount. As Yi Fan and the emperor departed, the hidden force vanished as well, so fast that Hong Hai, a 7th rank martial saint himself, caught only a fleeting afterimage. That afterimage belonged to none other than Mu Tiancheng, the Mu family's ancestor. When Yi Fan's call came, Mu Tiancheng had just finished dealing with the Yen family. 100 bulldozers had flattened the entire estate, and social media had already spread the news across Great Xia. The Yen family colluded with the Black Shirt Society, plotting to attack the Mu military forces. The Mu ancestor intervened, arresting all members of the Yen family. Arrested? More like sent straight to the underworld. At Mu Tiancheng's level, mercy was a foreign concept. Spare the Yen family's descendants? Ridiculous. After such deep-seated enmity, why leave future enemies alive, only for them to seek revenge later? Upon arriving at Yi Fan's location, Mu Tiancheng witnessed a breathtaking scene. A stunning maiden offering her own blood to nourish Yi Fan, as 9 dragon-shaped veins surged around him, his body undergoing nirvanic rebirth. Sensing the powerful martial presences lurking nearby, Mu Tiancheng chose to remain hidden, silently standing guard. He knew better than to interrupt. A beauty saving the hero? And succeeding? Mu Tiancheng wasn't about to ruin Yi Fan's moment. As Yi Fan left, Mu Tiancheng followed, overhearing Yi Fan's intention to take the girl home, specifically to the Mu residence. Heh, young Master Yi wants a golden house for his beauty. Fair enough. With so many women around Yi Fan, living together would be chaotic. If Yi Fan needed arrangements made, Mu Tiancheng would handle it immediately. While rushing home, Mu Tiancheng called Mu Wubai on the phone and instructed, immediately prepare our finest estate, stock it with the highest-end women's essentials. We must welcome young Master Ye's return in style. Yi Fan's decision to entrust the young woman to the Mu family was an immense honor for the Mu family's patriarch, who was determined to ensure her comfort. After all, this gesture signified Yi Fan's trust, proof that he truly regarded the Mu family as his own. The Mu patriarch had witnessed Yi Fan's prowess firsthand, faking his death in the northwest, infiltrating the capital alone, and directly crushing Prince Jin's stronghold. All in a single day. The young master of the Fang family, a prominent ancient martial clan, had been annihilated. The Blackcliff Society's leadership was wiped out. The Wu family eradicated. The Yen family obliterated. In the blink of an eye, several of Prince Jin's core loyalist factions had fallen. What if 2 days passed? 3? A full week? By then, Prince Jin's forces would either surrender or be utterly destroyed. Though Prince Jin would eventually discover that Yi Fan's death in the northwest was staged, by the time he realized the truth, it would already be too late. Moreover, after inheriting the Soul Palace's legacy, Prince Jin was now confined underground, unable to act personally. All intelligence had to pass through Zhang Yu, who had already defected to Yi Fan's side. 2 weeks later, when Prince Jin finally attempted to retaliate, he'd rise to find himself a lone commander, stripped of all his elite subordinates. A masterstroke indeed, cutting the ground from under the enemy's feet. When Yi Fan and Ji Yuchen arrived at the Mu estate, the Mu patriarch and Mu Wubai greeted them at the gate with deference. Young Master Yi. The patriarch bowed respectfully. I was present earlier but refrained from revealing myself due to the young lady's presence. I know, Yi Fan nodded. From the moment he began his rebirth, he'd sensed Mu Qiancheng's aura nearby, alongside another group of formidable experts, none of whom were hostile. He surmised those martial elites belonged to the young woman in his arms. Given her attendant's boasted strength at the 7th-tier martial saint level, her origins were undoubtedly extraordinary. But since she hadn't volunteered the information, Yi Fan saw no need to pry. Young Master Yi, your quarters have been prepared. Please follow us. As the patriarch and Mu Wubai led the way, the former glanced at the unconscious woman in Yi Fan's arms and added, the Yen family matter has been resolved, their core members have all perished. He summarized the situation before voicing concerns. However, the Yen clan's sudden collapse leaves a power vacuum in their military jurisdiction. The imperial court may react unpredictably. The Mu and Yen families had long served as the capital's twin military pillars, maintaining mutual checks and balances. With the Mu family exterminating the Yen lineage, the imperial court might interpret this as rebellion. Especially since intelligence suggested the Blacklift Society's leadership had visited the Mu estate, hinting at a possible alliance. Had Ji Yuchen not learned the full context from Yi Fan, she too might have doubted the Mu family's loyalty based solely on imperial intelligence. Now she internally sighed in relief. Had she acted rashly, she would have inadvertently harmed an ally. Rest easy. The imperial court isn't foolish, Yi Fan reassured. They'll have detected the Yen family's collusion with Prince Jin. And with the Mu family sowing rumors that the Yans conspired with the Eastern Isles plus the Blacklift Society's complete annihilation, the court won't dare provoke unnecessary conflict. Yi Fan harbored no concerns about the imperial reaction. Initially furious that the emperor had tacitly condoned Prince Jin's assault on the Yi family, deeper investigation revealed Emperor Ji Yuchen's dilemma, balancing against his uncle's machinations, foreign threats, and domestic warlords. Now that Prince Jin's fangs were being plucked, even the emperor's balancing act wouldn't risk provoking this outcome. Should the imperial court act rashly, inform me immediately. I wouldn't mind enlightening the sovereign personally. Yi Fan's eyes darkened. Though disinterested in courtly affairs, protecting the Mu family was crucial to his plans. His father-in-law Ji Heng's list included several high-ranking officials who'd side with Yi Fan when the time came. Applying pressure to shield the Mu family was trivial. And if the emperor insisted on targeting them, Yi Fan wouldn't hesitate to storm the imperial palace for a frank discussion. Had the slaughter of the loyal Yi family not sufficed? Must this emperor persist in persecuting his defenders? Unbeknownst to Yi Fan, his audience of one was the emperor herself. Ji Yuchen's facial muscles twitched at his words. Humph. This ungrateful scoundrel actually threatened to discipline her? With what? A whip? Where exactly? Her mind raced through suggestive online metaphors before landing on an indecent implication, cheeks flushing crimson. Fortunately, Yi Fan didn't notice, sparing her deeper embarrassment. Young Master Yi, your chambers are fully prepared, everything is provided, including maids. If unwanted, I'll dismiss them. The Mu patriarch treated Yi Fan with ancestral reverence. He'd witnessed Yi Fan's post-breakthrough ease in elevating the woman's cultivation to peak 9th-tier martial saint, verging on the divine transformation realm. Hosting 2 supreme experts was the Mu family's glory incarnate. Dismiss the maids. Ensure no disturbances. Understood. The patriarch's knowing smirk prompted immediate orders. But Ji Yuchen's heart lurched at Yi Fan's command. No disturbances? Just what did he intend? Though today's damsel-saving hero scenario had hinted at intimacy and she'd admittedly anticipated at least embraces, she hadn't planned to consummate matters so soon. At minimum, she'd wait until their wedding night, delivering the ultimate surprise. Yet if Yi Fan pressed further tonight, should she resist or surrender? The dilemma tormented her. Though reason dictated refusal, Yi Fan's magnetic allure tugged irresistibly. The key point is, Ji Yuchen's attention toward Yi Fan hadn't just started today. From the moment Yi Fan began rising in prominence in Yunqing and stirring up trouble in Huadu, Ji Yuchen had already taken notice of him. It was also at that time that Ji Yuchen sent imperial consort Ji Ningxuan to Huadu to make contact with Yi Fan. Thus, the seed-borrowing plan was set in motion. It just so happened that the man she chose was someone she already admired. Well, she'd take things one step at a time. After all, sooner or later, she would be his woman. Might as well let him do as he pleased. Blushing furiously, Ji Yuchen followed Yi Fan into the villa. Once inside the room, she fidgeted awkwardly, unsure whether to stand or sit. So, young Master Fan, Would you like to take a bath first? Or should I go first? Seeing Yifan remain silent and motionless, Ji Yuchen grew increasingly nervous. Damn this Yifan. Is he waiting for me to make the first move? The moment the words left her lips, her face flushed crimson down to her neck. This is so embarrassing. This Yifan is absolutely shameless. How could he make a girl bring this up first? As the Empress of Great Xia, Ji Yuchen had always presented herself as strong and domineering, and always in male disguise. Never had she shown her true feminine appearance to others, much less acted so bashful and delicate. At this moment, though engulfed in shyness, she felt something else stir within her. It was as if such a life felt right. This is the real me. Oh? What exactly are you planning to do after bathing? Yifan, though already aware of her intentions, deliberately played dumb. Ji Yuchen stiffened, caught off guard. Ha! Young master fan, you're messing with me, aren't you? So mean. Flustered, she lightly smacked his chest before quickly darting away, scampering toward the staircase leading to the second floor. I've already made myself crystal clear. How could this idiot still not understand? Humph! Just as she was about to reach the stairs, Yifan suddenly rushed forward from behind. Miss, you're the one who started this fire. Don't blame me. With one swift motion, he pulled her slender waist into his embrace, pressing her against the wall while staring at her intensely. Ji Yuchen had been deliberately provoking him. Yifan saw through it clearly. But he was also certain that despite her act, this beauty held no ill will toward him. Though she tried to play the role of a temptress, her performance was clumsy at best, far from the finesse of a true seductress. More importantly, Yifan felt no aversion to her whatsoever. On the contrary, something about Ji Yuchen resonated with fragmented memories buried deep within him, compelling him to draw closer. Ah, no! Ji Yuchen let out a soft, breathy whimper, a sound that should have been a protest. But to Yifan it was anything but. Instead, it was a clarion call to charge forward. Without hesitation, he leaned in, sealing her lips with his own. Meanwhile, his hands abandoned all restraint. Her emerald green dress slid down her shoulders, revealing porcelain skin, delicate black straps, and the pale, soaring phoenix tattoo etched across her collarbone. Within moments, the proud Empress Ji Yuchen was left disheveled, her clothing undone. If things continued like this, there was no way she was escaping tonight. Yifan had no intention of stopping. He wanted to lose himself in her. Yet, just at the critical moment, the sacred flame within him flickered violently. A surge of scorching energy erupted from his dantian, flooding upward to sear his consciousness and soul. Arg! This was the first time the sacred flame had ever attacked Yifan so directly. Caught completely off guard, he let out an involuntary scream. The lustful haze in his mind was instantly extinguished, and clarity returned. At the same time, he sensed the mysterious force within him, the same one that had interfered when he grew close to Qi Jiao and Ling Yifei. Gradually, he understood. The fragments of memories awakening in his mind came with powers beyond his current control. If they fully surfaced, his mortal body wouldn't be able to endure them. The sacred flame was warning him. Damn it! Though the beauty before him was exquisite, Yifan had no choice but to hold back, for now. His desires cooling, his hands slowed before ultimately stopping. Gently, he adjusted her clothes back into place and withdrew his embrace. Naturally, Ji Yuchen noticed. Disappointment and confusion pooled in her eyes. Young master fan. What's wrong? She shyly tugged her dress to cover her exposed skin, her expression a mix of resentment and sheer defeat. Was my charm too weak? After all this, he just stops. As a woman, she felt utterly humiliated. After years of suppressing her femininity, she mustered the courage to boldly offer herself, only to be rejected at the final moment? It's nothing. Yifan exhaled deeply before pulling her into another embrace. Miss, you're amazing. More than amazing. You saved my life and went so far to show your affection. I wouldn't dare scorn such kindness, but I have certain physical restraints at the moment. Rest assured, I will take responsibility for you. His gaze burned into hers, brimming with sincerity. Here, take this. With a wave of his hand, tiny paper figurines appeared in his palm. Carry them with you at all times. They might save your life when needed. After explaining their use, Yifan's resolve hardened. It's late. You should freshen up and rest. If you've nowhere else to stay, you're welcome to live here as long as you wish. With that, he turned to leave. Ji Yuchen stared blankly at the paper dolls in her hand. Yifan's words eased some of her disappointment, but a lingering sense of failure remained. Young Master Fan, aren't you curious about me? My name, my background, anything? In the mere 2 hours since they'd met, their relationship had escalated to this. Yet Yifan hadn't asked a single question about her identity. How could he not wonder? Yifan smiled faintly. Miss, those things don't matter. Everyone has their own struggles for now. I believe, when the time is right, you'll tell me yourself. There's no rush. Leaning down, he pressed a kiss to her forehead before swiftly stepping away. Damn it! There was an irresistible allure to Ji Yuchen. If he stayed any longer, Yifan feared he wouldn't be able to hold back. Ji Yuchen watched Yifan's retreating figure with a resentful expression on her face. Tell him at the appropriate time, right? That damn scoundrel. Had he really gotten her so thoroughly under his control? Ji Yuchen had indeed planned to reveal the truth about her being a woman on their wedding day. By then, she and Ji Ningxuan could marry Yifan together, and there would be no more need for secrecy. She had even prepared 2 sets of wedding attire. Ji Yuchen couldn't help but wonder, had Yifan already known the truth all along? Sigh. But no matter what, she had finally met Yifan tonight in her true form, and in a way, they had confirmed their relationship, hadn't they? The thought of it made Ji Yuchen incredibly happy. As for staying at the Mu family any longer, that was out of the question. The situation in the capital was far too complicated right now. The imperial family was divided, with countless eyes watching their every move. If Ji Yuchen stayed away from the palace for too long, it would spell major trouble. With that in mind, she dialed Hong Hai's number. Chief Steward Hong, come pick me up at the Mu residence. Hong Hai, her most trusted bodyguard, had never strayed too far, lurking in the vicinity of the Mu family. Even though Ji Yuchen's strength had already reached the 9th rank of martial saint, Hong Hai still took precautions. Ah, Your Majesty. In what capacity? Hong Hai hesitated slightly on the other end of the line. Now that Ji Yuchen had revealed herself as a woman, how was he, as the imperial chief steward, supposed to escort her out? Mu Wubai, the head of the Mu family and a key figure in the capital's defense, was no fool. As the family's patriarch, he was a shrewd old fox. If Hong Hai showed up, suspicions would inevitably arise. Ji Yuchen frowned slightly. Right, how was she supposed to leave the Mu family? Fabricate an identity as a princess or noblewoman of the imperial family? No, that would be too obvious. The great Xia imperial family had existed for centuries, and its members were no secret to superfamilies like the Mu. A simple investigation would expose any lie. Besides, Ji Yuchen had used her dragon's breath to nurture Yifan, helping him break through to the divine transformation stage, while she herself had reached the peak of the 9th rank martial saint. With such extraordinary talent and power, if she were truly another member of the imperial family, how could the Mu family not know? After a brief moment of thought, the corner of Ji Yuchen's lips curled into a faint smile. No need for any identity, just come to pick me up. As for how I leave, let the Mu family guess my true identity themselves. Yes, that was the way, say nothing and let them speculate. After all, when Yifan left, he had already instructed the Mu family that she was free to come and go as she pleased. At worst, Hong Hai could just flash the true dragon token and warn the Mu family off. Understood. Ji Yuchen hung up and gazed out at the dark night beyond the window, a faint smile in her heart. That heaven-defying man, Yifan. She had finally gotten her hands on at least half of him, hadn't she? She licked her lips, the lingering sweetness still on them. So this was what a kiss felt like. 2 weeks from now, their wedding would surely be an event that shook the world. And on that night, in the bridal chamber, Yifan would be getting quite the bargain, but so would she. She could hardly wait. Achoo! As Yifan left the Mu residence and neared the Ling family's estate, he sneezed and sighed inwardly. TSK, which girl is thinking of me now? Too many beauties. What a hassle! The faces of his many admirers flashed through his mind. His 7 sisters-in-law went without saying. In Huadu, there were Ren Shuiying and Chou Wan. In the northwest, there were Daya and Xiaoya, and then Yamada Keiko. He needed to wrap things up in the capital quickly. He couldn't let those fields lie fallow for too long. Young master is back. Please come in. Both young ladies are waiting for you. The guards at the Ling family's entrance had all been replaced by Ling Yanxiu's trusted subordinates, so they were naturally familiar with Fan Yi, Yifan's disguise. Ling Bo, the second master who had controlled the Ling family for years, had been killed by Fan Yi. More importantly, Fan Yi had even helped the eldest young lady break through to the martial emperor realm. Who in the Ling family would dare look down on Fan Yi now? Even the mighty Hua family of Harbor City had their marriage alliance forcibly dissolved, and they hadn't made a peep since. That said it all. This son-in-law, Fan Yi, was not someone to be trifled with. All right. Though it was late at night, the Ling family's main hall was still brightly lit. Ling Yifei and her elder sister Ling Yanxiu sat on the sofa, still discussing the night's events at the Hua family's business banquet. Sis, is it really true? Fan Yi sacrificed his dignity to seduce Hua Shuiyan just to secure the super pill refinery project for our family. Ling Yifei asked, wide-eyed, seeking confirmation. Yes. At first I was worried, no matter how capable he was, how could he possibly make an ancient martial family like the Hua obey him and hand the project to us? But then I realized, it was because Hua Shuiyan took a liking to Fan Yi. He must have suffered so much humiliation. When he came out of the dressing room, his legs were even trembling. I didn't have the heart to ask what he'd been through. Ling Yanxiu, usually a sharp-minded businesswoman, had turned into a complete airhead when it came to matters involving Yifan. It never even crossed her mind that the Hua family had handed the project to the Ling family to curry favor with Yifan. As for Hua Shuiyan's declaration that she would marry him, that was just a bonus, a case of the Hua family reaching above their station. Really? Oh, for him to lower himself like that, all for my sake. I'm so touched. Sis, how should we repay him? Ling Yifei's voice quivered with emotion as she stared intently at her sister, her mind drifting back to the plan she had mentioned earlier. Good things shouldn't go to waste, and it wasn't like her sister disliked Fan Yi either. From the way Ling Yanxiu acted, she seemed even more invested in Fan Yi than Ling Yifei was. Besides, hadn't her sister already checked Fan Yi's pants back at the villa? I don't know. Ling Yanxiu's face flushed crimson at the thoughts running through her mind. Even though she knew Fan Yi was actually Yifan, the man she had publicly vowed to marry, on the surface, he was still Ling Yifei's boyfriend. For her, as the elder sister, with her younger sister together. So shameless. But Ling Yifei was bolder. Sis, let's just do it together. Since your previous fiancé is gone, only by joining forces can we keep a man like Fan Yi by our side. Besides, after all he's sacrificed for our family, shouldn't we compensate him properly? Ling Yifei blurted out everything in one go. Sis, I've even prepared the outfits. Come on, let's go change. As she spoke, she quickly pulled out several sets of clothes from a nearby bag. JK uniforms, flight attendant outfits. Sis, which one do you like? Staring at the sheer, revealing outfits, Ling Yanxiu's pupils trembled in shock, her eyes practically popping out of her skull. Her little sister really knew how to play. She had never imagined wearing such clothes herself, though she had occasionally stumbled upon them while browsing online. It seemed men had no immunity to these ensembles. I'll try the flight attendant outfit. Ling Yanxiu hesitated but ultimately gave in. After all, whether she agreed today or not, Yifan was destined to be her man eventually. Besides, they'd already been through so much. He'd seen her bare bottom, kissed her, held her, and they'd nearly been caught by Yen Ruyu in the car. Going a little further wouldn't be so bad. Hee. Sis, if I were a man, I'd be completely bewitched watching you in that. I'll go grab a nurse outfit next. Ling Yanqiu gave Ling Yifei a puzzled look. Why did this girl seem even more excited than Yifan himself? When the time came, who would really be indulging whom? Ugh. Headache. Handsome welcome. Head upstairs. The moment Yifan stepped into the Ling family's grand hall, he was greeted by a scantily clad Ling Yifei who immediately threw her arms around his neck, hanging her entire body off him. The room was bathed in pink lighting and ambience thick with flirtation. This Ling Yifei was already a wicked, wild little demoness. Earlier that day, in the Ling family's bedroom, she'd practically tried to force herself on Yifan. If not for Ling Yanqiu's timely intervention, he would have already been hers. And now, what act was she putting on this time? At least, judging by the current situation, Ling Yanqiu must have talked some sense into her after returning. Otherwise, with Yifan secretly becoming Hua Shuiyan's boyfriend behind Ling Yifei's back, she'd definitely be out for blood. HSSSE. Just as Yifan's thoughts wandered, he felt the blazing flames of his primordial ember surge violently as if warning him not to act recklessly. Ling Yifei, like Qi Jiao and Ji Yuchen, possessed a unique constitution sealed with mysteries beyond his current comprehension, all somehow linked to his own origins. No matter how desperately he wanted to devour her, he had to hold back. Sigh. First, he'd been aroused by that beauty from the Mu family, and now this. Seemed like his second sister-in-law wouldn't escape tonight. You little troublemaker, what mischief are you up to now? Yifan smirked, giving Ling Yifei's backside a teasing smack. Ling Yifei beamed, clearly pleased. Hee hee. You'll find out when we go upstairs. Wait till you see the surprise. Oh? Second floor? Yifan's heightened senses immediately detected another presence in the bedroom upstairs, a woman. And someone he knew well. Second sister-in-law, Ling Yanqiu? What was the meaning of her being in the bedroom? HSSSE. Then he recalled her words at the Hua family's banquet, how she and her sister would compensate him for his sacrifices once they returned home. Was this the compensation? Before he could ponder further, Ling Yifei was already tugging him toward the stairs. Krika. As the bedroom door swung open, soft light spilled out, revealing a scene potent enough to make any man's nose bleed outright. Second sister-in-law stood there, clad in a fitted flight attendant uniform, a skirt so short and snugly tailored that it barely contained Ling Yanqiu's generous curves. Her creamy skin, her breathtaking silhouette, no man could tear his eyes away. And with her flustered demeanor, her futile attempts to tug the skirt down, her bashful avoidance of his gaze, the effect was utterly intoxicating. Yifan, we're willing. Ling Yanqiu managed only a shy murmur before clamming up completely. As the iron-willed CEO of a top-tier financial dynasty, she had pushed herself to the limit merely wearing this outfit and now collaborating with her sister? Even if Yifan was destined to be her husband, this arrangement still felt bizarre. But remembering his sacrifices for the Ling family, she forced acceptance. If he could endure so much, why couldn't she make a small concession? Besides, wasn't it normal for martial elites to have multiple wives? Apart from his 7 sisters-in-law, Yifan already had flames scattered across Huadu, Yunchen, Guangchen, the Dead Sea, and the Miao borderlands. What harm was there in adding her sister? And hadn't Ling Yifei willingly become his girlfriend? This couldn't possibly count as deception, right? Poor, oblivious Ling Yifei, still thinking she was the one facilitating things between Yifan and her older sister. Little did she know she was the rabbit being led to slaughter. Well? Surprised? Humph. Consider this your reward for good behavior. Both of us, just for you. Ling Yifei shut the door with a coy smile, her gaze practically molten with desire. Come on. The night is ours. Without another word, she pushed Yifan toward the bed. Yiji, make yourself at home. We're all yours tonight. Despite her phrasing, Ling Yifei wasted no time taking matters into her own hands. Yifan could only sigh. At this rate, who was seducing whom? He practically felt like the prey here. Alas! Ling Yifei would be disappointed tonight. Given her unique condition, the primordial ember wouldn't allow him to claim her yet. Channeling a pulse of energy through his wrist, Yifan gently sealed a pressure point along Ling Yifei's back. Instantly, her body slackened, collapsing limply into his arms before he laid her on the bed, unconscious. Yifei? Ling Yanqiu blinked in confusion. Just asleep, Yifan reassured with a devilish grin. Her constitution isn't ready yet, certain activities would be unwise. Oh. Only then did Ling Yanqiu glance down at her own scandalous attire. Embarrassment flared and she hastily turned to flee. Then, we should probably call. Despite her mental preparedness, instinctive panic kicked in. But Yi Fan wasn't about to let his rightful wife escape, not when he was fully primed. TCH? Running now? He snatched her wrist, pulling her back effortlessly. Ling Yanxiu squirmed, face burning. Yi Fan. At least not here. My sister's right, eh? What's there to be afraid of? Weren't you already planning to be together today? Besides, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Yi Fan flashed a mischievous smile and leaned down to press his lips against Ling Yanxiu's. Though Ling Yanxiu still wanted to resist, she remembered her identity. She was Yi Fan's wife, after all. She had publicly vowed to expand the Yi family's lineage, yet besides Yi Shui showing signs of pregnancy, none of the others had made any progress. She really did need to put in the effort. Come on then. Bring it. Since Yi Fan was a man she genuinely liked, Ling Yanxiu didn't feel any aversion. Having made up her mind, she wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck and slowly closed her eyes, silently chanting in her heart, "Ancestors of the Yi family, I, Ling Yanxiu, am still the daughter-in-law of the Yi family." A tantalizing atmosphere instantly filled the room. Though Yi Fan had set up some barriers outside, the sheer intensity of the energy fluctuations rippling through was overwhelming. At the monitoring station of Shangjing's Martial Enforcement Bureau, yet another massive energy surge exceeding detection limits was recorded. The Bureau's instruments could only measure up to the Martial Saint level, but tonight they had already triggered the highest alerts multiple times. Min Hong was on the verge of pulling his hair out in frustration. Couldn't anyone get some sleep around here? The incessant alarms blaring in the monitoring room were driving him insane. Ugh! Tonight, the Hua family was hosting a grand business banquet in Shangjing, attracting elites from super clans worldwide. The Martial Enforcement Bureau was already overwhelmed with surveillance duties. Fortunately, since Yi Fan had appeared at the event, eliminating the Wu family's ancestor, wiping out the entire Wu clan, and intimidating everyone else, the banquet had remained relatively peaceful. The Radiant Sun envoy and that escaped demonic entity had also been dealt with by Yi Fan again. Yet, colossal energy fluctuations kept erupting elsewhere. What a nightmare. Captain, this latest energy surge is originating from the Ling family. Should we report it? Forget it. Seal the intel. Any energy fluctuations within the Ling family are off limits for monitoring. Min Hong sighed helplessly. Though the Bureau's director hadn't explicitly stated it, he wasn't stupid. He'd already deduced that Fan Yi from the Ling family was likely Yi Fan, the same man supposedly blown to pieces in the northwest. Judging by the sheer magnitude of these energy waves, young Master Yi must have ascended to yet another level of power. He had already surpassed the peak of Martial Saint. In all of Daxia, who could possibly stand against him now? The Jin Prince's days were surely numbered. Understood. With the Wu family's ancestor slain, the Mu family's ancestor submitting to Fan Yi, and the Yen family's ancestor executed by the Mu ancestor, along with the complete annihilation of the Yen clan. 3 out of the 5 ancestral experts the Jin Prince had mobilized against Fan Yi were already neutralized. Despite Secretary Zhang Yu's desperate attempts to suppress the news, each of these developments was simply too momentous to bury. What's worse, Zhang Yu's identity as a mole hadn't been exposed yet, so he had no choice but to continue playing the loyalist by the Jin Prince's side. Other key subordinates of the prince had been clamoring for an audience, demanding urgent updates. Left with no alternatives, Zhang Yu reopened the underground chamber and ushered in several of the prince's top advisors. Your Highness, the situation is dire. Fan Yi killed the Wu family's ancestor and wiped out the entire Wu clan. The Yen family has also been exterminated. The moment Zhang Yu delivered his report, the Jin Prince felt as if his skull might explode. What? Both the Wu and Yen ancestors are dead? How strong is this Fan Yi? Those were 5th-tier martial saints. Emerging from the shadows, the prince's face twisted into a scowl. Where the hell did this Fan Yi come from? What have your investigations uncovered so far? Zhang Yu's cheek twitched imperceptibly. Investigate my ass. Fan Yi is Fan, even if you charged out right now, you probably still lose to him. Outwardly, however, he kept covering for Yi Fan. Your Highness, our investigation has hit a dead end. We combed through Jiangyan thoroughly, yet the intel we gathered adds nothing new. However, based on recent observations, that esteemed Prince Yen whom the ancient martial world reveres seems unusually close to Fan Yi, almost fawning, in fact. This leads me to suspect Fan Yi is either a descendant of a hidden supreme clan, or a young master from the immortal domain. Zhang Yu deliberately steered the narrative this way, forcing the prince to ponder deeply. The Jin Prince knew of Yen Ruyu's reputation. The man was an enigmatic figure, ostensibly from the immortal domain yet frequently active in the mortal world, his allegiance unclear and strength unfathomable. If even he was cozying up to Fan Yi, then perhaps Fan Yi really was the son of an immortal domain overlord? Yet no matter how hard he racked his brain, the Gene Prince couldn't recall any grievances with immortal domain powerhouses. His sole connection to that realm was Soul Hall's envoy, Qing Yuan. Beyond that, he had no ties, so how could he have provoked them? Damn it. Just when we finally got rid of Yifan, this Fan Yi appears. This is infuriating. The prince was practically grinding his teeth. Dealing with Yifan had nearly cost him half his life. Now, if Fan Yi was backed by the immortal domain, what chance did he have? Enough. Relay my decree. The remaining 2 ancestral experts are to halt all operations against Fan Yi. After a pause, the prince added, if we can't defeat him, we might as well try to recruit him. The Ling family is off limits. Any clan under Fan Ye's protection is untouchable. Sigh. Better an ally than an enemy. I'm afraid moving against the Ling family is no longer feasible anyway, interjected another advisor gloomily. They forged a deep alliance with the Hua family. Worse yet, the Hua family's heiress has publicly announced her marriage to Fan Yi with the entire Hua clan as her dowry. On top of that, the Ling family holds exclusive global distribution rights for Hua Pharma's super elixirs. If left unchecked, they'll undoubtedly rise as Daxia's #1 family. What? The Gene Prince wasn't shocked by the Ling-Hua alliance itself. After the Wu family's destruction, the Ling family's vast networks made them the obvious partners. What stunned him was Hua Shuiyan offering her entire clan just to wed Fan Yi. Did this mean she intended to become his second wife, sharing him with the Ling family's second daughter? What the actual hell? Were the young mistresses of ancient martial superclans really this brazen? A flurry of conjectures raced through the prince's mind. Could Fan Yi truly be an immortal domain heavyweight? The Radiant Sun envoy had notified him of his imminent arrival in Shangjing, so where was he? The envoy had even boasted about surpassing his former strength, claiming he could now crush Yifan effortlessly. So what was going on?